Kuroki and Puppy used to be on the same team. What kind of captain has Kuroki become?
He's forging his own destiny every day.
Thank you. I love the inspiring quotes.
I mean, you got to take charge. You know, if you want something, you got to get out there and take it.
I mean, his philosophy is like it's become more and more just. I want players who are really good. I'm like, looking for high more players. And then like, I want you guys to do what you do, and I'm gonna captain.
He's
like
going to facilitate their strengths.
Exactly. That's what
a good captain does. He looks at all of his players and he says, "What are you guys good at?"
Yeah. I mean, but some players, like some captains, you know, they want that, you know, a second guy. Like they're okay, he's a little worse, but he contributes something else.
What about Eternal Envy? How does he captain?
How does he captain?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's similar, right? He collects.
Coming up next,
my bad.
We got Team Secret. You know, you were talking about that philosophy of trying to facilitate player strengths, and we even heard, you know, Nyapsor in the interview talked about how that's what Puppy tries to do, is to take in all the ideas and form a play style around that.
Yeah, no, that's his biggest strength. He's a very good filter. Like people come to him with a lot of ideas. Like usually a lot of ideas are pretty stupid, but then you.
I have a knack for coming up with these ideas when I play, man.
And then you need that guy who can take those ideas and then make something work out.
Yeah.
How did you do it, PBD?
How did I do what?
Like, how much did you listen to your teammates when they said, you know, when they had some ideas? Or
Exactly 50%
how did you weed out the
time.
bad ones from the good ones?
Every other idea.
I don't know. Everyone's generally got good ideas. I think if people are confident enough in an idea, or if they're confident enough to share it, then it's worth listening to. So you just try to listen to everyone, and you try to create a cohesive game plan that works for your team.
Well, I also, you know, there's often a lot of good ideas sort of in a vacuum, but the real question is how do they fit in together? Like, what would be the way that you would discard some ideas? You know, we're certainly legitimately good ideas, but try to make sure that there was a full cohesive game plan.
Sure. So it's all about like filling roles. Like this tournament, we've seen a lot of 3-4 positions act as initiators. And in my experiences playing with EG, I talked to Universe, and Universe would say, "Hey, I really think Furion is good," and I'd go, "Oh, but Furion's not an initiator." So then I'm like, okay, well, you know, what initiators can Sumail play, or what initiators can I play? So that way we still have these two people to start fights. So you just kind of have to slot around it and find a nice balance based on what people think is strong in the current meta.
Are there different things stylistically between Team Secret and Team Liquid that you've picked up on in terms of just their draft and how they build their teams?
That's what I want to ask Pi about. You've played with Puppy as a captain. Have you also played with Kuro? Or?
I am not played with Kuro. No.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were on that. I couldn't remember if you were on that iteration of. There was a time where Puppy was the captain and playing 5, and Kuroki was playing the 1 position.
Oh yeah.
No, that was with No Tail and Fly, right?
Oh
yeah,
right.
yeah, never mind.
Yeah, that was an all-star lineup right there.
Yep.
So I guess just talk a little more. Like, what does Puppy bring to the table?
He wants to be a very strong voice, right? So he wants to let people his team needs to let him captain. Like that's what it comes down to. And you know, he picks a player like mid-1 now, I believe, is what they try to play around. But I think they're a bit more static Secret when they play. Like Liquid are very, very fluid. And they run around a lot, basically.
Have you been surprised by their performance here, or disappointed, or?
No, it's about what I expected.
Middle of the pack sort of team.
Kind of, but like they can kick it up higher here. We'll see now if they win this series. I think they might be able to go far. Like they just need to get warmed up, get comfortable with certain heroes.
They looked incredibly dominant in the EU qualifiers for TI, but at tournaments following that, they were a little lackluster. And here they've been in the group stages. They haven't showed too well, but their best of 1 yesterday was very dominant.
Yeah, I mean, that said, I'm very curious to see what's going on in the minds of Team Liquid, given the fact that they had an absolute amazing performance in the group stages. They've had a lot of really strong play out of the mid laner Miracle, but they kind of struggled when they were in the winner's bracket. They didn't ever really seem to be able to find their footing. So before we get into the game, we want to take a closer look at the mid laner from Team Liquid, Miracle.
If you want to spend 20 hours a day for like 6 years, no matter what you do, you're going to be good at it. Especially when you have the talent. That's what happened with Amir.
Amir started playing when he was very young, maybe 6, 7 years old.
When we were young, like people here in Jordan mostly go to the internet cafes.
Like in Jordan, that's the thing that where you actually meet friends. As a teenager, for me and for Amir, you don't have too much things to do. That's why people like the same age of ours play Dota all the time.
Amir was super curious where we go. He started convincing my mama, I want to go with my brothers, I want to see what they do there. We start taking him with us, and he started learning, watching.
In the beginning, my mom was very supportive. Kept telling that, yeah, I'm gonna join a team. It didn't happen, but she kept saying that it's fine, you'll find your way.
People usually follow competitive Dota before they become pro, but he didn't know anyone. Even when I asked him, like, did you watch TI 1, 2, 3? He's like, nope, never heard of it. In that sense, he's very unique. He just played the game, and apparently he's so talented that he just got picked up.
After high school, maybe after like 2 to 3 weeks, some of the pro players talked to me about the gaming thing. So it was pretty fortunate for me, let's put it that way. I actually didn't know what direction do I want to go for. I was like pretty confused, and I was in the middle, like, what do I want to do?
I think Amir is a person that lives in the moment. Doesn't feel like he is worried about a lot of things in his future, or maybe even the next day. He just takes things very lightly.
He just lives his life the way he likes to do it. He just doesn't care what happens next.
والله لك الله انط عليه نط هذا اوه حلو يا هلا يا هلا هذا شكله راح يعض علي اوبا ايش صغير وين عمر لا مالنا لو اطلع ايش برو لا مش هوصلك طب 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 طب.
Because of his carefree behavior, he naturally understands that he should just focus on what's in front of him.
I don't really think much about the goals outside of the game, you know. Like, it's only in the game.
His level of focus is something uncomparable to any player I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of players grow and become excellent at the game, but when he looks at the screen while he plays, it's as if he's in the game, as if he's in the battlefield. It becomes a beautiful picture in the game.
Most of the players play Dota because they wanna do something later. I wanna play Dota because I wanna win TI. He wants to win TI, but he just wins TI without thinking about winning TI. He plays Dota because he wants to have fun.
Living in the moment, let's say.
Remarkable to think of the fact that so many young players are often relatively new to the game, only a few years in, but the idea that he's been playing since he was 6 or 7, it's like more than a decade of games.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. People ask me all the time, like, how do you get good at games, or how do I become a pro? I say, okay, well, when did you start playing? And they go, oh, you know, 5 years ago. Well, try 12. You know, come back to me in 7 years when you have some experience.
Miracle, really one of the big talents. I mean, he was the guy that a lot of people would look to when they talk about the strong mid player, one of the first players over 9K. Excited to see what he'll do in this match between Team Liquid and Team Secret.
Team Liquid versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Man, 14 different heroes on Miracle in 19 games. It's a very nice little backup to have.
It's like the opposite of why.
Radiant's turn to pick.
How many of them play? They play like 3 heroes, DP, DK or something?
Yeah, it's like Death Prophet.
Super's up to like 5 or 6 now.
Dragon Knight. Yeah.
I think this speaks to Liquid too, though. Like they have GH. He plays like a very not a limited, but like you can see he has some amazing heroes he plays. Like yeah, you see here they picked up Coddle, right? So it's like Coddle, Earthshaker. There's one more, right? Zeus. I don't know if that counts.
It's Wisp and Coddle.
Coddle, Wisp, and Shaker.
Yeah,
that's the
those
GH.
So,
He played Visage the other day. It didn't go well.
Yeah,
He played
exactly.
some Night Stalker. That went a little bit better. But Wisp and Coddle where he really excels, which I'm surprised to see Team Secret let through.
Yeah.
But maybe they have a plan.
Well, they banned the Wisp and the Shaker, right? People have been banning. It's those 3 heroes.
Oh,
so you
sure.
give him one of the 3. I mean, it's kind of like the Alliance tier 3.
Sure.
When you had to ban a certain number of heroes, but they would always get something. That's kind of Team Liquid.
That's one of the coolest things about competition. It's like a conversation. Your opponent is going to get to do something, right? They are going to be able to get one of the heroes they want. Their team will be strong in some aspects, and it's about trying to figure out where yours slot in. I mean, talk to me about these first picks from Team Secret, Pylai, Rubik, and Spirit Breaker.
I mean, Rubik is just that's like their Secret's own version of these Coddles and stuff. Like Yapster plays a really good Rubik, and they've noticed that Rubik can actually play as a 4, like these other like Sanking, these heroes with a stun. Like Rubik is one of the few range heroes, like with the same insta stun. That
He just he steals the other melee hero stun, and then he's got 2 disables, right?
Infinite disables for the first pick.
Yeah, so he might actually be a bit of an underrated 4 right now. And then like the Spirit Breaker is because it's supposedly good against Coddle. But I don't know, when GH plays at Coddle,
It's like a different hero.
it just seems to work out every time, right? I don't know.
Yeah. I imagine, so both teams, Liquid dropping down to the losers bracket, Secret winning from the best of ones. I believe that's even, and so they actually do a coin flip to determine who gets first pick. So I would imagine Team Liquid, they can either choose first pick, second pick, Radiant, or Dire. I imagine they chose first pick. Team Secret then choosing Radiant. Next game, I imagine it'll be switched up, but and then if there is a game 3, they'll do another coin flip.
Interesting.
And that will determine who gets first pick, because that is the power pick. I'm pretty sure if Puppy had first pick in this situation, he would have picked Coddle for himself as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can deny Wisp, Coddle, and Earthshaker.
Because that is what IG did. They didn't take the Coddle for themselves, but they got the Shaker. They got the first pick, then they took the Shaker. And the other game that they beat them was when they picked up this Night Stalker. They gave the Coddle away and took the Night Stalker. But now we see the Liquid are they're preparing for this already. So they're banning out this Night Stalker and Nyx. Just so even when they get their Coddle, they know it'll be at its full potential, because these 2 heroes kind of make Coddle's life a bit harder. But now they kind of get, I think they get what they want here in Liquid.
Now, Bristleback has, I believe this is the 3rd time in 4 total games that Mind Control will be on Bristleback. And a lot of his success comes down to how well he's been able to do in lane. If he has the great start, we saw that was the game that Team Liquid was able to have a very strong win at yesterday. But when he doesn't have farm, he's almost like a dud hero. Doesn't even exist in a lot of the fights.
Yeah, but with the Coddle in combination in lane, it's pretty difficult to shut down the Bristleback, so I imagine he would have a pretty decent laning phase.
I actually thought about this Necro though, because this is something I remember back in the day, back like a few months ago, when we were playing against Team Secret, everyone was playing this Coddle Bristle, and their counter to it is the Necrophos, because you build up so many wands against this hero, this Bristleback, and just if you ever just go into your second skill as a Necrophos, all you need is a wand, and you're set. You can sustain that lane alone. So it kind of negates a lot of what Coddle Bristle does. So that's one lane where they can't go, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Coddle can give so much mana to Bristleback, I mean, Necrophos, the fact that what is the multiplier on his self-heal? when he uses his second ability. It's like 2x, 3x.
I don't know what it is, but when he uses it, he'll use the magic stick as well, and he'll be full.
And heal, yeah. He goes from pretty much like 5% to full.
The weird thing though is like, Necrophos should really not be a good hero against Caudle, like how it kind of should work out with the mana leak and then like the high nukes early game. Because I think what Liquid are gonna end up doing here is they're gonna basically tri-lane it with the Tuskar, and like then they'll do that for a couple of minutes, and like if you're not careful, like level 1 Necrophos, like you don't got no stick, you don't have no W, like you're not doing anything.
We'll just have to wait and see, Mr. Pilot Eye, because I don't know if I agree with you.
Yeah, I was on the kind of also.
Because we'll see how like Secret are gonna pick a hero, right, and then Liquid are gonna get one counter matchup here for the.
I'm sure Necrophos will get a little help. I don't think he'll be left alone.
Yeah. No, they'll try. They'll tri-lane versus tri-lane, but they have quilts and they have a 200 nuke.
Yeah.
Also, we talked a bit about or we saw the miracle video there, and now we have a 10K here. So you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
what I think Secret can do, and to address what you were discussing as well, maybe their try-retry is a little bit weaker, but what they can have Rubik kind of help Necrophos and just have them survive that lane, and then Puppy on the Spirit Breaker can roam between the other lanes and force rotations out of Team Liquid's tri-lane. Yeah. So picking up this Queen of Pain, a very aggressive hero on lane who can blink onto his opponent, hit him with the Shadow Strike, and with the Spirit Breaker charge in, it'll be difficult for Team Liquid's solo heroes to exist on lane.
Yeah. Mid 1, 99% chance going to be on Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain, again, I've never heard a mid player not like playing Queen of Pain. Just nice, deals a lot of damage, great escapes.
This is Phantom Lancer right now. Let's go.
Yes, come on, PL.
I think Secret are kind of lacking in tower damage right now. They need a hero to kind of be able to break towers. At some point, they're going to have to, and it's Kezu's hero. And I'm not exactly sure which tower hitters he plays. I know he used to play a lot of Abaddon.
I know
back in the day.
Yeah, Abaddon. I've also seen him play some Lone Druid.
Right. Do you think Lone Druid is good here, though?
No.
No,
they could
don't feel like it, right?
Maybe Furion.
They're still gonna be, yeah.
But they're gonna wait too. They want a good lane matchup as well. So, but yeah, they're gonna need some building damage.
They could even do. I mean, I still feel like they could even do offlane Necro or something a little bit out of left field like that.
I feel like they wanna put that Necrophos against the Caudle Bristle.
Certainly, certainly. But then if you know that Caudle and Bristle are going to another lane, the other lanes don't. They become 1v1 lanes or 1v2 at the worst. They're not really these traditional off-lane versus the tri-lane.
Yeah, I got
Ursa. Now, where do you think Ursa's going to be fitting into Team Liquid's lineup?
Matoma Man's going to be playing him most likely in the safe lane.
They do switch things up a bit, though. We've seen that a few times. The Matoma Man has gone mid with Ursa, but I don't really expect him to go mid with Ursa against Quap, and especially not with this Spirit Breaker and potential of Rubik.
This is one of the tougher picks in the draft phase for any team. The fourth pick, when you have the first pick, you have to, first off, you pick your fourth hero, the other team bans, and then you ban, and then you pick your fifth. So you pick the Ursa in this fourth position because either you don't have to worry about showing your fifth hero because you have to show it before they react.
Yeah.
But you pick the Ursa because you're afraid of the other team banning it. And I don't really think Secret would have banned it because I don't think Ursa really matches up well against any of these heroes.
Oh, I see. Because there's two bans following it. The fourth pick is sort of a protection pick in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
You don't think that they like the Diffusal Ursa against the Necro, though?
That was what I was going to say. The Diffusal is a really great item on Ursa, and he can pick that up quickly to dispel the ethereal form from Necrophos.
Yeah, I'm curious to see here what Team Secret goes for in the last. I think Abaddon is maybe one of those heroes that they might go back for. And that was actually something that I was thinking about also, because back when they did have a lot of success, I think Kezu was playing that hero a lot. He played Omni Knight a bit and Enigma, and he played a lot of these farming heroes that eventually do scale a bit. And I feel like that suits him.
Any hero in particular you're looking at, Pi, for either side?
I'm just trying to think about his Ursa, man. I guess you're going to snowball on this Necro with him?
What do you think Miracle would want up against this Queen of Pain matchup mid?
I thought it really wanted that Phantom Lancer. Secret Bandit now. I'm like just very thrown off by this Ursa, man. I'm just looking at him.
What about no, okay, Ursa.
I mean, it's something they're like. I was thinking, yeah, maybe they go and aggro with the Ursa, but that's not good. That's not good at all.
I mean, who even are mids that are solid against Queen of Pain in terms of matchup?
Puck is fine.
I mean, they can do some Dragon Knight and stuff like that. But
Dragon Knight's good too.
DK against Necro is a little bit iffy though, but yeah, DK could potentially work.
Instant pick.
Quick pick.
A nice silence for good against Necro, good against Queen of Pain.
It's hard to play Spirit Breaker against as well. Kind of.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to bash a puck.
Yeah.
Rubik, though,
10 seconds.
Very good throughout the game. Rubik, though, instantaneous disable for puck.
5 seconds remaining.
Puck and Necro ultimate burst him easily.
So what's the big thing missing for Team
Necro
Secret in
ultimate
their
burst
final
him.
pick? So what's the big thing missing for Team Secret in their final pick?
About to find out.
There it is.
Oh, that.
Wow.
Oh, they.
Okay.
It's nice.
No, they're doing.
That is a Necro or Queen of Pain offlane for KZU. So
Right.
Score
score 1 for me.
It actually looks like
Team Necrophos in all lanes in this tournament.
You want the Drow Ranger to be protected.
Yes.
Right? And Queen of Pain in the side lane can easily get away from any Tusk Shards or Snowballs. So that makes sense to me.
this is kind of curious though. So is mid one then he's playing the Drow? I assume.
Most likely.
Because I don't see KIZU playing a Drow Ranger, right?
I agree. That's a Necrophos for
Yeah.
KZU.
Yeah.
Well, we still haven't found out who mid one is going to be stepping into, but we'll be finding out in moments. Casters, take it away for game 1 with Team Secret versus Team Liquid.
It's a curveball here, Lumi, to round out the draft. I think we saw this at TI6, actually, that the Drow picks became such a problem, popularized perhaps most by Wings Gaming, that they just started getting banned pretty early, often a 3rd, 4th phase ban, sometimes even 1st or 2nd. Drow is not really at that point right now, and she does slip through here.
Yeah, she's kind of hit or miss. We've been seeing a lot more misses this TI round, and that's why, you know, like you said, it's deep in this draft. This draft does feel very awkward. I feel like our panels and ourselves as well are not sure about how these lanes come. Things are a little bit awkward, you know. The panel talked about how the Ursa can be big, getting that diffuser blade and going right on top of the Necrophos. But this is an off-lane Necro, so perhaps, you know, you don't have to worry about him as much. He's not going to get as much farm or experience.
So many comfort picks in this draft, right? Like, it's a Rubik first, Yapsor. The Rubik, there was a point where they were picking it at the very end, either 4th or 5th. But then it started to be like, you know, maybe your 3rd pick into the draft, and now it's first phase. Pretty soon it's going to be 1st overall or 1st ban if Yapsor keeps on delivering. And, you know, as I look at this match, I think it is worth mentioning that 3 of the fan favorite teams, at least 2 of them, you know, I think favorites in most people's books to go deep in the tournament, are all in this tight little cluster. You've got Empire as the dark horses, and then EG going to be facing them. And meanwhile, Secret and Liquid, only one of these teams has a shot at getting into the top 6.
Yeah, it's really rough when you know, lose your upper bracket matches, and
TI is merciless in there.
it really is.
I mean, you get a lot of chances, right? You get a big round robin first, then if you start in the upper bracket, you have a series to give, but you see they've already done that in some form or fashion, so we enter the unforgiving fields of Dota, where Miracle just focuses on the game, envisions himself being one with the hero. We'll see if that makes the difference here, as Liquid do early on find MP, save the skill point. Probably going to be forced to skill the blink and jump away. Really harassed taken here by the Queen of Pain, but Puppy revs up the charge. They want to secure this bounty rune. He is going to back down. Mid one ultimately will be handling the Drow. It's an off-lane quap that leaves KIZU safe as the Necro. Are you surprised at all by the laning setup here?
Quite a bit, because I think the off-lane quad, especially now that, you know, they know that she's still playing, she has pretty much no power to really take over the lane. And so they're going to charge on mind control. Not sure whether they could actually succeed, get the kill. They can lift him back, give him the heal.
They're going to try, but these quills are slowly stacking up. They're not that scary at level 1, and Secret's persistence pays off. Big grab for them. The Drow are likely the difference maker there with a bit of plus damage over a sustained period of time.
A very good block here on Miracle in the mid lane. Look at how Drow can't even actually walk up the lane CS. I mean, she can, but she'll just eat a lot of harass while doing so. This mid Drow to me is gonna be really, really hard. This is reason number 1. Curl is gonna just be a huge annoyance.
Uh-oh. Miracle's actually got to be a little careful. There's a lift available. This charge is coming in. Got hot and heavy. They've gotten the physical damage, and he goes down. Puppy coming in again with the punish. Could be a storyline this game, as Curl almost dies as well. There isn't a whole lot to deal with this charge, especially early. Yeah, and it was a first, you know, 2nd overall pick, I believe, on the Spirit Breaker. Like, they grabbed it first too. There's plenty of time to pick heroes that can deal with it, but Puppy already off to the races.
Yeah, I believe we casted a Team Secret game during the group stage, and they, again, just early picked Spirit Breaker. It wasn't effective at all in that last game because the opponent just drafted around the Spirit Breaker, made sure that you have ample amount of stuns, but Team Liquid evidently more worried about other stuff, and the Spirit Breaker is going to be effective this game.
I think later on, he may fall off a lot because at that point the puck becomes very elusive, right? You have the snowball save in the larger fights. They do again make their move onto this puck. The silence has already been skilled up, and Miracle may go down. He will again. It's the trifecta for Puppey. But yeah, in theory, Lumi, right? Later on, Bristle is great against the Charge because he's just so tanky. You don't really want to go on him first, in theory. The Ursa also has the Enrage to kind of get out of that. You have the Snowball save, puck is elusive, but this early game, there's really not great solutions for Puppey's movement.
And because they're doing so well on the mid lane, Team Secret is able to force a 1v1 for the top lane. You know, you were asking me, how is this Queen going to do? I thought she was going to be in a 1v2 situation and she's not going to get a lot, but look at her, 1v1 against a melee hero, 2 points into Shadow Strike. It's going to be Matumba Man, actually, that's having a tough time in the lanes.
Well, a mild advantage now for Secret with the 3 kills, stretching to about 1,000 golden experience. Let's take a moment here as it seems the full-on kills will slow down. Puppey out of mana, so no charges coming until he gets this clarity, but or some sort of mana regen. But what are the overall game plans for these two respective lineups? How do they look to execute heading towards the mid-game?
Well, whenever you have a draw lineup like Team Secret does, you definitely want to pull ahead in the laning stage. They have done that mostly from the mid lane. And of course, getting levels for your support is going to be absolutely crucial for Team Secret as well. Rubik wants level 6. Spirit Breaker definitely wants level 6 as well. And of course, step number 3 for Team Secret is make sure that you can protect your Drow Ranger in the mid game by getting items that could put her away from the enemy heroes. There's a lot of gap closers from the side of Team Liquid. You got the Snowball in, you got the Blink Puck, you got the Blink Ursa. So multiple Force Staffs needs to be farmed on the side of Team Secret.
MP getting his levels in the soft lane, but still under duress as Kuroki coming in. Took quite a few Fury Swipe auto attacks. The Ursa has excellent move speed, so was able to close the gap, but they make the rotation now. Puppey, as well as Yap, grouping up, but there is a ward here scouting out this movement, so Secret, the top lane, probably not one they can find easy kills on. This will open things up for Miracle as he comes back mid. He's still right there in CS, and in fact, CS overall, going pretty well for Liquid. Mind Control getting a ton out of the offlane in the 2v1, as you would expect. And up top, even still Matumba Man, even on CS with the Queen of Pain, despite the Drow Aura. It's not by any means a complete rout here early, just the kills that are really dictating the advantage.
Yep, meanwhile, the game plan for Team Liquid moving forward, every time they draft the Keeper of the Light on GH as well as the Bristleback together, it's just group up and push.
Get that Axe.
Yeah, it might not come in 15 minutes, but it will come as soon as the Aghanims is finished. Generally around the 18 to 22 minute mark, you get the mech on the Bristle or a pipe, you know, any kind of good group up and pushing item, and Team Liquid will just bring the fight to you. Remember that game 2 yesterday we casted versus IG? As soon as they finish the Axe, the game just turned into a different phase of the game.
They're trying to cinch this noose on Matumba Man as they wrap around. Puppey in the trees. They don't have the vision right now. He pokes his head out, but continues to play it safe. So seems to recognize something is up. Finally, the charge goes elsewhere. It's on to Kuroki. 2 old friends about to butt heads, and Yapzor coming in with that bonus Drow damage. Will they have enough to get the kill here? They're certainly going to try to make Kuro's life sad. Gets lifted up, tossed back down, still holds the snowball, but now the Drow joins the party, and Kuro gets ganged up on. He'll fall, Miracle has to back away.
I think Kuro, the reason he kept walking towards this hill, he wants to Ice Shard across the ramp and get vision and then snowball away. But didn't go for the
top lane, meanwhile, big dive onto Matumba Man, and Puppey does it again. 5 charges, 5 kills.
So far, I gotta say, there's a battle between the captains. Puppey's winning it. He single-handedly winning the mid lane, which is allowing him to win the top lane as well.
If he wasn't getting these charges, I think Secret would be getting run over. They're still down on CS, almost across the board.
Yeah, and that's with Drow Aura.
That's with Drow Aura, and that's with the 5 kills. Crucial that he's having this fantastic start.
Now, we do see Necro being matched up against the Bristleback a lot of times. And I think the bottom lane is showing why Necro is generally considered as a quote-unquote a good counter to the Bristleback. Obviously, Reaper Scythe is a good answer in terms of killing the Bristleback, but also you have a lot of Magic Wand charges readily available to you. And like something that Panel brought up is you pop that Ghost Shroud and then you just heal back to full. 1.75 amplification when it comes to the heal. KEZU shouldn't die too much in the lane stage.
Yeah, Liquid, on at least on this particular dual lane, don't have any way to stop that. No silence down here, no stun of any kind. Perhaps with a rotation from a core.
I wreck any undersea cable I get my
good here early for Secret. Do jump out to a bit of a lead. See our 6-minute runes spawning soon. Radiant Scan comes out. Perhaps trying to detect if that Keeper Light is stacking and actually mind control the one to do it. As he will drag the creeps away and he will not get the next stack. Just a tiny bit late. Still though, fairly big chunk of gold here available to be claimed. Is that something you see Secret looking to contest? Like, can they run into the Ancients and take fights there?
Not without destroying the tier 1 bottom and getting a kill right before that. And honestly, their heroes are not very good at stealing stacks. I mean, Queen of Pain could Scream, and KEZU could maybe Death Pulse, but probably not. I think Team Liquid will be getting away with that stack.
Miracle has hit 6 now, so they give the mid lane, at least initially, to YapzOr charge. Coming through, they get the lift off, they time it just right with the charge, but now Kuro comes in. The snowball save, he is going to dodge this stun, but he rolls his buddy forward. Miracle has the invis rune. We'll get back to safety. Wow. Even the shard block, Kuro showing. He learned a thing or two. They're still chasing though. Now the charge in again, just got the vision. Puppey committed with the bash. Gets the edge again, 6-0. Puppey has been in every single kill.
I mean, the sad thing for Kuro is that he did everything right there. He snowballed to save the puck. He made sure that he got the shard off.
He dodged the Drow silence.
Yeah, it was everything, but
didn't matter.
Yeah, the chase was there, 3v2 advantage, and this shows you the weakness of the Keeper of Light in terms of being able to have a plan B, right? Normally when your other lanes are having trouble, you know, you could rotate your support, but Keeper is just not that type of hero. He just have to worry about his own game plan.
They are giving this mid lane to YapzOr. He goes in again with the lift. Now the silence coming out, charge, but it's a long way to dive, and they actually do get ushered away, even forcing out a TP reaction. Matumba Man wants to join the party. Puppey instantly snapping the coil. And Matumba Man is going to back off. Seems he may rotate bottom instead. And there's no Radiant Vision. This guy's really in danger, but remember, he does have to go Shroud. He's got a full wand with the Rain of Health, with the max Death Pulse. The heal will be enormous, and while Diffusal Blade later on could be a solution, KEZU doesn't have too much to worry about now as that bottom rune spawns. Puppey again with the charge. He goes on to GH. He is real committed, and he keeps on finding these kills. Another takedown. Give Puppey 7. Somebody stop this man already. Finally, it's YapzOr who pays the price. Normally the other way around, and now Puppey on the run. He's got to charge out of here. Could be his ticket home. No mana on Kuro. He's going to have to move soon, though. He goes for the man fight. Charge out. Snowball was not available. Lacks the mana for it. Pretty rare you see YapzOr die. Normally it's like his core dies mid and he's the one just soaking up the experience.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's playing the squishy Rubik.
Dyer's bottom.
This is a role reversal. Puppey's usually the one dying repeatedly, and YapzOr just raking in the gold and experience. Charging in again. Why not? Fool me once, fool me twice, but fool me 7 times. Make it 8. A clinic from El Capitan.
I'm surprised that Miracle got hit by that. Yeah, sure, it came from fog, it came from an awkward angle, but generally he's, you know, that very mechanically skilled player that could phase that kind of initiation.
But now top,
Sonic Wave.
Scoring the kill. Puppey there just for a little moral support.
You know, coming in here, I think a lot of people say, look, Team Liquid is perhaps the better team. They did better in the group stage, but if there's one thing that this TI has taught me is group stage is just behind us now, you know. What matters is this is one best of 3, and Puppey is doing a very excellent job at putting his team ahead this game 1.
So Secret have had a fantastic start. That's
structures are
fortified. What is the next step for them? You mentioned they're a pushing lineup. Are they ready to start pushing? Do they group up? Do they split push? Are they waiting on certain items? Like, what is the next step in the master plan here?
They want to be able to push in a very safe manner. You don't want to push and then have Ursa jump in the middle of you and just die. So first, you want to have Force Staff on pretty much all of your heroes. As we see a charge going right on Miracle, there's that phase dodge. And now Puppey might be in a little bit of trouble. Coil's going to get used, and they have the double damage on Miracle. It's activated. Puppey might be giving away a kill. He does. That is a killing spree streak, and now YapzOr perhaps in a little bit of trouble. He goes in, silence, not going to hit, and not going to be enough here, as now he's taking a ton of right-click damage. Mid-1 revenges his captain.
Miracle, number 4. He had a terrible showing against IG in the upper bracket. Just, you look like he had the Monkey King game where he was really underfarmed the whole time. Game 3, even, he felt just a bit low impact. They got his Invoker in game 1. That didn't work out. And again, struggling here. Like, the game plan has been prey on Miracle, keep him off balance, and so far, it seems to be working. And this puck come back is trying to rush towards the Veil. And certainly Liquid, a very mid-game focused lineup, right? Like, they've got Ursa as a core, they're not running a hard carry, they're running a Bristleback offlane. All these heroes want to take skirmishes around this 10 to 20 minute mark.
They're very reliant on that early blink on the puck. Because, you know, look at your damage swords. It's a Bristleback as well as an Ursa. You need some form of control to allow these heroes to go in and dish out the damage. And that's supposed to be Miracle, and to a certain extent, the Tusk. The fact that Miracle is so far behind now just means that, you know, your allies are just going to be that much less effective. So I think a lot is riding on the Miracle puck, and so far he's not delivering.
Right, it's not like, oh, he's dying a lot, but he's not really an important part of their game.
Right. And normally when Miracle is having a tough game, he's on heroes like Invoker, who buys Midas, who could use Sunstrike as a catcher mechanism. But Puck, I know, tough, just gotta hit creeps.
You pick Puck to have a solid early game.
Right.
Especially if you're going to commit it to mid and commit a Tusk to trying to support him. At any rate, Miracle will have to claw his way back into the game. Meanwhile, YapzOr has managed to steal the level 3 shards. Given that Secret picked it up so early, Lumi, I want to ask you, like, how good of a Rupik game does it look to you right now? Do you think this is a game where YapzOr can have that huge impact and take over?
In terms of the spells that he could steal, there's not anything like game breaking like Fissure or
Sand Stun.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. But it's more about his positioning. Ice Shard to me is probably the most game breaking spell. Like, he could also have, I think, Chakra Magic is pretty decent for himself or for his ally. But it's more about the fact that when you pick it first pick for your team, you don't give away any strategy, you know? Rupik is...
Here we go. Trying to set up on Kuro here. The charge comes through. The lift is timed right, but Puppey gets pushed out of the shards. The shards are saving grace until MP rushes in. He's got his ult available. They're going to have to chain him down. They can't quite do it. Even the uppercut, probably not enough. MP could die for Kuro. He doesn't have the blink ready. Now he does. And he will blink away to safety. Probably could have saved that scream, blinked on Kuro, gotten the kill. May have paid with his life, though. And MP, normally a very low-risk, safe player, he is the space creator for this team. He's going to throw them a kill there. So, tier 1 down mid now, and Secret up to the races with that 6,000 gold advantage. They start to group up. They start to threaten towers. Liquid not looking like they want to contest this, at least not yet.
They can't contest it. Honestly, I don't think they're able to fight into Team Secret right now. At best, they should go for tower trades, and they are. Ice Shards on the mid lane, finds mind control. The charge is going to be in there. They have the lift available as well. No Sonic Wave, though. They will have to Reaper aside, and it's going to fly out and chop his head.
Easily dealt with. He had about 1,200 gold there, but hadn't spent it yet, so a whole lot squishier. Had not picked up the cloak, and meanwhile, in the Roche pit, a crucial time for Matumba Man to get bashed, but mid one, not wise to it. He will snag that Aegis. They'd rather go for this Kuroki kill. Snowballing up, trying to roll away. Puppey's there. Just needs a bash to score the kill with MP's help. Not even the bash required, as it turns out. So, while they get the Roche, really have to ask, is it even worth it? Liquid giving up so much else elsewhere.
I think they were going to give up those kills regardless. And it was lucky for Matu that he didn't get bashed to death by Roshan. It looked like that might have happened. But
what's going to stem the bleeding for Liquid? What is the? You mentioned the puck blink. He does opt to get it now. Delays the Veil, which Miracle was choosing for, or initially aiming for. Is this it? Is this blink going to change the game?
It has to. It's looking like it's going to be harder and harder as there are more and more Force Staffs being built on the side of Team Liquid. And GH is not rushing towards that Aghanim Scepter either. He feels so endangered by these heroes that he has to go for a Force Staff himself. So that timing push I talked about that Team Liquid will eventually go for, that is also delayed.
Tumba Man, he just got done picking up this Aegis, and now he's about to lose it. Charge gives the vision with the help of the creeps, and the kill secured. Now grabbing the overpower. Get ready for the coil, but Miracle comes in, drops the 4-hero coil. No follow-up whatsoever. Does get Fuzzy Wuzzy back to safety, but still Aegis blown. All the while, Drow farming away. It's still Secret on offense. Miracle pulling out all the stops just to slow down this push. And to be fair, it is tough to push into the Keeper. tough to push into the puck. But nonetheless, the rest of the map can be farmed freely.
Not if you kill heroes first.
Insta smoke. And now the move onto Matumba. No vision right now. But they might get it soon. They've got that ward and he just walks in range of it. Puppy could set up. He thinks about the jungle. Doesn't have the vision out, but they know he's up the hill. Higher vision is lacking down this ramp. They could probably catch him out, and YapzOr's the first man up. He actually lifts the bristle instead, pulling him back. And they say, no, we don't want to go on these tanks. Let's chill.
Yeah. I think if he lifted the Ursa, they maybe could force a kill, but I think Bristleback was the first person he saw.
Very risky around the shrine to be overcommitting there.
Well, I'm glad that Miracle has not gone for the standard Veil first, so he goes back to the blink. I already issued you know, how important it is for him to set up ganks for his allies. But it's still, they need a little bit more here from Team Liquid. They need the Ursa blink, and they need mind control to get tanky. For Team Liquid, if they could make sure that the game stays the way it is now, where they don't give up too many kills, yeah, sure, they're getting out-farmed, and maybe they're losing a tower every once in a while, but they just need time. They're getting a little bit of it right now.
AVEXIR lurking in the tree line mid. Loves to rush the blink on the Rubik, but this game he is picking up the Yules, and I mean, what a great Yules game it is with the puck silence. You've also got the Ursa with just the constant threat of that burst damage. A good way to kite him and control him. So he's opting to change up the build here.
Yeah, very strong defensive item against the silence, like you mentioned. Mono League in the future. Ursa jumping on you is also good.
Here we go. Mind control in the mid lane, showing himself, and Liquid are going to summon the reinforcements.
His middle tower is under attack.
Out to his team to come and defend, but it's slow chip work being done here. Tumba Man TP's home. Secret still holding the high ground. Retreating back to safety to shove out this top lane. Only lost the one tower so far. 2 tower advantage for them around the map.
I think we're starting to see perhaps a weakness of Team Secret's draft. You know, they're ahead so much. They've done so well in the laning stage, yet they're really unable to punish Team Liquid for kind of this slow and perhaps somewhat greedy game plan.
Their only initiation really is the charge for now.
I mean, they're picking up a couple of Yule Scepter. You talked about Rubik getting one, and Queen of Pain is also getting one. It's not the best initiate, but it's
from mid. MP winding up the ult and getting the punish out. Steals the Waning Rift, catches Miracle off guard. AVEXIR just keeps on styling on him. Impressive stuff. Looking towards top where they are trying to bring down GH. Really wants to farm up this X. He's so close to the point booster.
Oh, missing.
MP does miss on the screen, but there's no teleport scroll. The Force Staff's on cooldown. Likely GH still going down. Tries to eat his way through the trees, but one tree stands between him and escape. Will be denied here. Lost quite a bit of unreliable gold too.
Yeah, that hurts when you're trying to build up towards your Ags. GH is going to be out there. He has to be out there farming towards his Aghanim Scepter. And as a result, he puts himself in harm's way to things like Charge, you know, all of these Yule Scepter initiations, as well as the Queen of Pain.
Secret are definitely being patient here, though, where that early aggression was borderline reckless as far as how committed they were. Now they slow things down. We see Kezu farming up the enemy Ancients, also in doing so, trying to deny these to the Bristleback, and the rest of the team spreading the map, so they're not really playing with huge urgency, feeling like they have to force the tempo. Now grabbing the Shadow Blade, so again, Secret not particularly committed to items that let them 5v5. They still want to be able to split push here. The Yule Scepter is now en route. Lots of kiting, lots of ways to just reset fights, Lumi. You mentioned the Ursa, but it's also the Bristleback. Both of these heroes are melee. Both of them need to chase for a while to secure kills, and Secret continue to get better and better at backing away and taking a more favorable engagement.
I think this is the calm before the storm. The next big point of contention is when Roshan is going to be spawning. And look to Kezu. He's trying to finish a Medallion Courage before that happens. If Team Secret could take away the Aegis from the Roshan, or from the Ursa team, that is going to be a big boost to the push.
Oh, speaking of which, Medallion grab by the Necro here. Might be a talent that they do indeed want to contest. Obviously, Evasion contested against Ursa. He wants to upgrade that to Solar Crest, and now the charge. Puppy finds Kuro. Story of this game. Does it again. Now the lift back, the bash as well, and with the Necro ult, Kuro goes down once more.
Very good chain stun from Team Secret. Make sure that there's no any snowball shenanigans. And I think very important for somehow Team Liquid to get out of the map and play some wards around the Roshan. We're going to see a charge happening on the bottom side against Miracle. He blinks into the trees. He's out.
He's out, but GH, he's not. Gets silenced up. Mid one going to take him down solo. It looks like KheZu getting into position with the nuke and will snag the last hit. Secret constantly finding these pickoffs. 17-2. And Liquid have the run at you draft. I mean, they have the heroes that want to be up in your face, constantly fighting and killing you. And they're just running for dear life.
I mean, this run at you draft doesn't start with minute 0, right? Like, they need items to run at you. And
they're always one item behind, it seems.
Yeah, Bristleback is the truest level 1 running at you.
Again, big commitment for MP, but he's got the Yules. And now the drop comes in from the side, working on this Ursa, keeping him caged up for now. The Quapple committed. They take the bear down, paws ripped out of his paws, and now Liquid being pursued in full force as MP dives on mind control, forcing him back, turns to just lob out the goo. Yapzor in position. There's the shards. Catchy's done it again, but the force staff of GH gets him out of there. Still, towers can't be pushed away. Another one falls. So this relentless Secret offense, they turn their attention bottom. They are looking for the last outer tower on the map.
Because they're so far ahead, every time they win these fights, they're not too low in HP. They have an Urn running on Puppey, and they're going to just keep on running, like you said. That's 6 outer tower. I mean, if you talk about the successes of a Drought lineup, this is it, right?
And they've 2 minutes, and they've lost 1.
Yeah.
They've only lost that bottom tier 1. 5 tower lead now for Secret, and you talked about the importance of the next Roche. God, it gets hard for Liquid to take it now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a real, you know, almost like Cloud9 level Roshan.
This is the Cloud9 one, right? Like, you just go in
solo.
Hope nothing happens.
We've seen this go several ways in the past, as Matumba Man just prays not to get bad.
It's going well right now.
So far, so good.
Does Puppey have the game sense?
They are caravanning, but it's down towards mid. I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much this Aegis actually matters. Matumba tries to finish the roast. He will commit his ultimate, scores it, but
Get out.
in position. Puppey's coming through. He blinks to the north. MP on the chase.
They have Yules to pick him up, but he just fogs him. All right, he's fine. I mean, you say how, you don't know how much this Aegis and cheese matter, but
it's very important.
It's gold and experience that Team Liquid had just got, and they are starved on both.
Yeah, we'll see if the Ursa can do much in the next fight, but at the very least, you don't have to worry about killing someone on Secret twice.
Yeah. It's very clear what Liquid's game plan is by the way that they're itemizing. Look at Puck. He goes for Blink and second item, Boots of Travel. This is him trying to say, look, the only way we're going to come back in this game is split push. We have to just get out on the map. Sure, we're going to get caught sometimes by the Drow Ranger with her Shadow Blade, by Spirit Breaker with a charge, but we still have to get out there, stretch the map open, and just drag out this game. 10K lead is a lot at this point in the game. Less so at maybe 10 to 15 more minutes.
On the 420 strat, that's the plan here.
Still though, 19-2, man. This is...
I know. He's got to bide his time for a while. It's a Puck with no Midas, so... And no kills, really, to speak of. Only level 14, 24 minutes. We've seen them a lot higher in past matches. So Liquid, very much tucked back inside their base now. Secret freely roaming about the map. They did complete the Solar Crest on KheZu, so they gain a way to deal with the aggression of this Ursa. Now it looks like he's queuing up the E-Blade. The Diffusal Blade was talked about as a potential tool, but Matumba Man, not even that close to it. Still only has 1 Blade of Alacrity. It's just Liquid really needing items.
I think the bigger point to talk about is that GH is more than halfway to the Ags. And Team Liquid really plays very differently once they have the Aghanim Scepter on Keeper. You just have a vision advantage all of a sudden, half time during the game. You get to push. That's the sanest. Pretty powerful. We're going to see a charge to start things off, and this is a smoke charge.
Puppey's running into 5. Kuro will finally exact his revenge, it seems. That was a satisfying uppercut.
Well, Team Secret is going to respawn by just hitting your tier 3. MP just blinks on the high ground, says, I see all 5 of your heroes. You better back up now. Forces at least 1 keep.
Under attack. Radiant
going for the trade here as they work on that tower, but in the top lane that catches the Puff. Miracle down again. 6 stats. Only 2 kills to his name. Secret continue to prey on him and now prey on the towers as well. They launch a volley of auto attacks into it,
be a tier
forcing out the glyph. It might even be more without the puck, without the buyback.
There are no teleports,
That's
bros.
their team fight. I mean,
Mind
we
control.
talked about Cloud9, Lumi. No TPs. It's far too much Cloud9 for Liquid's liking now as they try to dive on the mid one. Kuro, the sacrifice. Mind control now has to back away. The melee Rax is dropping rapidly. Glyph already committed. They pump the damage in. They're about to get the kill, and they might get more. Kezu has the ult, waiting for the moment here. Doesn't want to blow it on the Aegis.
Oh no!
Yule Scepter not timed right. The quad bolt comes through. They still chop that Aegis. They still get the follow-up kill. 4 of Liquid have fallen, and Puppy once more charging in deeper, looking for the bash on GH. He needs some goddamn help, and he's not gonna get it. Down he goes. Secret making it look easy against Liquid. The full lane of Rex caved in and straight on towards mid.
They're pinging for mid. They don't want to back off. 2 heroes are dead, blinking in, silence. They lift up the puck. The puck is dead. Your charge going in just to save it. Multiple heroes.
Another one perhaps as Kuro tries to kick him away, but he pays with his life. Now the tower
This is game
in shambles. The game likely over. Liquid are on the verge of elimination after dropping this one. They have no buybacks. They have no miracle. They need more than a miracle now. Already the third lane about to melt. Secret basically flawless here on the big stage. One last fight. That's all they've got in them. They'll come in now with Matumba. Desperation, but quickly kited. Yule's up. Mind control being slowed. Now the charge forward. The end is nigh. Chewing through the Ursa. He enrages, but he's not going anywhere. They're unafraid. This Necro goes form for now. Keeps him alive, and they can do not but walk away. Back to the Rex. Back to objective. Secret. Melee to drop. Momentarily, Liquid 1 Rex away from being megaed at 27 minutes. Miracle jumps in, but again, it's the silences. They prove his downfall. They get 1 kill. Hold on. Do they get more? MP now. BKB expended. Scream. Commitment. Matumba has fallen. Miracle could be next. Just right-clicking him down. Kuro can't do it fast enough. He might die as well. Miracle juking out. Taps the shrine just to keep Kuro alive. It's a triple for Matumba. Liquid hanging on by a hope. Maybe by a prayer. Mid one whips the 4-staff. Hurricane Pike won't get him back to safety, but the Shadow Blade will. And Secret, well, they salvage. At the end of the day, with me, it's GG. And Liquid know it. They get one last scrappy fight. But God, Puppy just slaughtered them with that Spirit Breaker.
Do you think this is the draft where, you know, they saw Spirit Breaker second pick, and they're like, okay, well, we're not going to respect it? Because they could easily pick a whole bunch of stunners and be like, hey, you know, you're not going to do much in the laning stage.
I mean, you could see that they had an idea about how to deal with it. They're like, let's pick tanky cores that are very difficult to burst, the Ursa, the Bristle, but he caught them off guard too much. The puck also, while he's very elusive later on, those first couple levels, low level phase shift or no phase shift, the timing was also great. Like, you have to credit Secret's execution here. They would always time that lift to ensure the charge hits. And that combo did seem to catch Liquid off guard repeatedly.
I don't think it's just that too. They also put the mid one Drow Ranger. How often do you put Drow Ranger mid when you have heroes like Queen of Pain as well as Necrophos on your team? The fact that Drow was able to silence to extend that chain stun, if you will, against the puck was a big part of it. Miracle struggling in the lane. I think he was 1 and 4 in the laning stage, 0 and 4. I don't know what the score was, but
I'll honestly say this entire main stage, I have not seen one of those big Miracle like games where he just takes over, outskills his opponents. I mean, he mentioned he just doesn't, he lives in the moment. We saw that from the player profile, but we're not really feeling his presence in the game here, and they need him to step up.
Yeah, a big part of it is, you know, Team Liquid always puts him safe lane sometimes, mid lane some other, but he needs to adapt and fast.
Well, if anyone can get their heads back in the game, it just might be Coach Heen. We'll find out. But right now, Secret have Liquid on the ropes. They lead 1-0.
Story time. We were outside, we analyzed the drafts, and the walk from outside to inside is about 5 minutes, not a long time. And when we got back in, it was already 3-4-0 in favor of Secret. We were all confused. We're like, what's going on? How's Drow already have 2 kills in mid? That was an insane start by Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really clever what they did. They put the Drow mid. They put, I think, Secret's matchups, all of them were very favorable. We talked a little bit outside about how the Necrophos goes against the Coddle and the Bristle, and it's a very nice matchup for him. And then we had the Queen of Pain facing up against the Ursa. Ursa finds it really annoying to play against this Quap with Shadow Strike in lane because he's so immobile, and on top of that, they had the Drow Aura. So I think very, very smart setup by Team Secret.
I think they strategized very well. I think going for the Drow last pick was really, really clutch. I think it caught Team Liquid a little bit off guard. And they just really, they got way too far behind in their lanes. Puppey did a great job on the Spirit Breaker, roaming around, constantly picking up kills. And we talked about maybe Puck being a hard kill for them, but they killed him multiple times.
Yeah, the max silence, that was really cool to see.
That was the difference.
And like, when you see a Drow mid, generally you wanna try to play on her, right? You wanna kill her.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the laning stage. I don't know what happened, but what they had to do is like they had to leave the Bristol versus Necro 1-on-1, which sucks, but you have to do it. And you have to wrap with this Coddle on mid, and the Tusker has to wrap too. But this Ursa pick it makes it hard, right? You have to be in every lane to help every lane, because every lane is a losing matchup.
Yeah, and
then this is how it goes, you know?
Team Secret ended up winning at least 2 of the lanes, and the 3rd lane they did okay with, and then Drow got it up to an early level 6, and they just kind of snowballed their advantage and walked down lanes, and there wasn't too much that Team Liquid was able to do.
And to talk a little bit about the laning stage, we got Purge here, our backup man who was inside catching the action right as it got started. Man, what happened? Why did we come back to such a landslide?
It was just very good coordination from Secret, and I do have most of those clips there. The first one, and the crucial thing to remember about Puck, he is very difficult to gank, especially because he can move his position with his illusory orb, as well as phase shift to phase out of damage or stun that are coming. But what Secret did that was really interesting is that they importantly ganked him before he had both of the skills. And the crucial thing was that Yapsar ended up using his telekinesis to push Puck towards Puppey to lower the amount of time that he could react. They got the follow-up stun, and they were able to barely right-click him down. So because they killed him at level 1, this gets their lane off to a good start, it gets them some gold advantage, and they keep trying to do that. They did this again when Puck was level 2, this time changing up the gank a little bit. Because they're level 2, that means they have 2 abilities of their own, and the important one now is going to be the Drow Ranger's Silence, which they could use to fill in any other gaps. So extending their Silence, they get a 2nd kill on Puck, and it's only 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game. And this pretty much transitions, reminding me a lot of Bulba's game last night when he played Spirit Breaker, but if you look at his positioning on the map, he was very constantly in the enemy jungle. So if we take a look about what kind of advantage that gives you here, if Spirit Breaker hangs out here, it's very, very easy for him to reach other lanes. He can approach doing charges like this towards mid so that Puck doesn't see it, and he can also very easily go to the top lane. It's pretty safe for him to be there. There's lots of places to hide, and everything is easy as a result. So he spends time up there. Maybe he sees an opportunity in the mid lane. He ended up getting a kill on Kuro over here with the Yapsar rotating. Basically, these two were just all over the map, playing aggressive, trying to further their team and give them a big advantage. And that pretty much has happened throughout the first like 5 or 6 minutes to such a point that it gave Secret, like they said, 2 lane wins out of 3, which was just a huge amount, especially when you're running a Drow lineup.
Gosh, I mean, such thin timings, too. I mean, it was like the silence was like 0.2 seconds away from wearing off, which would have given Puck the ability to escape. But now that puts Team Secret up 1-0 against Team Liquid, and a lot of people, including panelists up here, have been talking about how Team Liquid was looking so good coming in, and every main stage game they've had has seemed like quite a struggle.
What did you guys think of Team Secret's approach to the Tusk Coddle kind of duo support? That was their, I believe that was their first 2 picks. It's something they've done frequently throughout this tournament. And what I saw from them is they put the Necrophos in the safe lane up against the Bristle. We talked about him doing very, very well in that lane. And then Queen of Pain in the off lane, which is a surprising off laner, but has some strength with the Drow aura.
I mean, they have to be more tricky if they want to open Bristle Coddle. You have to. I don't even know if you can do that.
Bristle Coddle, that's right, not Tusk.
So, but other than that, I'm just thinking back on the Ursa pick. Like, if they peel there, I think their game is, like, they can at least do some kind of lane switching or whatever. You can put the peel against Queen. That's a good matchup. And peel is good versus Necro. But maybe it's even earlier than that. It's just I know they're very comfortable with playing this Tusk, Coddle, and then, like, any core.
So we think the Ursa pick was just a little too weird, or didn't fit?
Maybe.
Yeah. That seems to be the consistent pick you've been bringing up, is the one that...
No, it threw me for, like, I really thought they would pick Peel there. But at the same time, like, when you pick this Bristle Coddle first too, and then, like, you go to the offlane with those 2 heroes, you're leaving yourself open. Like, if you mess up a little in the laning stage.
So something I saw yesterday when Liquid lost to IG, they didn't really pick any disables, and yet again, we're seeing similar lineups out of them. Coddle, Bristleback, Tusk, these really, you know, Puck has some disable, but not a ton. They're just really stunless lineups.
Yeah, but that's why I think this Coddle Bristle opening is a bit tough for them. Like, opening those 2 heroes neither of those heroes have a stun. People have kind of figured out this Cuddle Bristle. You know, you don't want to put this weak trial in against it that struggles and you don't get those kills. When you just put this Necrophos down there, you're fine. And I think if they want to open with this, like this Cuddle, I think, like you said, like Tusk, that can be a fine thing because at least then they can work around it. You know, they can choose their cores and they can get good matchups. But now, just revealing this Bristleback for nothing.
I think being a little more flexible with the Bristleback.
Yeah, you got to be a bit more flexible. I think.
Mind control every single game playing this hero.
Yeah.
And struggling.
And even we saw at the Epicenter, we saw there was one point when Matumbaman took the Bristleback and he went mid against some hero and he just did really well and he just eventually farmed stacks and that worked out. So at least keep in mind that, yeah, you can put in a different lane, but I think the Necrophos is something you need to be aware of if you're picking this Bristleback.
And I'm curious about the fact that, you know, this was brought up during the commentary, that Miracle has not had any main stage game where he's really popped off, where he's gone insane. We did see group stage matches where he went 20-1 with Ember Spirit, just insane carries in games. Is it this, is the qualities you bring up about the Cuddle Bristleback openings, are these what's preventing him, that he doesn't quite have the space to do it, or is it the lack of stuns and supports?
Well, I don't really think it's on him because I feel like he's playing the heroes that he's used to playing. It's just the other heroes don't complement him in the way that Liquid had been drafting previously, especially in the group stage.
Yeah.
Here at the main stage, they've been doing some really bizarre things, which are just so uncharacteristic for me. And it'd be a real shame for Liquid, who is probably the favorite Western team coming into this tournament, to be eliminated at 12th place. Another TI where Croaky disappoints.
I mean, it's one of the really brutal things about the fact that it's a double elimination bracket. It doesn't matter how you did in the group stages, you lose twice and you're out. And there's so many teams here that are in lowers, but you see them really pulling together. OG really stands out. Empire really stand out. Of course, Secret did an amazing game yesterday against Execration, and now here they are against Team Liquid, looking so good after one game. I mean, what are the sort of effects that wind up happening when you're on that main stage and your team is starting to get a little antsy under the pressure?
A lot of things can happen. You can start like forcing movements. Like you're losing, and then all right, we gotta come back. We gotta do something. The opposite can also happen. You get scared of doing anything, and you sit back when you're supposed to do something. You have to time it up they use a cooldown, and instead of going for something, you sit and farm jungle for a minute.
These lower rounds of TI can be very, very high stakes. It's Team Liquid's next match could be that player's last match on that team.
Yep.
You know, you finish 12th at TI, you're probably making some changes. You don't know where you might be next season.
It's also like a lot of emotional turmoil, the idea of going into a match saying, hey guys, it's okay, don't worry about it, totally fine. Even if we lose this, we're still in TI. And then you're in lowers and you're like,
oh, no,
okay, don't mess this up. We're gonna be out if we even lose one more game.
That's the attitude you need to have from the winners bracket, absolutely. You know, lower bracket, there's still potential to win through. You know, we'll see OG tomorrow, starting from the lower bracket, but they've done that run before.
Yeah.
Not at TI, but other tournaments.
It was a major. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but I do think it is really important. Oh, it's really important that you actually do keep calm when you even when you're like right now, like Kuro and Team Liquid. I think they just need to be calm and push their advantage in the early game like they always do, and that way they can get off to a good start.
We'll see if they can pull it together. Game 2 is now underway. Team Liquid one game from elimination, and Team Secret is on fire. Take it away, casters.
Team Liquid versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Oh, that's right, casters. It's not your turn yet. Nobody's been drafted. Let's look. We have a single Witch Doctor coming in for Team Secret, and of course the ban on both Coddle and Wisp.
They seem to do this Witch Doctor first pick when they expect the enemy to like it.
Team Liquid.
That's what they did versus Execration, I believe.
10 seconds remaining.
Leaves them open for a lot.
We thought maybe Team Secret would lean towards picking Wisp, Caudle, or Shaker themselves, but instead they chose to ban out Wisp and Caudle, and then Team Liquid did them the favor of banning out the Shaker. So all three of the potential power heroes that we discussed in the last draft will not be present in this game.
No, I just kind of wanted to talk about like how they've been drafting with this GH, and maybe they like eventually had enough. Like we can't keep first picking this hero and trying to make our lineup work around it. Like Miracle had played like 14 or 15 heroes, different heroes, and they're just trying to fit in to GH as a playstyle. And now they're like, yeah, Lycan is a good hero, Night Stalker is a good hero.
Yeah, I mean, this lineup that we see out of Team Liquid, this is exactly what we've been seeing out of a lot of the group stage games. We saw it early in the winners bracket yesterday. Let's go with the Night Stalker and Lycan, make sure we have good vision for pickoffs thanks to Night Stalker. Let's make sure we have great push with Lycan, not going for right-click builds, but instead favoring the Necronomicon.
Yeah, this is what we saw IG beat Liquid with. They went for the Night Stalker Lycan, and we've seen it, like you said, multiple times. Yeah, they did. They had very good execution. I like the Batrider up against the Lycan. In general, it's a very tough lane stage for Lycan to match up against the Batrider. He doesn't have many options. And I'm a little bit surprised, maybe not so much surprised, I'm just curious because Night Stalker is not one of the heroes that I'm used to seeing GH on, but I think he can perform on that hero as well.
He's played it a little bit this tournament, and it is a hero that he can be active and have an impact on, which I do like for him.
I mean, he has 9.8k MMR, right?
Yeah, he can.
Hopefully he can play this Night Stalker.
He can handle it. I think it's. Let's not worry about GH. GH is going to do GH things. I'm worried about the rest of Liquid.
No, I think like I said earlier, right, that maybe they've been drafting too much around GH, but the reason is like, you know, they've won these games where he's playing one of these heroes and he's just way too good on them.
How do you feel about the Lycan into the Witch Doctor? You know, Day 9 was talking about the Necronomicon making a comeback on this hero, but that cask, the paralyzing cask, stuns those summons for quite a long time.
Yeah.
It goes both the ways, though, I feel like. At some point, sometimes when you're this Lycan, you run up to a Witch Doctor and, you know, he disappears.
Yeah,
you know?
2 or 3 shots.
You've been there. You've been there. You know, Lycan in your
my
face.
positioning's usually pretty good. It doesn't happen to me.
Gotcha. I think it can go both ways. If the Witch Doctor, if you manage to get to some Ghost Scepter or something, it can be nice, but I think Secret are, they're investing in having good lanes, and I like this approach because I think that's what Team Liquid almost always does. I feel like Team Liquid, they rely a lot on having some quirky heroes that kind of put them ahead in the lane stage, and this allows them some time to get Miracle farm. And with this farm, they kind of take over the game.
This is also where Liquid has really done well in the group stage of this tournament, is this split push, summon style of Dota, and that's exactly what they're going to want here with the Night Stalker and the Lycan. Yeah, we see the bans from Secret, Puppey being so smart, banning out both Broodmother and Furion.
I mean, it's like Wisp, Caudle, and Broodmother are all three heroes that we've seen Team Liquid do amazing things with this tournament.
I think Puppey's done a great job this series adapting to his opponents, even yesterday as well in their match versus Execration. He really drafted, banned, and picked according to what his opponents liked, and that's a sign of a true drafter or a good drafter. And at TI, it's very, very important to play on your matchups. A lot of times, other tournaments throughout the year, you're very focused on yourself and building, and then the meta is always changing. But here at TI, you have this huge group stage to learn from, and you come into the main stage with your biggest guns.
He's had a few years of experience.
He's been around quite a while. It's not his first rodeo, that's for sure.
How long has Puppey been playing?
Dota 1? 10, 12 years?
15 years?
More than 12, I think.
Since it started, like he's played, and he's been at the top level.
Since the dawn of time.
Since the dawn of time, indeed.
Ice Frog crafted Puppey. Right when he created Dota All-Star.
I really think this Witch Doctor pick is interesting, because it seems like you pick it, and like these heroes are so good, this Night Stalker and Lycan, that they feel forced to pick him anyway.
I've seen this a couple times from, especially like VP, they first pick Witch Doctor or Ogre, very like neutral heroes that don't tell a lot about your draft, and then the second pick, Batrider, which is a hero we find this slot being picked in a lot with that 4th pick, and then because it leads you into 2 more bans, but they chose to ban out summon heroes rather than bat counters, so we see the Oracle come out for what I would assume would be Kuroki?
Yeah.
And that's Oracle's ultimate can dispel Lasso immediately and from a pretty long distance.
And also in the lane, the stickies, if they add up too much. So is that a position 4 slaughter them?
No, the thing they might do, like if the Liquid's draft keeps going like this, like every hero is extremely good against Batrider, they might just want to put it on Japsor.
I don't know if we've seen Yapsor play a Batrider. How many?
No, he did it once.
Yes?
It didn't go too well, but
They got a game to lose, right? You can risk it a little bit.
No, but the other thing, right, the standards, like if you have a Lycan and a Batrider, you kind of just want the Batrider to lean against the Lycan. But Oracle makes it a bit more complicated. I've seen Kesu do this before, though, so I think that's what they're going to do.
That's where I've seen Lycan struggle in this tournament is when he doesn't get a good start in the laning phase. He just doesn't have the same kind of impact. The other team builds up all these armor items and 4 staffs, and they ended up just kiting Lycan around for the little damage he's able to connect with.
The problem with the Lycan Oracle lane is that they can't really kill the Batrider, right? Like if the Batrider is up there alone, he's going to get a little bit of stuff, and you're trading 2 heroes for 1.
Is there any chance they put the Lycan in a different lane, say mid or something? Put that Snake Man up there, Venomancer?
Depends on the matchup.
Yeah, they have the last pick, right? Liquid? Yeah.
Yeah, last pick is going to go to Liquid here. Secret's got to pick 2 heroes.
Chaos, nice.
CK at Illusion Hero. I've seen Illusion Heroes do very, very well against Venomancer. He just doesn't have a lot of AoE other than his ultimate.
None of Team Liquid's heroes have very good AoE.
No,
it's the Venomancer ult, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you need the AoE stun, most of all. Like, if you slowly deal damage with a Poison Nova, you're all going to be dead.
Especially when CK gets up to having like a heart, like that Venomancer ult's just going to tickle him.
No, they don't have much lane push either, right? So they're going to have to fight. If they don't fight...
So far, we all kind of like where Secret are right now?
I don't feel too strongly about other side right now. I think Liquid's getting a little bit more back to their roots, which I like to see. Still not picking very many disables, though. 0 stuns so far, once again from Team Liquid, which, look over here, we have 4 stuns from Secret.
Yeah.
I think stuns are important.
I also do. I've always been a big advocate of stuns. It makes the game easier. Like, Dota is a hard game, and it's hard to play Dota with people, but when you can stun someone, they're standing still, and you can just attack them. You
got that cool little stun bar now. That's
chain stunning. Yeah,
like made our jobs way easier.
Yeah, and the way it pans out in pubs is that every single person on your team waits for that first bar to go, and they have 4 stuns stacked on the same person.
Yeah, it's, you know, at least you didn't stack them all at once.
I know, right? Now, Chaos Knight is a hero we saw OG do amazing things with yesterday, and Chaos Knight is also so hard to stop once he gets farmed up, but of course with no good cleave, with not a particularly good way to farm, he'll need to be participating in lots of those mid-game ganks and fights.
I just feel like, is this Venomancer?
Oh, it's going to be Venomancer offlane, actually.
Is this, yeah, because is this the hero you want to give Miracle on, like, potentially?
No.
Do you want to give him Venomancer? Doesn't feel like it, right?
Are you Dragon Knight here? How do you feel? They banned out Invoker, which we saw OG last night. I think they ran CK Slardar and Invoker, right?
I think it looks strong right now.
You like DK?
I think it looks strong. Potential, could be some, I don't know, Necrophos or something. I'm not sure how they would lane that, but...
Timbersaw banned, that makes you think they want to melee mid. Oh, Phantom.
Yes, a comfort hero.
More illusions.
More illusions and no AoE from...
No, it has to be Miracle, right?
Yeah, and he needs to be able to clear some AoE. Sven is banned out from...
Oh, they're fast, though. Here we go.
Oh, Alchemist.
Alchemist. That's something.
I've gone out on an Alchemist before, man.
They got their first stun of this series, yeah.
Well, at this point in time, Miracle is mid with Alchemist. Let's see if he can...
Here, Lumi, but for now, is there...
Like the panel suggested, think of Lena, something like that. I don't think it's going to be enough by herself to handle both Chaos Knight and PL. So they're saying, look, forget about the stuns. We're going to just beat you in a different avenue. And that different avenue is going super late with Alchemist. And hopefully they could dodge all of the ganks, all of the fights up to that point.
Is it a good Alk game? Like when you look at Alk, it's like how early can he farm? You know, is he going to be able to stay alive? Who can he give Aghanim Scepters to? Do you think this is a good Alk game?
No, I don't think it's a good Alk game because you got a lot of physical damage coming your way. However, you do have Oracle, which is one of the best Alchemist partners. You throw that false promise, you got a ton of heal just from the regen. It's not a good.
Let's see if Team Liquid can make it work. Backed against the wall. They got to take 2 here if they want to stay alive. Search for that.
So many storylines with these 2 teams.
I know. There's some. I think like the first big storyline for me is just these young guns that have taken their teams deep in this tournament. You know, we saw the profile of Miracle. He has been here before, but you've got GH, and of course I think for YapzOr, like his first
2 of the most talented
shot at TI, where he could potentially make a deep run with his team, and they have both had amazing tournaments up until this point.
YapzOr was saying at his winning interview yesterday, both him and Miracle from Jordan, after this game, perhaps after this series, one of them are going home, so representing the home country a little bit.
Good news for the Jordanian fans is one of them will be moving on, so they have someone to root for if they're very...
Yeah, he was saying, you know, he knows a lot of people from home will be watching this match, so it's...
A lot of people around the world are... I mean, that's just one storyline. You've, of course, got Puppy versus Kuro. Puppy draws first blood and gets that initial jab off, but we'll see if Kuro can respond here. Beyond that, I guess, Lumi, we're going to look at the lanes now. So it was a 5th pick PL. There isn't a whole lot of illusion clear. That's something the panel mentioned briefly. You talked about it not really being a good out game. Is it a good PL game?
For sure. You have no illusion clear. You could jump in and without... There's so few stuns. There's one stun to be exact on the side of like with that. You know, you could be very bold with the way that you play with your double ganger and things like that. So it's a great PL game.
So look at the way the lanes are being set up now. Secret are going to run the safe lane Bat Rider for KheZu. They go aggressive, dual, maybe tri-lane, depending on where YapzOr opts to spend his time. You know, YapzOr already creeping around near mid. He's got the boots. He has skilled up the crush. Does not seem like he's really going for a courier snipe here. More interested in the early harass. The game plan from Secret seems to be, don't let Miracle have a good time. And so far, well, it's certainly working in that regard. Already 2/3 of his health gone.
Yeah. Surprised there wasn't a Phantom Lance. I guess Midrun felt that he was going to be able to right-click for more damage.
Did skill the rush up early here, and they are going to rotate GH now as...
Yeah.
Of course, they do have a little bit of assist here.
Kuro needs to TP bottom as well. This lane is not going to be possible for a Lycan on zone. And something that panel touched on is that they haven't seen a Lycan do well on the lane stage. Don't go well for him.
Certainly tough to balance your resources and make sure both of them have a good start. And of course, the other nice thing, I guess, for Liquid, what might help salvage these lanes is that the Veno is a very difficult hero to pressure, even for a Bat Rider.
Yep.
You see this Veno playing rather aggressively early on. No points in the Plague Warp, but got to imagine it is coming soon. As Matumba Man in danger in the bottom lane, almost taking down to the Maldic. Forces up the and he will pop on that last tick.
Liquid, or level 1 Maledict is not something that does a ton, but they did a lot of damage onto him before that point, so.
That is costly, and I think even worse, Lumi, like we also see the TP coming in, so
lane switch.
He does, I guess, get the experience out of this Kuroki, but now opens up some opportunities elsewhere as they try to pressure KheZu in the top lane. The Bat Rider being harassed a bit, even for now at least, committing the Howl. And as you mentioned, it will be a full-on lane switch here. Mind Control is going to evacuate top.
But here's the thing, you're switching a Lycan into a Bat Rider lane. Like, is that any better?
That might even be worse, arguably.
Yeah, I mean, Bat Rider has the level advantage. Matumba Man doesn't even have boots, so if KheZu stacks like, let's say, 4 or 5 stacks onto Matumba Man, you could just run him down. They're actually going to dual lane up top here. They fire off the Gale, but the tower is smartly choosing to attack Mind Control, so they can't even dive him there either.
Genius now. KheZu, thanks you for your service. They start to descend up mid. They're looking for the miracle kill. Good Void comes out, keeping YapzOr out of range of Crush, but now the Lance follow-up. That should secure it with MP joining the party. Multiple core lanes, apparently the order of the day, as they are still dual laning top with Mind Control. Almost transitioning into that support role. Kuro's just being given the bottom lane solo. He says, I'm going to carry this one.
Oh, the 2 captain wants a true 1v1. Let's go. 5 position supports, last hitting. Get in there, boys.
The Kuro puppy fight. A thing of dreams. Only at TI7. Yeah. Only at TI7.
I mean, to be serious for a second, though, like, this is not the way that Team Liquid wants to have their lanes. They have a 1 and 3rd position player laning together at the top lane. Mind Control's playing the zoner here.
I don't think they're going to go with KheZu again. The pressure continues. He does have the Firefly, though. Do they actually want to dive for this? They try to take him now, force out that TP, and Puppy is here looking for the response. Lays him with the Maledict, but KheZu probably too low to chase this out. Lobs the Flame Break. Mind Control did stick up. Probably should be fine, but that Maledict packs a punch. Maybe not. One more hit.
Woo! Okay.
Panic TP. Didn't actually even get into the fountain there initially, but fortunately for him, he will survive. It's so uncommon to see 2 cores laning together that we just assumed it was a lane swap. Like, you really never see this in Dota nowadays.
Yeah, this shows that Team Liquid has really lost in terms of what they could be doing in the lanes. And I think Team Secret is just one step ahead. Like, look at this move by YapzOr. Like, he knows that, hey, stack is coming, he's going to block it. I feel like Team Secret is just one step ahead everywhere.
They are getting pretty heavily out-farmed as well with the cancel lane already at 20 CS. YapzOr is being pursued, though, as that first nighttime clicks in and perhaps, oh no, AVEXIR denying him the arcane rune. As he does get the crush off, still the pursuit. GH very committed, and he will get the kill. Salvaging the game, keeping Liquid in it for now. Try to batten down the hatches a bit here. The good news, Lumi, Miracle is farming well. All the crazy lane shenanigans we saw earlier, it has allowed him to just sit mid and hit creeps, and now he's getting a little assistance from GH as the Howl comes out, continues to pursue, and mid one looks to answer back a lot of damage with that first Spirit Lance. TPs are coming in, Puppey's gonna rotate. Even that is just opening up the other lanes. His first nighttime, getting Liquid back in the game.
Middle tower is
Before things get a little bit too crazy, I do want to mention that Liquid once again does have the combination of Night Stalker and Lycan. You can just turn into Night anytime you want with the darkness, and then of course it makes the Howl doubly effective during night. So a little bit of small something, but something that they have to count on.
Mind control, does fog them, at least for now, but AVEXIR on the case, gets off the crush. Kuro coming in, looking for the save, the Maledict's there, but it is already level 2. GH arriving as well, but he's running into 3. Not sure this is a fight he wants to take. In fact, AVEXIR was looking for the second kill. Crush was still going down, gets away to safety. Mid one continues to bully Miracle, who does not have his level 6 yet. Has to be careful he doesn't overplay his hand. Behind in the experience department as AVEXIR lurks, waiting for GH to come through, but actually Liquid have brought 3. He needs to get out of here. Gale comes in, and with that, Liquid score another kill, climbing back into this game. This nighttime has really salvaged things.
It has. And there's still 2 minutes left of it, so let's see if GH could do a little bit more.
Overall, for Secret, is this expected that you're going to struggle this first nighttime? Are you at all worried if they're them? Are there any adjustments they need to make in your eyes?
I feel like they played the first 4 minutes very well. I think they definitely got way more kills than they should have gotten with the kills that they have. Hold that thought here as Puppey will have to turn on the heal as he runs away from GH, but perhaps a bait. Flies over.
Flapping away, but the Maledict is going to take him down. And Puppey has been a force on this Witch Doctor, and he was a force in game 1.
Yeah, what a skill build coming out from the Witch Doctor as well. 2 points in Maledict, 1 point in Voodoo, and 1 point in Cast. This is definitely not the standard build, but hey, he's finding it, correct use for every single situation.
I mean, it is, but at the same time, like, the standard Lycan build is not to get the Wolves early. So, even if he needs the Cask later, he'll have time to go back for that.
Yep.
And Witch Doctor's heal and Cask are both pretty decent value points as far as they go. Like, just getting that stun in and of itself is a huge upgrade for the hero. And
sure.
The heal level 1 is quite strong.
Oh my god, this is a huge play by the Bat Rider. He's stealing the stack away from the Alchemist.
Bone 7 is smiling. This is a move.
This is what he does.
Dates back to him.
Yep. Oh, there you go. There goes that Alchemist stack. That's like 200 gold.
On mid. They want Miracle. Pull his Chemical Rage on cooldown, but in comes GH. Looking for the assist now. Puppey's the one who's run over. GH again making the right movements once more. GH trying to play the hero, and GH doesn't quite get mid one. Trying to pick
yet. One more hit.
GH is a goddamn hero. He scores the kill. He'll pay with his life, but will
okay.
Mind control though might have overextended. Indeed, he will. So the Venomancer drives by. He's gonna die in the lane. I mean, you can't ask for more from GH. This guy single-handedly dragging Liquid on his back into the game.
Yeah, and he has to do so because their lanes are just so bad the way that they were constructed. And they are in the game. Miracle does have the boots finished, upgraded, excuse me, going for the standard armlet. He's now going to go into the jungle and get the bad news that, hey, my camp's taken. Again, Team Secret, even though they give away a couple kills in the nighttime, I still feel like that was okay, especially the fact that Bat Rider took that stack away is what gives me the win for Team Secret.
Technically, Liquid, their first lead of the game. At least the first substantial tick towards one. They have completely erased that early Secret progress. But now we enter the next phase. It is, again, daytime. Secret can use this time to farm up. We're going to see MP building towards a fast armlet here on the Chaos Knight. As the mid one continues to pressure the mid lane. Has the Arcane Rune. So those very low cooldown spirits keep on getting pumped out. It's going to force GH to TP away. Not a scary creature at this time. The Secret looks to ramp up the push. Not the best pushing lineup, Lumi. That's something Secret really do struggle with outside of perhaps the Phantasm. But they have to get an overwhelming advantage to take these structures down.
Not a good pushing paper on lineup, but then what if like they just put illusions in front of your building? What is Team Liquid's answer? They don't really have one, so...
It's slow progress, but
it will eventually take down the building.
They do chip it down, only to half HP, but nonetheless, progress for them. As elsewhere, Liquid are using this time to farm out. Mind Control trying to get back in the game, only got 2k net worth. Venomancer, with all the rotations he had to make, is just maxing out the Plague Wards. We're not going to see the extra points in Gale and Sting we saw from the mid-Veno previously.
And I go for mid-1 on the mid lane, but again, there's so very little control for him. He just jumped away.
Now a smoke, Secret making their play. They want Matumba Man. Does have the shapeshift. They're going to have to change stun him. The lasso's available. They want the Wolf, and they'll get him, at least initially, pulling him up onto the high ground where Puppey is lurking with the Maledict. The crush comes through. Crow to the rescue, though. I don't think Matumba Man dies just yet, and now he chases forward. Wants a piece of Puppey, looking for vengeance. The Witch Doctor's overextended, but YapzOr trying to at least get the time up there. Not going to happen now. YapzOr on the run as well. They hound him. They pursue in force. A little bit too far. They are going to back away now, and on the chase is MP. Back the other direction we go. Ping-ponging onto Mind Control. The short duration stun, and now gets off the poison over the crush. Connects on only one. The Snake Man's down. Secret going to back away for now. But this is all buying time.
Yeah, this is a
Miracle is farming.
Very good fight for Team Liquid. You know, like you mentioned, Miracle hasn't even needed to join any single fights. I think Team Secret definitely overestimated what they could have done taking a fight at the enemy shrine. Great TP coming in from KuroGy tapping that shrine. And once that shrine is activated, that Maledict really doesn't do much of anything. So good 1-for-1 trade for Team Liquid. And checking on Miracle's farm, he's up to 1500 with Armlet and Treads upgraded. Hey, they might be actually able to do it.
And looking at the tower now, Glyph gets forced out. With darkness available, it is still daytime. Imagine Liquid might want to wait to fully contest this, but with the catapult, hell, they might try it now. Chemical Rage active. DD Rune can be popped. Last hit to Miracle. Give him almost 2,000 gold, halfway to the Relic.
Can he make it out, though?
But can he get away? It certainly seems that case. Okay. Who's the big boy now? Miracle just absolutely shreds him, and the chase goes forward, looking for more.
Well, I don't know if Miracle's going to pop off this game, but that's a good start, you know? Tower last hit.
Doing it during daytime as well. Secret just not respecting him.
Top lane looks like they're trying to make a dive for Matumba Man, but no blink just yet here on the Batrider.
Bottom tower.
KheZu did opt to go for the drums first. Flying out now. And mid-1 also rushing the Diffusal Blades. Not even going to upgrade the boots here. Go for any stat items outside the Aquila. Just get that Diffusal out as quickly as possible.
Moving on from this point in the game, I think Kuro's positioning in fights is going to determine whether Team Liquid has a chance or not in this game. He is public enemy #1. He's the one that's providing the spells as well as save for the rest of the team. And there's so many heroes that could easily get behind him. You know, of course, mid-1 with his Diffusal Blade, Chaos Knight with Reality Rift, as well as the Slaughter kind of just coming in the back line. So,
speaking of that Slaughter, again on the prowl here, has the phase boots picked up. Always a threat to flap over the trees. So when is Secret's next move? Is the Diffusal Blade the armlet at that point? Do you just go? Do you start taking those fights? Or?
I think you're waiting for the blinks from Slaughter or the Batrider.
Okay.
You really need a hard initiation to find the right target, whether that is KuroGy or somebody else, and go for the quick kill. I think if you're relying on Diffusal Blade or drums, that's not fast enough to get the right initiation off. And Liquid can come in, you know, whether via tower TPs or just good positioning of their own to kind of take a good fight. You don't want to fight into an Alchemist lineup when you don't have enough, because if you just die to an Alchemist lineup, you just give him more time to farm, and that's a recipe for disaster.
So Puppey does continue to just keep on maxing out this Maledict. Now level 3. Still only the 1 point in the cast, and could become very relevant here as Matumba Man is building towards the Necro Book. This has increasingly been the more popular build. We've seen a lot of players shying away more and more this tournament from the Armlet Mask of Madness. GH prowls the Dire Jungle. Looking for that next opening. Diffusal Blade is nigh. MP's Armlet only a few creeps away, so those two big early combat items from Secret about to come out. But Liquid, the ones on offense. Grouping up behind Miracle, they look for the Tier 1 top. With the tower falling, Radiance being nearly complete. That Tuffy in a bit of danger, lobs out the Maledict, but then gets silenced up and GH pursues onto the high ground. Really wants to force it, perhaps he's been baited in a bit too far. Cass coming out, Maledict ticking in, and will pay with his life.
Space created.
But space for the tower.
I mean, you just dove into a tier 3 for a 1-for-1 trade, and you got 2 teleports throw from a 4 position.
And you got the tower, you got the Radiance.
Give him that chat wheel, man. Space created. Well done. And he needs to do that. Space.
He's not. He lets us play, dude. That's all.
Well, Miracle has the Radiance online, 14 minutes and 30 seconds with treads upgraded as well as armlet. Not the best time ever, but very, very serviceable given how the laning stage went, right? Remember, you gotta keep in mind that Matumba Man got first blood at bottom, or he got killed bottom. They had to lane with a Veno for a while. That was just not a good start. They're still in the game.
Definitely not a part of the plan, but it's working out all the same for Liquid. However, the change-up could be upon us momentarily as they look for GH here. Amp damage coming through. Kezu, no blink though. Can't wrangle the vampire.
Kezu's not going for blink. He's going for a Yule Scepter. What do you make of that?
The Night Stalkers.
No. I mean, but you're a Bat Rider. Your job is to initiate. I guess he feels that, look, there is an Oracle on the other side. He gives respect to Kuro that he feels that he won't be able to get off very reliable initiation, that he just want to itemize in a different manner. But then you have a Bat Rider not at 100%.
The Slardar is about to get it. So YapzOr very close to his blink, and to be fair, like their lineup's good at chasing, right? With the PL, Fusel Blade, even Chaos Knight, a decent chaser.
I mean, you're just putting a lot of stock on that Slaughter being able to get that initiate off.
Well, they got the scan that might give them the opportunity here. At the same time, it's nighttime, and GH knows. He can see when Secret is creeping towards that ward. So Liquid constructing a fairly safe push here, flopping down the Serpent wards. And now Darkness falls. Do they miss?
Middle tower has fallen.
But thinking about it, Secret still want to hold this tower. They conga line through the trees. YapzOr in position for his blink debut. Can he sneak up? Kuro would be an ideal target. The smoke actually, I believe, just got a little too close to mind control Kuro across the tree line. Instantly, you see Liquid are confident to back away. They see no one farming elsewhere. PL still off in the jungle. BOT is coming next for mid 1, so Secret won't find their opening. At the same time, they do hold the tower.
How far do you think he'll need to be to take over this game? Yeah. Especially against CK, PL.
I mean, he has an Oracle behind him, right? And they do have like the Lycan Owl as well, so I think they have some ways to help him tank up.
So do you feel it's more about how the rest of his team play rather than, you know, how far he gets?
I think it's more about the Oracle.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of damage, right? They have amp damage, great against Alchemist, who has relatively
They're running a mid 1 up top here.
Armor, but here comes the chase. Onto mid 1, they want to kill up this PL. And
they will get it.
Huge pick off, no punish as Kezu just walks into the Necro army. YapzOr even trying to get his blink off, but constantly the minions are a problem. He's got to crush him back away.
Alchemist is joining the fight.
Though still get the jump onto GH, but Matumba Man wants to take this fight, not into that Maledict. That's
Miracle's coming in with their 1 stun. They're going to go on. Nice dodger by MP. They're going to try to walk it off. Miracle's chasing. He doesn't have his ultimate. They can turn on him right now.
Oh, good snare by Kuro, but now the death ward coming through. Kuro's down, and Liquid have to retreat. The stun lobbed out. God, if they had the PL, Secret would be diving so hard right now, but they just don't have the pursuit.
Matumba Man still standing in a very forward position. Kuro is out of the fight. They get picked off very fast, and that's the state of the game where you look like, you know, we just want to have more stuns, you know? How do you chase in a situation like that?
Just patiently, you know, I think you can be content with the PL kill.
Yeah.
You don't have to go for more at that point.
And I think they shouldn't have. As soon as they miss their stun, we're going to watch that one more time. They do go for the Night Stalker to start things off. And then you see the Alchemist coming down the river. The stun will miss. And right at that point, I think it was time to back off.
Yeah. By MP. Reality Rift does have a bit of like a cast animation compared to, say, a Manta.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, the Alchemist stun isn't, you know, the fastest traveling projectile. So.
Well, Yule's now complete. So while you might want to see a blink from Kezu, This could be a tool to keep that Oracle out of the fight as long as possible while they try and focus Miracle down. See how it pans out for Secret. Still though, feels like overall they're kind of playing Liquid's game, right? It's a good out game. There's some big Aghanims upgrades here. The Venomancer Ags upgrade is great. The Night Stalker one, fantastic. And
do you want to play that game right now on the main stage? Who do you want to give the Ags to first out of his allies? My vote is on the Night Stalker.
I definitely think you need a plus armor item. Like, you're not going to rush an Ag.
Oh, no, no way. Like, I'm talking about once he's comfortable with his item slot and he's feeling rich, start to throw out some Ags.
Yeah, I think so. I think Night Stalker is probably the ideal one. Just because against Batrider, the vision is so important. You cannot let him get the jump. Secret are smoked up, though. They haven't been particularly successful in these smokes, but they're going to try it again. Scouting out Matumba Man, but look at the positioning of Kuro Lumi, tucked in the trees, up above his core. Liquid are definitely anticipating Secret's movements well now. And they haven't been able to find that big fight. You know, the way their lineup works, they want to just catch a hero out and then keep on chasing everyone down with defusal charges, reality rips, the Batrider pursuit. But in fact, the charge going the other way. Mid one is being forced back. They got the armlet, they got the defusal, they got the Drumzules and the blink on the Slardar, and they're just not fighting.
They're definitely respecting the fact that there is quite a bit of vision on the side of Team Liquid.
Is there a way to deal with that for Secret? Like anything they can do to get vision back?
I mean, you could put down wards, but as soon as Night Stalker press darkness, you know, a lot of your vision is just gone. Mind Control could plop down his own wards as well, too, like that. Just give him a little bit of extra sight outside of the Roshan pit. They know Rosh is going on, but it's hard to initiate it. And this is a spot where you wish Batrider has a lasso, Blink lasso rather.
Well, they're trying to bring in the whole gang, but by the time they get to the pit, it's already too late. Instead, they're going to go in mid, blocking out GA, and a flirtative attack. He should die. No Curls there with the save, but a 3-hero front from Yepsor. A godly play by him. Still GH stays alive for a while, almost killing off Puppey, and now the chase is on. Liquid see an opening with that Venomancer all committed. MP dropping low. Do they drive forward? Mid one, kiting them from the side. However, he could get stunned here by the Alp. The crush comes through, looking for the save. And now, isolating Miracle, but he's just going to Manta and retreat. Still is the Aegis as well. Secret have to gang up here and try to rely on that Puppey heal to get them back towards safety. They do get the mid one kill in the end. Hang on, at least for now, to the Aegis.
Yeah, great trade here, if you ask me, for Team Liquid. Got the enemy core, you lost 2 supports, whatever. Miracle didn't die, he has
want to go back in. Secret are thinking about it. They don't have the lasso. Who do they jump on first? In the back lines, it's Mind Control. Without the Poison Nova, he should be an easy kill, but Miracle's there to the rescue. Bails his buddy out, keeps him alive, and forces Secret on their heels. Do they have a stun? The Void's cooling down. Oh, almost got it. GH. Mid-cast animation. So 2 cores now down for Secret.
Another kill given to Liquid for free, basically, and they're going to lose buildings from it. If you fight into an Alchemist, you better be damn sure that you have enough to take him down, or take his team down. And Team Secret had neither. Miracle, as soon as he pops that ultimate, they were able to take down the tier 2 and just start to farm off the enemy jungle. I think Liquid have just stabilized. I think they might have able to recover from this game 2 situation. I mean, they're up 7K, and that might seem like a lot, but let me remind you of game 2 of, you know, the Liquid's last series, where there was an enemy Alchemist on the other side. They were up like 10, 15K, and Liquid eventually came back, but I think they have stabilized.
Oh, they find Kezu now with the Void coming through. He goes for the Yules, but quickly getting purged off. Down he goes. Kuro on point. And Secret on the run, continually being picked off. The Wolves are scouting. Matumba Man knows there's additional heroes lurking here. He sounds the cry to chase forward. The BOT plays for Miracle, locking onto MP, looking to finish off the Chaos Knight. Liquid are going to get another. All of a sudden, 12-12, but that does not tell the story of this game.
No, it does not.
The rating career at least sniped something for mid one, a small consolation prize, but the real victory is all Liquid's right now, as they continue to scratch and claw, try to force that game 3. They're definitely well back into this one. It's just crazy to think how it started. Puppey was walking around freely as a Witch Doctor, racking up kills. You had a dual lane Veno Lycan that was still almost losing, it felt like, to a Batrider.
I mean, I think
things have changed.
I think one of the key points to point out given how the game state is going, is that, yes, Team Secret was ahead for the laning stage, but they didn't really have heroes that could get further ahead. Like, sure, you did well in the lanes, but you weren't pushing towers, right?
They don't have like an anti-mage with the Battle Fury, an Alchemist with a Radiance, and they didn't have, you know, they didn't have to blink on the Batrider to even set up those kills, so they gave Liquid a little breathing room. And
I'm thinking more heroes like Pugna, right? Like, if you get well in the laning stage, you start blasting towers, you start constricting what Liquid could do, where they could farm. But they couldn't. I mean, eventually, sure, you have illusion heroes. Eventually, you can push tower, but that's eventually. That will take too long, and it did take too long. Liquid has had more than enough time. Unless Miracle makes some sort of big misplay, I think if he plays safe, this could be Liquid's game.
All does hang in the balance. Their TI is very much on the line. They leave him mid for now, but the BOTs can bring him to join the team. And Liquid commence their push, a little chip damage on bottom, taking a couple hundred points of health away from that tower. Still the tier 1 remains top, something that Secret would sure love to eradicate.
But they're gonna lose a tier 2. Also, when I say Miracle needs to, play good, same thing with Kuro. I'm kind of counting them as a joint unit at this point.
Bottom tower has fallen.
False promise for your Alchemist. That's the combo. There we go. High ground siege.
Pass comes a bouncing. Puppey trying to slow this down, but Miracle is undaunted up front. At least for now, the Necro Book gets forced away, but already this tower has taken a heavy punishment. 900 health gone. Still the tier 1 health holds top, and now they chase after mid 1. Matumba Man sicking his minions on the PL and force him back, as meanwhile these Alkalusions quite
bottom tower won't last
infestation on the Secret side of the map, and they look perhaps a little more. Alk stun lobbed out.
Very composed push. I think a lot of teams would have seen, hey, we're up on the high ground, we got the Lycan O, we got the Wolves, we got the Summon, let's just take the tier 3, but Team Liquid, recognizing that the enemy shrine is still up, they could be very liable to get backstabbed. Last time it was the Absol getting at, what, a 3-man Slithering Crush? That could just, end their lead. So playing it very safe. Miracle does get the corrosive pace on him, but he could easily dispel that with a Mantis out. He'll probably do so soon.
So Secret identifying that they need 2 BKBs here. Mid 1 is going for 1 simultaneously. We do see MP has just completed his, just got the gold now. So they're going to go for another timing with the BKBs, look to really take the fight to Liquid. Do you think they'll be able to fight into Liquid with these, or are they still lacking?
To me, it isn't about the BKBs. Don't get me wrong, the BKB is going to be nice. Like, it's going to prevent the stuns from coming out. It's going to make heroes like Night Stalker as well as Venomancer somewhat ineffective. But to me, the ultimate thing is, are you finding Kuro? Can you kill him before he lets off his spells? Because once you kill him, then you have, real methods to control Alchemist.
But they don't have the vision, right? Like, you've got on the side of Liquid, you have a Night Stalker and the Wolves constantly scouting, giving you information. Like, where's the vision for Secret? It's maybe an Amplify Damage or Corrosive Haze here or there, an Illusion scouting in the woods. Like,
yeah.
They don't have a great vision.
I mean, they have Batrider, it'll help a little bit. But I think this is where Shadowblade helps, from heroes like Slaughter or even the Bat. No-Tail has been a big fan of getting Blink Dagger on the Chaos Knight, where you could, use for just your hero and also kind of pull your illusions into the fight if you want. Maybe that's something MP will consider, but it looks like he's going to just bulk up. He's going to go for the AC.
He's bulking up. Miracle is already swole. Banging away at this tier 2 top. Shiva's Guard complete. Octarine on the way. Alk at 22k net worth. All the problems he had early, they feel long gone. Liquid are now about to siege. Grouping up top, shoving that lane in. Roche could be up soon, so they don't want to do it just yet. And Matumba Man's going to sprint to bottom, or at least thinks about it. 6th the Necro Book inside this dire base, all the way to the tiers. Going to tower.
Yeah.
For now, at least, there was a moment of backdoor, but that is gone. And now, tower nearly down. If they kill this off, the Shrine's going to be
one more hit.
One more hit. He does it. Oh, that is huge.
Yep.
Shrines have been opened up. Instantly, GH is onto it.
But they might get backstabbed. Here comes Team Secret.
Secret could have found their opening here. The crush to start. Can they catch up? Of all heroes, they catch up Kuro. That's really bad for Liquid. They need to retreat. Get out quickly. GH. Oh, looking for the Corrosive Haze there, but he somehow manages to
link in 1 second.
Flame Break coming through is going to connect. He makes it back to safety. If it's only Kuro, not the end of the world.
Yeah, the lanes are way too pushed. Look at Mind Control's position. He's like, hey, I see Kuro gain jump. I'm going to just push top. Now you have to respond to that. As you're responding to that, our other lanes are going to get pushed out. Team Secret says this is our small opening to get the mid-wave push in, and maybe look for a little bit more.
AVEXIR still hunting, diving after the Night Stalker at nighttime. That is a tall order. Meanwhile, you see Mind Control infesting this top lane, just constantly shoving it in, trying to draw some heroes back, at which point his team can go and try to deal with some shrines. So the BKBs are complete now. Under Secret get their next fight. They're not itemizing to play greedy. They're not trying to really itemize to just farm their way back into this. That's never the ideal scenario against an Alex to try and play his game, but continue to slip behind the longer that clock runs. Now MP getting caught out here, silenced up. KINGSTON coming through. It's not the longest duration. The Shiva's connected as well, but he gets back to safety. Now it's Puppey who's caught out. Do they turn? Do they fight? When will Secret make their stand? It's not now. Puppey's down. MP hesitates, blows the BKB, still goes down, and it's off to the races. Matumba Man charging in. They can descend on this tower, and a flurry of auto attacks look to bring him down. They force mid one on his heels. Liquid turn back for objectives now. Focus, eyes on the prize. Single-minded. They just want these towers. They want the racks. They don't care about Secret's heroes. It's an even game in kills, but that's not Dota. Dota is a game of buildings, and that's exactly what Liquid are taking down. Melee racks have fallen. They want more. Looking for the range. They still stick around. They're not even hesitating for the time being. The range will drop, and still no sign of answer.
They could maybe get Matumba Man on the way out, but I think they're happy to sacrifice him. No, they're going to leave it.
Lasso still available, but Kuro just sits back waiting with the false promise. He's going to get Yules, and now the lasso comes through, but Kuro purchases off anyway. Matumba Man going to be able to walk away freely. Maybe GH doesn't even go down here. Secret are committing their BKBs, potentially their lives, to this hold, and it seems like they're losing. They even shrine up, but the KINGSTON comes through. Miracle on the onslaught here, charging forward, forcing Secret back. Mid one wants to fight. Still, BKBs have been expended. Is this really their time? But Matumba Man's at full HP right now. The Lance comes through. I think Liquid are content to back away, but they need that shapeshift. They're still trying to kill him finally. He'll get that kill, but doesn't really feel like it matters. Buildings have fallen, heroes have died. Long duration BKBs expended. Roche is about to respawn. I don't know that Secret are in position to contest it, Lumi.
Yeah, I feel like Team Liquid gave away a little bit too much there. There was no reason to, if GH dies, you know, whatever. We're gonna watch the team fight one more time. I believe this is just gonna be the first half of the team fight where Team Liquid feels like they're strong enough and they're gonna just run at them. There is no response whatsoever from Team Liquid. Sorry, Team Secret. Team Secret play much better when they're the one that's initiating with the Bat Rider, with the Slaughter. That was just Liquid flexing. They're going in. Not much of Secret.
I mean, you can see the idea there for the Bat Rider, Kezu. Yules up the Oracle and then just go on somebody. But the range is long enough with the Aether Lens that Kuroki can still easily just purge that lasso off.
Had they done that like maybe 10 minutes earlier, that would have been a good plan. But sure, you Yules up the Oracle, but you're not killing people fast enough before he comes down.
That is the other thing.
Yeah, like what is your burst damage on the side of Team Secret? I guess the Chaos Knight.
It's a reality room.
Yeah,
that's basically it.
You know, he was struggling to get into the right position at team fight as well.
So Liquid get one. Now they want the Roche. Bottom lane, remember, is exposed. Mid lane, still the tier 3 stands. It's going to be a tough siege for Secret to stop here, Lumi. Especially if an Agent Cheese is a part of it. But really, how does Secret get near the pit? They got to worry about these lanes pushing in. There's a Night Stalker running around with a gem, flying out momentarily. They already seem to have trouble initiating trouble with vision. Troubles will continue to increase.
Yeah, they even feel confident enough to not give Miracle the Aegis. They put it on Matumba Man. This is generally a bad sign for the other team. Now there is 2 hyper cores that you have to deal with. There's still Kuroki with his false promise on the backline that you have to kill before. And Kuro's got a Aether Lens, so he can stay even further away in a better position. This might be checkmate for Team Secret. It feels like it's already checkmate.
They're going to try, though. Secret moving out. They do have their BKBs double damage and bottled up by mid one. This could be big.
Darkness ends.
Darkness ends, and maybe the opening comes away. AVEXIR, though, crushing onto the Oracle. That's probably the ideal target. Now the lasso comes through on him. Mid one can commit. They drag him up, roast him in the flames, and Matumba Man gets aggressive. He fights into this. Miracle joins the fray. They're going to back up their friend here. Still, that Oracle is alive through it all. Kuro survives. Secret are not getting kills with these BKBs. Finally, the Oracle will drop. The Lycan also brought down, but round 2 is much more painful. Miracle still full HP, fighting forward is the Lycan. Liquid win the fight. 3-fall, they push in.
Dyer's bottom.
Well, they got the initiation they were looking for. Unfortunately, they didn't get the kill quickly enough. And meanwhile, Liquid.
Boy, Miracle, the cojones on this one. Here comes the rapier. That is going to be huge for taking down these structures, but it's the kills that Miracle seems to want. He's diving from P. He's diving with the rapier. What's he doing? He has no fear. Kester just runs away.
I think they were ahead enough, or even if he had lost the rapier, it would have been fine. So this is more like, hey, we're winning this game so hard. I'm not even worried about giving a rapier away. We're going to finish the game right now.
Yeah, out comes the Gale. Miracle finally using that rapier for its proper purpose, which is to bring down buildings. They crush him. They can't control him, though. Liquid, Mega Creeps await. Game 3 awaits. Secret cannot close them out.
All the GG.
What a shaky start, Lumi. That looked real dicey. Talk about composure. You're down 0-1. You're on the verge of elimination. Your lanes really go awry, and they somehow just stayed calm under pressure. I mean, people look at Kuroki. We've seen him cast before, and he is a very calm guy, and I think that calmness really paid off here for the team.
As much as Team Secret won Game 1 off of Puppy's play with his Spare Breaker, I felt like 4 picks into the Game 2, the panel was like, what do you do against this Chaos Knight? What do you do against PL? And Kuro has the balls to pick an Alchemist, which traditionally on paper isn't a good pick against those heroes, but they were able to play around it through some awkward lanes, awkward ganks, but they played it better. I mean, that first rotation into the jungle where Team Secret fought next to the shrines, remember that where Kuro TB'd in, tapped the shrine, made sure they saved Matumba Man, and throughout that 2 minutes of fighting, Miracle got free farm. I think that might have been like the big turn of the game.
Well, poised under pressure here, Liquid, they force us to go the distance. Game 3 awaits.
Miracle, of course, we've been looking for a game where he goes off and indeed buying the rapier at the end, letting us know he was there to close out and had no fear. Team Liquid ties it up 1-1. And I want to talk a little bit about how Team Liquid was able to stabilize after the early game. Walk me through it a little bit.
Well, you just, with an Alchemist, it's, you know, sometimes the laning phase doesn't go exactly as planned, but you get to like level 5 on Alch, you start spamming acid spray on the waves, then you retreat to the jungle, and all of a sudden you have a Radiance, and you know, you're 20k net worth ahead of your next opponent. So Alchemist, a great last pick. We've seen it a couple times this tournament, having success here as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of timings where the game slows down, right? When it's nighttime, it's pretty hard for Secret to move around. They don't feel that comfortable. And the Venomancer was feeding, but like he keeps getting levels, right? And then he'll have these level 4 Plague Wards, and sure, you kill him, but like it doesn't lead to anything. The wave will die to his wards, and you have to back off and heal. And the Alchemist farms.
I thought this draft was a lot more Team Liquid than their previous drafts, at least we've seen here on the main stage. They got the Lycan from Matumba Man, Miracle on a hero that he can carry, and they finally picked a stun, and hey, they found results. Game 3.
It's all it takes, 1 stun, too easy, huh?
I mean, that CK, it felt like he didn't really have a place. At least I thought after that peel pick, those 2 heroes kind of, it felt like it forced CK into a position where he had to run around on the map and try to make moves and get kills because he was that stun. But he was not able to do so most of the time. We saw him run around when he was level 2 going to mid, and I felt a bit like he needed to be farming a bit more. He needed to be bigger in order for this CK with, once you reach heart or once you read a couple items on the CK, the illusions are a very big problem, but he kind of never got there because he had to run around on the map.
They didn't really have any synergy between Chaos Knight and CK. Sometimes we see CK get away with being the #2 net worth hero on his team behind somebody like an Invoker from like what we've seen from OG, but CK and PL don't really work too well together, and generally like in a lineup like that, you would want to see CK and PL at the top of the net worth for your team, but they just weren't there. There wasn't enough space.
Yeah, I mean, it was really shocking to see how quickly CK actually wound up falling in a few of those fights. I mean, especially when Alchemist got the double damage runes and it was what, 3-shot, 4-shot? And I mean, I know double damage runes help a lot, but he had way less farm and way less levels than I would have expected at that point in the game.
They were also really, really tanky. And not only did they have Kuroki and Oracle to back them up, but the amplified damage from Slardar was constantly dispelled by Oracle's I don't know, Q spell? I don't know what you call it. But you know,
Fortune's end.
The red laser thing that flies out.
Just mix some words together that have to do with fate and destiny and all that good stuff.
Fire.
Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. But yeah, kept dispelling Amplify Magic throughout the whole game, and Slardar was kind of a useless pick at that point.
Yeah. No, like the way they have to win this is like they have to play so fast. Like they have to kind of move at level 2 with CK, probably a bit later, and then they have to dive the tower. And when they Liquid TP in, they have to kill them again and again. And hopefully they get the tower. I don't know really how they get it, but they get it.
Yeah.
And then you know, like
the farm though, don't you think so?
He has to get farm through kills. Like I think that's how it had to work.
And indeed, Chaos Knight was unable to really get that much stuff going. Purge, talk to us a little bit about what you thought about the early game, the mid game, what Secret needed to do, or how Team Liquid was able to crush.
Well, I can cover some of that stuff. I'm actually really glad you guys are talking about Chaos Knight, because I've been thinking about the hero a lot, and I'm just not quite sold on him yet. He has a lot of great benefits, such as great base stats. His level 1 stun does a lot of damage, has pretty good stun duration, and they used it really well this game to actually pressure the Lycan almost at the start of the game. Boom, he loses half of his HP. He's having trouble laning here. They even did this again a little bit later. This is the first blood, actually, where they're able to move forward, use Maledict, and follow it up with a Chaos Knight stun to actually pressure the lanes well. That part about Chaos Knight is very good once he has a little bit of mana regen, that kind of stuff. Does end up dying over here. But what he ends up doing afterwards, and I've seen a lot of teams do this, I know you guys were talking about you didn't like that he had to be the person to move across the map. I feel like this is the only way the teams feel he actually works as a hero right now, because this is consistently what players do with Chaos Knight. They move across the map, they try to contribute with these early kills, and he is actually very good with that. With Reality Rift, you can pull somebody out of position. It basically gives you a really early Blink Dagger just by having some levels and some farm, and then immediately afterwards runs all the way back to his lane, kind of role-playing the Chaos Knight sort of thing. So he can initiate ganks, and he does help your team with early fights, but I personally don't think he can farm very fast, and I'm sure you guys would agree with me on that one. He doesn't do better than an Alchemist. He doesn't do better than most carries just sitting in his lane, so he has to do this kind of rotation thing. And it works really well because, again, he can always have he can turn his rotations into a gank every single time that he has mana. And he doesn't take a whole lot of mana to actually attempt these kinds of little ganks. But in the late game scenarios, he just has a lot of troubles. He's all about his ultimate, basically, and getting a lot of value out of strength. And he just can't compete with the other carries. So he has to get way ahead or ensure that they don't have illusion counters. Otherwise, Chaos Knight kind of falls flat. But they did a pretty good job in the early game. Just doesn't always go to the end.
And I'm curious, Kevin, in terms of Chaos Knight, you spoke about the idea that you're not really feeling him too much right now. Is it that there were heroes that were needed to set up for him better, or just that in general he doesn't seem to follow through?
He's got the setup. That's the thing, but he can't just fall back and continue to gain farm at a really fast rate. There's a lot of heroes that do that far better than he does. So yes, he gets all these early kills and things like that, but I feel like once there's a lot of damage over time skills, he has a lot of trouble re-engaging. He's weak to stuns. There's just like a big plethora of things that he's weak against. And if they have AoE at all, I feel like he's kind of worthless at some stage because he won't be overfarmed and he will be cleared by those. So it's a hard problem to solve.
A couple times that I've seen CK be successful is he did stay in lane and he farmed a Midas. And with that Midas, he was able to keep up with the rest of the other carries in the game. But with the early movements, he was committed to this roaming style, and he got a couple kills. It's, you know, Alchemist is tough, man. You got to be on top of it.
Yeah, you really need that farm. I was also considering if he actually has to go kind of in the lane, farm a Midas, and then just try to keep farming. But I think that was the problem with their PO pick, is that this PO pick forced them a bit, because PO doesn't like sitting in a mid lane against Alchemist. He just gets Essus Spray, and then he kind of eventually has to run away. The Alchemist will free farm, and so you saw that they were forced to make a few rotations towards this mid lane to kind of help out. And I think this led to CK not being able to just sit in a lane and farm. And ultimately, I think that led to them not being able to kind of fight Liquid's lineup.
One thing that's notable to me about the last two games compared to each other is, you know, we're talking a lot about the CK pick wasn't quite feeling as strong. I was talking the previous game about the Bahasa pick not being as strong, except this game looked close for a little while. It looked like Secret had quite a few more opportunities, but Team Liquid got along pretty hard in game one. And now that we're going into game three, who do you feel like has the momentum going into the match?
I feel like Liquid's a little bit back to their normal selves. I think they finally identified, hey, you know, this kind of works. Let's let Miracle carry us, and let's make space for him.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who ends up with first pick.
First pick has lost both games now.
Yeah.
So that last pick being really clutch for both teams.
Like I wonder, you know, the Caudle is there. Do they want to first pick Caudle again? I think they I think they'll go for these Night Stalkers and the more common meta heroes for this TI.
Maybe the team who wins the coin toss takes second pick?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Get that last pick?
Yeah.
This could be an option as well.
No, because Liquid should know that. Yeah, they should know by now that Secret, they're not too scared of throwing around their lanes, right? Like they'll lane in any way they can.
I have to tell you, there was a bug. I wasn't just swimming towards the camera. You know, I do want to ask a little bit about, in terms of, you know, GH, we saw there's quite a big contrast in terms of their picking styles, you know, trying to set up the coddle or trying to set up something for GH in game one compared to just going, oh, you know what? We're just going to do the stuff that everyone else has been doing really successfully. We're just going to go Night Stalker light. I mean,
I think it's important to put him on a hero that he can have an impact on throughout the entire game. And Night Stalker is one of those heroes. He played it well. It's, you know, it's when you put him on a hero that he can't impact on, or you put him in a position where he can't have a huge influence on the game, is where Liquid gets into trouble. He's a huge part of their direction. His forward positions have been for their teams at this tournament.
How does Secret get into trouble in this last game? What does Secret need to avoid in order to get the win?
I think they need to make sure that their lanes are not that weak. They need to have some sort of way of either taking towers or going a little bit late, but just make sure that they're doing quite well in the lanes. And I also think that they should make sure that mid one kind of has a good game, because I feel like both mid one and Miracle, I mean, yeah, there are the mid players, but both of them, I feel like both these teams rely quite a lot on these two players to kind of carry them forward into the late game and mid game.
Both Secret and Liquid have used their last picks. First game on Drow for mid one, second game Alchemist for Miracle. And these heroes have been huge deciding factors in both of the games.
Is this just due to the meta that the last pick is that significant? Is it they're setting their lineups this way? Is it that if you're drafting, you always want last pick?
It's like that for some teams, but it's not like that for everyone. We've seen like Nuvi and EG, for example, draft a little bit more ambiguous, where when the draft phase ends, you know, it's not always Sumail on Alchemist. It's not always Sumail on Earthshaker. Sometimes it's Sumail and Mirana, sometimes it's Universal Mirana, and they'll switch it up so that way they get good lane matchups, and that way they can win in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's a really huge thing that we haven't really seen as much in many of the games today. A lot of it has just been, oh yes, you can clearly see who the mid, who the carry.
I think that last round, swapping your heroes around, kind of gives you back that advantage from not having last pick.
And also the first game, they picked this Ursa fourth pick, right? Like fourth pick is basically the strongest pick, or when your first pick. And that pick made
it strongest. What do you mean by that?
No, like that's basically like you're basically picking two heroes in a row, right? You're picking your fourth and your fifth hero, and so like your draft is finished, and you see four of their heroes, so you should be able to, like,
that's the most information you're going to have to work with.
That is the most telling pick.
So you see those four heroes, and you say, okay, we're going to pick these two. Which one might they ban? Let's pick that guy first.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, like, let me explain to you how I draft, okay? Here's what I do.
You're a drafter now.
Yeah,
What is your experience?
Let me walk you through it. So, step one, Purge says, I need you to try to play Bounty Hunter. And I go, okay. Step two, first pick Bounty Hunter. That's it. That's how I draft, right? That's how I do games in pub matches, right? I just want to play my hero. I get in there. I do it. I have so few opportunities. It's just, you know.
It's a great way to challenge yourself. That's something that, you know, we actually used to do on EG as well. So you're on the right track. You go into a day and you say, hey, today I want to practice Bounty Hunter. Or I want us to practice Bounty Hunter. So you first pick Bounty Hunter. You either learn how to play with it, or you learn how the other team beats you with it.
Yeah, no, I feel like it is so important to know the strengths of a hero just as it is to know the weaknesses, to feel how much it hurts.
Yeah, we called it Bounty Hunter Day. Great.
Well, I've just gotten word that players are in the game. The lobby has started, so it's time for the final match of Series 3 at today's Inter.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
Get to get him.
they see a Necrophos kind of early, so they need to think. I was thinking along something like they're gonna run on the stage, maybe they can go for some kind of AM or something similar.
Do you like diffusal carriers versus Necro?
Yeah, I think it's like TA is also, it's weird, but I think in general TA is a pretty good hero versus Necro.
The Dire get a ban.
But like you have the third pick right here. Do you want to pick Templar Assassin here? Like, I don't think you do.
Definitely not.
And this Necro can appear in any lane, so.
Yeah, I don't mind Weaver. I think not only does Weaver he can go Diffusal, but he can also go Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah.
Protect us in that big bad sight.
10 seconds.
We also see Bristleback banned straight up as
Radiant's turn to ban.
I mean, you've talked about Keeper Bristle being a strong pair, but
Mind Control's been dominating on that hero this turn.
yeah, I was gonna say, but do you feel like this is a necessary ban?
Well, you know, it's not really up to me. I feel like if Puppy wants to ban it, then I think you should ban it.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
Like this is their counter to this stuff too. Like every Caudal dual lane, they want Necrophos.
5 seconds remaining.
This is what they.
So without Bristleback, what do you look to lane with Caudal, or do you just throw him in the safe lane?
I feel like GH kind of just plays that Caudal no matter what, right?
Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't. I agree that you kind of want to play around something, right, with this Caudal to some extent. You want to have a purpose in there.
Dire's ban now.
You play a little bit of Caudal. Is there any matchups that you like or combinations?
Radiant's
I
turn
used
to pick.
Like the classics are like Phantom Lancer, and then you have these Timber Saws, and then you can go even for the Axes and Slaughters, you know, so they have double stun or double call. But I don't think I've seen Liquid do that. They more play for the axe, right? Like he farms a pretty fast axe and then they push together.
Yeah, they hit a timing.
10 seconds.
What are heroes that you don't like playing against as a Caudal?
5 seconds. What'll it be?
It can be pretty rough, but you can handle that. It's like these Nyxes, these carries that can run up on you. Like Weaver would be annoying.
What do you feel about Storm? Do you think that
Storm can be pretty obnoxious. But like if they want to push, like especially like how he's pretty good at farming, right? Like he'll be pretty farmed. The Storm won't really kill you for a long while. Like, you have Axe go Scepter, it's daytime, you're pushing, the Storm jumps in.
I think Caudal would hit that Axe timing well before Storm got.
Dire's turn. I speak for the trees.
Got a Furion pick up here. That's, you know, I could look at that as a deny pick almost. That's, you know, one of my favorite heroes from Mind Control and Team Liquid.
Yeah, I could see that too. They like running this kind of, when they have Chocolate and they have Chocolate, it's very hard to play against that. They can be everywhere on the map.
All the time.
5 seconds remaining.
It won them a lot of games.
Has it won them a lot of games in the group stages?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Teams will go up against Liquid and they'll be split pushed by Lycans, Broodmothers, Furions, Caudal, Wisp. This global presence kind of team that Liquid has brought time and time again has presented a ton of trouble for.
Radiant's
playing
turn
up against
to
them.
pick.
That's why they were one of the favorites coming into this tournament.
Now this is a third pick I would love some clarity on. Obviously, Witch Doctor is really nice to have in lane. It's great at babysitting.
I feel like it looks a lot like push. I mean, we have the Witch Doctor with the heal. They're gonna have that call for the axe.
10 seconds.
During daytime, we've seen Liquid. They really like doing this. They really
5
like taking
seconds
advantage of the
remaining.
daytime heal from the axe. So they have a lot of heal, like, and Necrophos as well. So I think they're gonna go for this.
This is the
20-minute.
This is the core AA game, man.
Yeah, maybe. They have very static lanes.
Three healers.
AA is.
Oh, it's banned. Oh no! All right, my bad. I was getting all excited.
I mean, does Team Liquid now need just damage in a front line to absorb?
Dire's turn to
a little bit of front line, but yeah.
You have Furion who's gonna be split pushing, Rubik who can clear waves, and then you have Queen of Pain who's, you know, very mobile.
I just think they have to think, like, they can't be greedy. That's how they have to think. Like, if you look at this lineup, they can only fight, and they're gonna be diving you early with Secret. Like, you have to survive the lanes here.
10
they just have to do anything to survive.
What kind of carry do you think you goes for it?
Like, they want to pick low
5 seconds remaining.
But that might be, I don't know. greedy.
We used to see Witch Doctor, or at least I used to pick Witch Doctor a little bit against Furion, because you can cast the Treants as they come in to mess with your waves, but Furions mostly just keep their Treants in lane with them nowadays. But you can easily kill the Treants and deal with Furion's off-lane presence.
It's just wherever, like the Spirit Breaker is going to charge,
turn to bat.
Legion Commander rotates. You're going to be like 3-4 heroes every time you dive a tower, like at 4 to 8 minutes.
More heal, right? Press the attack. More heal. A 4th healer.
And also catch,
Yes, you can remove some silences from Necrophos if he gets orchided. Potentially some disables from Spirit Breaker.
I mean, they still needed something that hit the buildings, right?
Oh,
5 seconds
I think they have, like, the amount of sustain they have, the buildings will eventually fall.
Now.
Okay, like, they can stay in front of those towers forever during daytime.
Spend ban. We're looking at an illusion hero for Team Secret. Perhaps that, I don't know, they have LC. What are we thinking about this Sven ban? They definitely need some physical damage.
I mean, maybe the Sven is just, it's a tower hitter, and he gives armor, and it would just be very hard to stop this Sven. Like the Coddle Witch Doctor Sven.
5 seconds. What'll it be?
Pull out the Drown Ranger again?
It's banned.
Oh, it's banned. All right.
It's a big screen. We got a lot to look at here. But banning Sven removes the option for Warcry, which is a huge armor bonus for their team. I think physical damage makes a lot of sense for Secret here. They have the last pick though, so they'll get to see what hero Miracle decides to take up. He could play Necrophos. I would not recommend that though. I think Miracle is best suited on a different hero.
I'm definitely inclined to agree. I think it's going to be a Matomba Man Necrophos. I also think he's the one who plays that hero almost exclusively on that team. And Mind Control I expect to play Legion.
Okay. Team Liquid really taking their time. The last ban,
Well, this ban's tough because you pick a hero and then you need to ban a hero that you think is good against the hero that you're picking.
One of the teams are, you know, it's the last game for one of them, so.
And they went aggro last time.
Great analysis, Pycat.
Thanks.
You're really on top of it.
Oh, they're going to take their time, right?
I've been impressed.
They're not going to rush it.
You're killing it on the panel.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, Team Secret's lineup is a really intimidating one to be up against, especially with the instant
Dyer's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick.
Oh, Warlord.
That is not that disgusting creature.
Well, they definitely have someone who can take down towers now.
They do. They can group up and they can definitely siege, have that Coddle heals, Witch Doctor heals, Legion Commander back to press the attack, and just watch Troll smack at those towers.
And they have some scary timings, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Whatever daytime when he gets his axe, like the amount of heal they have.
I'm worried.
Like look at this damage.
How is Bop gonna have an impact?
Choose your hero.
Damn. Wow, that is unexpected.
Yeah, they are gonna.
Is he gonna come online early enough? Are they gonna go aggro? Is that the play here?
They better win the early game, or else I feel like they're gonna be in some major trouble.
Well, we've yet to see Luna in yesterday's or today's games. Very intimidating hero, especially given those Mask of Madness builds giving a lot of fun. Let's throw it on down to the casters for the final game of Team Liquid versus Team Secret.
It all comes down to this. Liquid, Secret, Game 3, and Luna comes out. Lumi, are you surprised?
A little bit, but at the same time, a very powerful mid-game fighting tool, right? That's one of the strengths of Luna. You get that level 6, you see some sort of action going in the jungle or at the shrine, you pour in there and you just turn a fight. I think Team Secret, their goal is definitely going to be winning the lane stage. You got both Spirit Breaker as well as the Yapzor Rubik. They are so mobile across the map, and they're going to try to win at least 2 out of the 3 lanes.
Potentially very strong lanes, but they are pretty squishy here across the board. So if they overextend even slightly, an Illuminate can instantly mean like half your HP's team is gone, and there's certainly lots of chasing potential the other way once the Legion and the Troll come online. So Game 3 upon us. Whose draft do you like better overall?
I think it's pretty even. They're both very strong at different timing, but I'm going to go with Team Liquid.
Okay.
I believe in their timing. I believe once they get their Ags and all that jazz, they're going to be able to push and finish the game. But the ultimate question is, can they get to the timing? That's where Team Secret is from. They're going to stop them.
So disruptive on his Spirit Breaker, was involved in pretty much every early kill. As the teams enter the field of battle, one of them is going home. Liquid versus Secret, Kuro versus Puppey. Game 3, live at Key Arena. Here we go. teams creep out. Some early smoke rotations looming. I haven't seen this kind of aggression in the laning stage this series. Puppy, the man. Okay, just a ward for now. Yep.
Both teams getting that critical mid ward off without being detected, so.
We do occasionally in these elimination games, we do see teams actually go for like that 3-4 hero committed smoke, try to find the first blood.
Oh, don't remind me.
But not this.
Cloud9 TI5, smoke into Roche, level 1. It was a disaster.
30 seconds to battle.
It made for great TV, right?
It made for great memes.
That is for sure.
All right, it seems like both teams are quite reserved. We don't see any kind of aggressive invade. I do believe, like, for example, Team Secret took 3 runes last game. But both teams are going to be playing it safe and standard. How effective do you think the Spirit Breaker will be this game compared to game 1? There's a little bit more stun this time around. There's that press the attack from Legion to help out allies. There's 4 heals.
We embark for
I mean, Puppy's going to go off.
I look at the laning stage, like, how many actual interruptions do they have there? They have Cass. That is it. Later on in the game, yeah, I think they're fine against the charge. Like, charging into those 5 is suicide, but I still look at this laning stage, like, there's a lot of heroes that don't have a way to interrupt the charge. You also have a Nature's Prophet to add as a +1, something they did not have in game 1. So I think there's openings here for Puppy, but it all comes down to, like, the vision game. Will Liquid identify where he wants to attack from? Those vectors, will they anticipate them better? Yeah, maybe they position right early. We'll see. And, you know, certainly they don't have the plus damage of the Drow. That's another thing to keep in mind. The first charge on the mid, just a little zoning on Matumba Man, but they are going to get some extra auto attacks in here, force him back, and meanwhile bottom, looks like Secret were trying to get aggressive on mind control.
Yeah, this is going to be their point of the attack with the mind control LC as well as the GH Kato. They just basically spam you out with both overwhelming odds as well as Illuminate, but there is no overwhelming odds just yet, and we're going to see a charge coming in. Luna not level 2 just yet, so I don't think she could be able to assist in this kill.
Puppy already, I mean, to be fair, it was hard to have a faster start than game 1, which is probably the most impactful laning stage Spirit Breaker I've ever seen, but a much slower start here.
I really like what Liquid is doing with the draft. They want to put a very offensive dual off lane, and basically B1. You know, we've seen mid struggle. Has to activate the Ghost Shroud, and then
3-0 of Matumba. Now, to be fair, Matumba normally not a mid player, and when he goes mid, it's on, you know, it's normally in a very advantaged matchup, like the last pick Brood, which has no counter, that type of thing. But mid 1 is really putting the heat on him early. Just that tiny bit of help that Puppy gave. You see mind control off to the jungle. They're actually going to leave this bottom lane entirely to GH. The AVEXIR now with the haster, and they try to anticipate which way is best to go, and they decide on bottom. There is no vision of this for GH, and he's in trouble now. Lifted back in, straight into the charge. There is a point in the Lucid Beam, so no escape for GH. The connection is there. First blood to Secret.
Yeah, and if you look at the mini-map, on the bottom side of the map, there's nothing to see the movement of Puppy. No wards, nothing. And he just is freely. Like, he charges bottom again.
And they're just going to keep this pressure going. Onto mind control this time. A bit of a tougher kill. It's still only a level 2 Luna, but the body blocks are there. They're going to need this lift to come through. The timing's good. Bashed away, though. And do they have the damage? Press the attack says no. They do have this Nature's Prophet. Meanwhile, is Kezu fishing for the courier mid, but wisely Liquid do anticipate it.
It's a jungle, then you might as well do get the Iron Talon.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Keeper of the Light definitely benefits push that you can understand the reasons, right? Like, that early Ags, those early quickly that they can start to develop that momentum.
I really like the way that Mind Control, or rather, sorry, Kezu has been playing his Nature's Prophet. Always sending out his treants everywhere. Send one to the runes, send one to possibly deny the boundary rune away from the other side. Small things, but like you said, LD, this game is a game of inches. Small things add up.
The lane's definitely going heavily in favor of Secret here. Already over 1,000 gold lead.
Damage.
And now a DD rune up on mid one, putting the hurt on Matumba. He does have the 2 points in Scream, has to respect that Ghost Shroud, but just a couple of pokes from Autotex. He can probably commit for the kill, and certainly if the Nature's Prophet comes in, certainly if there's a charge from Puppey, I think Liquid recognize that Matumba is very vulnerable right now. Just gets the stick. He's pretty poor in this lane, only 14 CS even now. They are setting up.
You can see that GH is definitely kind of recognizing the play pattern in all of these games. I do believe this is like the first time he kind of rotated mid.
But I don't know if he can actually save Matumba. Puppey, this backstab charge through the trees worked before. It could work again. Matumba, as the wave pushes in, has to deal with the Sonic Wave as well, but his positioning is fantastic here. Way behind the tower.
He's going to get cut off. Look at Yapto.
Make it
the south side.
Now, not so fantastic. Charge comes through. They do get the bash. Gets up the Ghost Shroud, but he doesn't have anything to heal him during this time. Then comes the combo. Two Secret. The 2-for-1 special.
So on paper, when you have these kind of
kills, they're looking for the answer back.
4-man overwhelming odds. Mind Control can't run in.
Oh, and Liquid commit 4 heroes rotating onto this lane. Now they've all got to scramble back. GH swinging back towards bottom. Mind Control also probably back to the woods. You know, that's probably the worst scenario for them, that they all try to come and help mid. They all try and hold the lane, and
yeah, we're gonna watch this.
Still give up the kills.
One more time. You know, the beauty of having these heals and sustains that you could survive long enough for your ally support in, but the Sonic Wave just lined up too. And MP is definitely happy about that one.
Yeah, he threw the heal out and then dropped the Ghost Shroud. I don't actually think it matters there. They had 4 heroes with so much damage. He dies anyway, but just made it that easier. And perhaps Matumba not feeling comfortable in this mid lane up against a 10k MOR player who is playing like it's an elimination game. Mid one is making him work for it. So what now for Liquid, Lumi? It's been a bad start as far as the lanes go. They have this strong 5-man push. Are they just playing defense? Do you want to see them make some aggressive maneuvers and try to open up the map?
I think they play defense, and they're good at that. You know, you have the TP coming in with press the attack, with the cast. You can turn some fights around under your tower, but unfortunately, as they're doing that, they're gonna further lose out on the lanes. One thing that they got going this game compared to game 1 is that Puppey is kept under control, right? You don't have a Spirit Breaker that's, you know, killing everybody. And as a result, when the mid game comes, the Spirit Breaker becomes a fairly ineffective hero compared to, you know, like think of a Night Stalker or a Kunkka, for example.
Yeah, what he adds later on is quite limited. There's, you know, no big ultimate that he can at least interrupt with like a Nether Strike, no channeling Black Hole or something.
Right.
So,
I mean, to be fair, like what he is doing, even though he's not getting kills for the team, is that he's putting pressure. Like,
look at this. They actually have a ward, and they want to punish Puppey. 4 heroes rotating in.
I mean, there's no stuns. There's one stun.
Out comes the cast. Kuro says, "Let's get him, boys." Okay. 4 heroes fighting. There's about to be a quapple. This could really go poorly. Kenji joins the party. Secret say, "Great, we'd love to take this fight in the river." They bring down the Necrophos. That's a huge loss for only a Spirit Breaker. Still the quapple available. Necro is a hero that cannot afford to die a lot early. He's not the best turbo farmer. He's also very squishy naturally.
He's also got the, you know, less last hits than Pops Deny, right? Like, he's just not doing well, and he needs to... I mean, even though he died there, he was able to get a kill right before, so it does help out his economy a little bit. To me, though, Mirko is being able to free farm an advantage matchup in his lane. He needs to come up big.
Is Troll a hero that can do it? Like, do you view Troll as something like an Alchemist, an Invoker who can take the game over?
I don't think so. I mean, it depends on the items you go for. You do see some Troll Warlords going for like a second item, like let's say Shadow Blade or even Blink Dagger, and just be very active over the map. But I don't think that's going to be how Liquid plays it. I think they're going to just build for that push.
Last game, in terms of the overall game plan, it was a lot of help from Miracle, but did feel like a one-man show. In terms of the strategy they employed, this one looking like much more of a everyone has to do their part type of game. As Secret starts to poke and prod here in the top lane. Mid one gets aggressive onto Mind Control, doesn't have the duel yet, only level 5. forced to heal himself up here defensively. Press the attack. Mana is lacking. Secret could try again.
Charge coming in. He's going to find Kuro.
Oh, Puppy says, fight me, Kuro. That's a one-sided fight.
There was no fighting there.
That was just cruel, Puppy. Kill for him. And now the dive onto mind control. Still no points in duel. Secret continue to apply the pressure, and Kezu also looking to cut him off. Drops the Sprout, gives them the vision, but now TP coming in. The advantage of that low level on Kuro is the quick respawn. Miracle looking to cut him off, but Liquid don't have the vision this time around. And
mind control's dead.
Still going for
Sonic
more. He wants the tower and he wants the kill. He doesn't get the tower. Doesn't get the kill. We'll have to jump away in the end, but nonetheless, Liquid are reacting, at least for now, and MP just continue to apply pressure here in the bottom lane.
It's hard for the heroes to take the proactive stance in this game. You don't have Link on Legion yet. In fact, you don't even have Duel on Legion yet, so they're going to have to be reacting for quite a while until they get their tools available.
Overall, seems like Secret's accomplished the early game plan, Lumi.
For sure, yeah.
What's next for them?
The seeds of fortune.
Next, you want to take down these 3 outer ring of tier 1 towers and basically put Liquid in a chokehold. Limit where they can farm and just keep on invading their jungle and finding more and more kills there. And snowball this game.
Level 4 Death Pulse now gets stolen, so a bit of bonus nuke damage could be huge against the Ghost Shroud as Matumba Man does activate it to stay alive. It's a bit of a window here where Puppy could get aggressive. 4 Liquid heroes camping out near mid. Meanwhile, Kezu just happily farming away top. MP hitting creeps bottom. Puppy might just go back to the jungle, scoop up a bounty rune. So Secret kind of forcing Liquid to stick together, but they're farming the whole map in the meanwhile.
Like, just imagine the scenario of how Liquid could actually get a kill. They need to smoke up with both Legion and Witchstalker. They need to pop out that smoke with a cask. Hope your Legion can phase boot in for a duel, and hope you have enough damage to get a kill. There's a lot of if-ands, and all of these conditions have to, like, you hope that Secret don't have a teleport skill.
So much of it comes down to initiation, right? Because you look at this Liquid draft, and it was talked about on the panel as a heavy push strat. Liquid want to group up a lot early, and when they get to that point, in theory, they're very strong. But ideally, you want to find some kills on the way to help get you that farm, get you the position to get those items, and what is their initiation? Legion has to farm a Blink. Mind Control is 200 gold right now, so that's going to take a while. And even then, Secret have some pretty good counter initiation. They have ways to punish a Legion duel, and he's likely to be in far on his own because Liquid don't have much mobility. There's no one who can really keep up with that Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
There's not like a GH Night Stalker. So, I mean, maybe with the recall, they can get crafty. It's not going to be easy to find those kills and to create a little space here on the map. Meanwhile, we've already seen from Secret plenty of ways to start a fight.
For sure. Liquid counted on their lanes doing a little bit better. You know, the Kato plus LC idea was decent until they did just defensive tri-lane against it. They didn't count on Matumba Man also losing the lane that hard in a true 1v1. And as a result, you know, you had an LC jungle, Matumba Man's getting outlasted.
Big bucket of gold here for MP with the Mask of Madness and Yapzor in position. He'd love to get some experience, and Puppy, meanwhile, charging out the bottom lane. Eyes on mind control, force him away. But this also is just a little space. Yapzor again, snagging that Death Pulse level 4. Yeah, they're definitely trying to protect MP while he farms up these Ancients. Liquid do know about it, but can they contest? Can they fight up the hill, into the Eclipse, into the Queen of Pain ult?
Try and
seems dicey. They're gonna try at least a little contest. You can see like they're not confident they can take this fight. And they're getting ratted in the meanwhile while they're thinking about Ancients. Kezu is whacking away at the tier 1 bottom. So Secret, just identifying that Liquid are gonna try to make a move here, are able to punish them elsewhere.
At least Troll Warlord get a tower trade up top, so they're getting at least something out of the map.
Still brand name Matumba Man, keeping Kuro stuck next to him, glued to his hip at least for now.
One thing that we should not forget is the fact that, you know, we're focused on how Team Liquid could group up and push. On the other side, there's a Luna and Prophet. They could push rather easily as well, and because of their early laning advantage and the fact that this Luna is super farmed at the current game, they could just go. MP says, I have Eclipse up, let's get a smoke gang and perhaps convert that into a push.
Liquid hugging the tower. I do want to point out Miracle is farming up a Storm, 40 CS up on the Luna. And they make their move now on the mid lane, charge on the Matumba Man. From the rear comes Kezu. Oh boy, he pops quickly. Now on to Kuro, sprouted up. Do they have a Lucent Beam? Yes, sirree. Secret get 2. All the while, Miracle just pushing out this top lane.
I mean, you were asking me, sure, you know, Tro is getting farm, but what does Tro do with farm? Can he be effective? Not as effective as Luna, you know, go in the mid lane, drops off a huge nuke, pushes the tier 1. Are they thinking about Roche? No, they don't have enough at the moment. But I think Miracle, what he can do is maybe come in with a whirling axis, get a kill, and then maybe threaten Roshan. That's probably his biggest contribution right now before he gets some big items.
Liquid, pretty solid Roche lineup with the Legion, with all the heals and with the Troll. Miracle is rushing the BKB, so we've seen, you know, a lot of players opt for like the Yasha, go for that greedier farming build, but Miracle feels compelled to fight early, and with the way the game has gone, look at his net worth. His next closest teammate is 3K down. He's almost doubling his own Necro.
I think the bigger story is that there's 4 secret members in between, you know, like...
well, 3, but yeah, the Rubik is not far off. Secret are certainly ahead. It's not an overwhelming lead. It's still a one-fight kind of game where everything can suddenly tilt. And the Blink Dagger still being worked on by Mind Control. Ways to go for this.
Tower is under attack.
1,300 gold short.
GH though also working towards that Aghanim Scepter. Already forced that finish, so he was able to sap the offlane for a long time. And he should be able to defend this unless he walks in and gets lifted by Yapzor. Oh, okay, Illuminate stolen.
It's going to make Liquid's life hard. They're struggling to push right now.
Liquid's life is already hard right now.
Now Yapzor can just look to slow this thing down as the Illuminate coming out now. It's going to quickly cave in the wave, and they can split push. If they have Illuminate and they're able to hold one lane while MP and mid 1, potentially even Kezu are pushing the other lanes, they're going to have an even bigger tower advantage.
To me, the most important member right now for Team Liquid is Mind Control Blink Dagger. Once he picks it up, then finally Team Liquid could do something. Like right now, they're all just reacting to what Secret is doing, trying their best to hold and then just farm. However, once Mind Control have that Blink, they could now begin to smoke out and you know, play around the map a little bit.
Charge. Now initiation onto Kuroki, locking him down, finishing him off. Another death for the Witch Doctor.
Very smart play by Puppey, just like faking his ultimate. And as soon as you hear that sound, if you're the LC, you use the press the attack to bail out your teammate, right? But then Puppey cancels it and then threatens to use it again.
And now into the Roshan pit. Secret are going to go for this early. Liquid are not really in position to fight here. Without the Mind Control Blink, there's no clear initiation. The initiation is Miracle running in, and his BKB isn't even done yet. So unless they can find some sort of Miracle just walk in play, it's not going to happen. Mind Control will try here.
Okay.
Eliminate the spam.
Look at the damage.
The spam is strong.
All right, and Roshan's going to chase out, so they're going to see the HP of Roche. If they can get a...
They are going to try for this.
Yeah. Good recovery.
They're not very sneaky as a squad, but they do have that zone control that you talked about. Same time, though, Secret are still thinking about this. They're still pretty committed. They could bring in Kezu, summon some Trance, but first they're going to deal with this bottom lane. So while they draw Liquid towards the pit, they can just split push freely. They always have that profit +1, but this buys time for Miracle. BKB now complete.
This ward right now, sorry to cut you off, this ward is doing so much because Team Secret says, okay, you have 4 heroes in your jungle. Sure, we're going to split up farm. You could sit here and, you know, starve yourself. And then as soon as this ward sees them leave, then they could think about going back to Roshan again. Like, these steep wards from Team Secret is winning them the game right now.
Secret do look to smoke on the back of that as Miracle moves into the pit. Puppey is there with the charge to start the party. Wants to bait out that BKB. Not happening just yet. The slow comes through. From the rear goes mid 1 though. Quickly the Luna clips rains down, but Tupperman needs to get away. Done the 4-step. GH with the save. At least for now keeps him alive. 4 hero Illuminate splashes through, but Secret are into the pit and mid 1's into the backlines. Wants to bring down the Keeper who fights at his shrine, but Kezu chases forward, pops the drums, gets the Sprout. 4-step on cooldown, still eats his way out with the Tango, but mid 1 is a persistent bugger. Brings him down on the other side of the fight. Miracle. BKB already blown, just got kited.
He's got an invis room. Maybe he can get off a lucky basher on Kezu. Kezu's porting out. Can he get the attack? Oh, just walks away. Unlucky for Team Liquid, but at least Roshan is, you know, not dead. And now Eclipse is down. So if Team Liquid gets a good fight,
and the Quapple, mind you.
Yeah, maybe they could actually steal Roshan. That could be huge. Charge coming in, giving Vision a miracle.
Here comes Puppey.
BKB still down for 25.
Round 2. This time Kuro should have the positioning to interrupt this. Cast is coming out, but it's not before he gets onto Miracle. Now Quap in position, and they're going to steal that nuke. AVEXIR can keep his team alive in the fight, but Puppy's a bit isolated on the rear. Matumba does hold the site.
I think he wanted to cast it, but just die a little bit too fast. That's the one kill. Duel in the mid lane.
There is no Quap. Reaper dies. Bam! Huge kill for Liquid.
All right.
Still Matumba man out in front.
And now they go into Roche. Can Team Liquid turn this game?
The tree answer there. They're not going to give it up without a fight. AVEXIR has the heal to keep his team in combat-ready mode. The bashes from Roshan slowing things down, buying time for mid one to come in. His ult's still a bit short, though. Needs a little more time. They bring Miracle low.
They lift him up.
BKB.
They got vision.
But they can't control him. Puppy, though, with the charge.
Roshan's low. Roshan's low.
Who's going to get it? The Roche almost dead. It does go the way of Miracle. BKB. Liquid hang on.
But Tumbaman gets 2 kills out of that. He finishes Blamemail as well. Can this be the turn? Can Team Liquid come back from the disastrous early game? Tier 1 mid, relatively low. They won't go for it right now.
Boy, everything going just right for them there. Puppy, I believe, getting bashed by the Roshan in the midst of the fight, but he's trying to lock down Miracle. Able to snatch the Aegis up, able to get the kills on Matumba Man, keep him alive. They fight very smartly while the Sonic Wave and Eclipse are down.
We're gonna watch that team fight one more time. Look at how low Miracle gets. He activates a BKB, and then they recognize, oh, we can't actually kill him in time. Mid one, I think he was thinking about jumping in to take the Aegis the whole time, but all they can do is watch Miracle finish Roche and take the Aegis.
Shows you how important it is for them to fight when the Quapole, when the Luna are not available. Otherwise, that is, well, it's not a head scratcher. It's a clear secret win.
And look at the timing. Team Liquid is about to finish that Aghanims on GH. We all know what will happen when that happens. It's group up and push time. And sure, you might be able to defend it for the first round with Sonic Wave as well as, you know, the Eclipse, but like what we just saw, what will you do when those ults are not ready?
Would really love to steal the Illuminate, but even that might not be enough. Liquid start to get to work here. Miracle hammering the tower down as they smoke up and undercover.
Well, on the back line here, Mind Control looks for a Blink. Blink gives him the Game of Thrones. You win or you die. And AVEXIR hits the deck. Tier 2 now being under siege.
Liquid still chasing forward. This tower slowly being worked down. Secret not feeling like they can fight right now with the positioning Liquid have. Down a hero, down that crucial Rubik lift.
Radiant
force out the glyph. Liquid still committed to this. They will get the last hit. Did one trying to deny. I mean, so he's going to get an Orchid, but we'll see how much it actually does with the press the attack.
I do feel like, you know, the tide of the battle is turning, but do you think Team Liquid has a back? Reaper side, just Reaper! Okay, the game has turned, I believe. At this point, Team Liquid slightly now 3K net worth advantage. They have the Aegis. That means they could make yet another big play. And Team Secret needs to group up and use their Eclipse and Sonic Wave together.
Mid one is known for being a very confident player. Most would say very cocky at times. We saw some of the tweets, you know, heading into the Kiev Major where he basically proclaimed that everyone needed to watch out, and then Secret got bounced by SG Sports. A very cocky play, jumping right into Miracle, gets punished for it.
I think to me that wasn't a cocky play, more so than that they just had no vision there, you know? He walked in, he thought he could farm a little bit in the Ancients, and then surprise.
Secret getting punished. Now down 3K gold. More importantly, Liquid getting all their core items. Mind Control farming up the armlet. Miracle still holding that Aegis. Not actually committing to this group up and push, as the Ags is still not been purchased. GH has the gold now, but you have that courier to come and deliver it.
I mean, you need the Axe, but you also need daytime, right? Which is
1 minute.
About 1 minute, yeah.
So they'll have that with about a minute to push before the Aegis expires. Maybe a little less.
One way to measure how effective your Luna is in a game is whether she could sit in the front and not die. And right now, I don't think she has the necessary item to do so. Like, you need BKB, but even with BKB, you still need to survive against Troll Warlord rushing at you, the Blink duel that's coming out from the LC. So despite MP's great start and the fact that they were able to convert his start into something amazing in an early mid-game, I think he's not farmed enough, which is kind of crazy because he's leading the network for his team.
Luna, a fantastic late gamer when you get to that 4, 5,
Yeah, this is the stage of the game where she dips a little bit.
Top tower is on the rocks.
She's naturally pretty squishy as a carry. Needs a lot of items to take man fights. Whereas Miracle, he's already got hits. Tower falling, Liquid surging. They move in. They want to be anti-high ground. Let's go. 24 minutes. Gandalf bringing up the rear. GH is going to start healing his team up. Yapsor tries to slow things down. He will steal the death pulse, but
where's the team? They need to defend.
Hammering. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain pushing out the mid lane is going to rejoin the fray. Already, that tower is down. They got to focus on objectives here. Secret charge. Hold their base.
From the back.
Miracle doing so much work. Still the Aegis standing. Puppey is scouted out right now. There's no easy way in. They've lost the melee. They might just lose the rage. Secret aren't even trying to hold their base. They forfeit a lane freely. Puppey all the while in the smoke. Lane duel. There's the duel. Fight who, Puppey? Fight me, says Mind Control. Someone your size. And takes him down with ease.
And now they're going to just go mid. They don't even need a creep wave. They have a creep coming in from top. They stun him up. They got the Pressy attack. They got the Lumina heal. They got the bashes. Where are you at? He blinks away, but that's just more
filling time. Clips. Liquid staying alive, at least for now. They don't have the Aegis any longer. Miracle wants to retreat. They'll reset here, slow and steady. The heals keep on coming out. They keep on sieging. Puppey will respawn, but now the question is how does Secret start fights? At this stage of the game, it really is a charge into a lift combo, and there's always that press the attack. They don't have that big team fight initiation. It's costing them. Out comes the Eclipse. Miracle with the BKB. Gets back. Gets control. The Reaper won't kill off mid one with his dying breath. He lobs out the Sonic Wave. Still, though, Liquid staying alive. Kuro tries to get back. GH keeping them in fighting shape. Two have fallen on the Secret. That's with the ults.
Oh,
you buy back now. You heal up now. You go for the second lane. You go for the jugular if you're Liquid. I'm not sure Secret can stop this. Yapsor's trying. He's stolen the Illuminate, but they have too many heals. They're just too tanky. The tower's falling. Now onto the melee. Liquid are doing it here. They're going to bring down another. Kezu has fallen. Desperation buybacks come, but they come without ults. They don't have the Prophet. They don't have the Sonic Wave. There's the charge from Puppey. Follows up. He knows he needs GH. Can he kill him? Push away. He does the trick.
GH buys back. He doesn't care. They know this is their time. Maybe they need to group up and heal up, but he's going to TP right back in. There is even a regen rune. If somebody checks for it, they're not even going to check for it. They got the Mana Machine.
That was a lot of economic damage Liquid just did. Not just the top lane, but the tower also falling mid. The buybacks being forced out.
I mean, both sides have buyback. I think Kuro has bought back in this. GH just bought back, and they're just poised to finish the game right here.
Still no Eclipse for a minute. Still no Sonic Wave for 50. But okay. Liquid also know Roche could be up soon.
Liquid decides to just go back, regroup, get some items.
Top shrine is under attack.
They're poking their heads in the pit. Maybe they didn't write the time down.
Okay, get some shrine. Can't blame him for not writing the time down, right? That was during a chaotic team fight almost 10 minutes ago.
I mean, it shows you what a game of nerves TI can be. Even players who've been on this stage before, it is something special. And every time, lower bracket match, elimination on the line, easy to forget.
Team Secret needs to get more and more creative in terms of how they need to defend. Again, the same mantra, find GH and kill GH. They could charge in from the side, they could blink in and Sonic Wave in, but if you don't kill GH, this push, you're not defending against. There's also the other factor of the nighttime, right? Like, we're approaching into 4 minutes of night. I think Team Secret could maybe make a move there. And also, if you want to get super creative, you can use Eclipse to kind of turn it into night for like, a couple seconds, but I don't know how much you want to count into that.
Secret.
Hanging on for enemy.
Now down a solid 5k gold. It seems the call for them, Lumi, some BKBs. One coming for the Luna. Mid one also looking to build his, though it will be slow. Kezu with the early Midas has gone back for a Solar Crest. Curious to see what the Nature's Prophet build is. For
double damage for Miracle as he does Roche.
They do scout this out, though.
It is nighttime. Can Secret make a play here without the Illuminate heal?
This is where Luna can be strongest, but Miracle is hammering this Roche down quickly. MP moves in. He wants to force out the BKB. Puppey
charge, go for the steal. Who's going to get the Aegis?
The Roche, but Miracle snatches the Aegis away. Puppey's down. Secret are in shambles now. Miracle chasing forward. 3 have fallen. That's a double dieback too. That just might be the lane of Rax. Yaps are falling. Whoa. Secret crumbling. Liquid. They've got the power play now. They still have that extra life. They can surge down mid. They won't have the heals for 3 minutes, but they know it doesn't really matter right now.
I mean, there's 3 heroes dead. What do you need to heal against? Buyback from Mind Control. GH recalls them. They are just streaming in creeps right now. And Miracle going for the Raxes. There is a tier 2 up, so I don't think Team Secret will be down 3 Raxes.
Secret's lives are flashing before their eyes. They've had a scrappy showing here against Liquid. Game 1 looked great. Game 2, not so much in Game 3.
Are they going to go for it? It's going to be tier 4s
for them as Liquid continue.
Yeah, tier 4s. Let's go.
Looking to finish it off. Secret hanging on. They will respawn soon. I think Liquid are a bit over-eager if they try to force this.
Okay, back up.
They will back away.
Look at them draw that line on the minimap. They know.
Let's calm down. Yeah. Let's reset.
I mean, they could just wait for 2 minutes for daytime as well, if they really want to just, you know, take it easy.
Still, Secret need some crazy plays to get back in this game, Lumi. It gets so hard to fight from here.
Yeah. Again, you need to find an angle, an awkward angle to come in, ideally from the back, find GH, but hard to do it during daytime. You know, he has perfect flying vision around him. You don't have Blink Dagger heroes. Charge coming in for Kuro. He's got the Glimmer for himself.
Might have actually been able to get him there. Liquid did not have any vision on that hill, but the thing is, Secret don't know if there is.
There's 2 minutes left of nighttime.
They're going to try to fight this mid one. Oh, leaking in for the haze. Kuro in position with the Glimmer. Seems like they do want to contest as Miracle pushes forward. Has that IF Scotty picked up now, getting tankier and tankier.
Yeah, all he wants is just basically HP in the front line, and Illuminate will take care of the rest.
Secret know if they let Liquid get to their base and just set up an organized siege, their chances of finding that good opening are very limited. So they keep on trying to poke on the sides of this fight. Find a point of weakness, and Achilles' heel they can shoot an arrow into. Comes mid one.
Here comes that backstab during nighttime.
Trying for it. Matumba Man's a bit far back, and he is somewhat vulnerable here. If Secret want to commit on him,
GH, look at his position. He's in the trees. Like, he's like, whatever.
Well, the Dire Courier does get picked off. That's a Dagon recipe down. Miracle charging forward. He sees heroes. He wants to kill them all. Now the Illuminate's coming out. A good blinding light pushing them back and away as mid one. Commits with the Eclipse as well. But Miracle with the BKB. Keeps on punching. Keeps on punching. And he survives. He hits the cheese. Does Reaper sight too early? Is it going to be enough? No, they still go down. Even at night, they don't need the heals. Liquid are too damn tanky. And Secret can't stand against it. No Eclipse now, no Sonic Wave, no Prophet Ult, no split push in sight. Bottom lane is all that stands between Liquid and Megas, between Liquid and moving forward perhaps.
Luna buys back, no Eclipse. 23 seconds till mid one comes back. No Sonic Wave. I'm not sure how they're going to hold this.
They gotta try. Yeah, they better find out soon. Miracle keeps on swiping, keeps on hammering.
Still got the Aegis too, man.
Chipping, still unable to find that opening. Puppy goes in, he charges forward for Miracle there. Up the rail back.
It's daytime. Welcome to the heal. Oh my god.
Illuminate splashing through. Secret buyback. One more charge. That might be all that's left. Now come the nukes and Miracle will drop.
Oh, he's actually in an awkward spot.
But he's got a BKB. Do Secret have the damage to bring him down? The blinding light. GH keeping him alive. So does the press the attack. He gets out of there. And now mid one jumping in. A bash could be his downfall. One bash. Now the BKB. Slice. No Dex. Keeps on chasing.
Puppy's in.
Oh boy, that's a dive back. The Puppy goes down. One last charge. That's all he's got. Now Miracle, commitment, but without the BKB, he's got to be careful. Glimmer Cave the other way.
GH is an awkward spot. GH is going to get caught. GH, blinding light from Yapzor. Pushing it back.
They overextended. They can't afford to lose Miracle here. This is a huge kill. It could be the start of a comeback.
They got Glimmer. They got press the attack. Kuro's going to run at them. Should throw his life away to save.
Meanwhile, the tier 4 is starting to get hit by creeps. Even if they get these kills, it might not matter. The base is crumbling. Secret running out of insurance policy, running out of second chances here. Buybacks have been expended. In fact, when you look at it, they have used all 5, and many of them are down for some time.
I think this game has more buybacks in a 33-minute game than what we see in some 60-minute games, but
Secret, at least back since buyback was given a cooldown.
Right. Secret held on, but you know, this is the toughest hour during daytime.
You got to imagine Liquid are just going to reset and then go for that push. Maybe they wait for the Keeper of the Light to farm up his buyback, but Secret are not waiting. They're making the move. Puppey sees Miracle, charge in. Oh my God! Chews through Puppey.
That's a Spirit Breaker.
That is actually an important part of their team fight. That charge is really all they have to deal with the troll. So he's down for 25. Good news is he's pretty low level.
He's down for 25. That's the good news.
Yeah, good news is he's under level. So when he dies, he comes right back. Puppey 1 and 12. He's had a rough one, that's for sure. Over half the team's stats, but he's had to play that sacrificial lamb.
Yapzor's got blinding light, and with no BKB, he could just delay this a little bit.
Miracle is trying to farm up the MKB, but well, the blinding light not going to matter, at least for now, as they try to push Miracle up on the high ground, shroud him up.
He's got no BKB.
Oh, the duel with the Reaper sight as well, but Tumbleman gets the kill. It's the buyback, running in with the
stolen Reaper.
Can they make something happen? MP chases them back on his heels. Miracle wants to fight. Oh, he rushes. Welcome to the meat grinder. Secret gets shredded, pushed back, maybe away. Puppey dies again, out for 35. That's 13 for him, and here comes Liquid right back into the fray. Miracle's at full health, healing them up as GH, giving them the help they need. Melee to drop, Rage start next. Liquid pulling through. Secret, one last hurrah. Do it without your Luna, do it without your captain. How can they? We don't know, but they have to try, Lumi, else this might just be the game. Miracle hammering, pushing forward, thrusting his way onto the tier 4s. Look at him go with that attack speed. Tier 4s to drop, still they fight on. 4v5, last press for Secret as they charge in. They want that troll, they bash him back, control him while they can. Already another dual one, mid one's down. It's over for Secret. GG, done it.
Just healed over.
What a performance by Team Liquid. It looked real bleak. Game 3, elimination match. Lost the lanes, felt like the game might just fall apart. We asked ourselves. Perhaps this is something that we'll see teams exploit, but if anyone can figure out a plan B, an evolution, it's probably Heen, who's been a fantastic asset for this team to break it down further and to get us ready for our final match. It's back to day 9 in the panel.
What a game. My heart still pounding after that amazing, an incredible comeback at that moment. I'm here to talk about it with the crew, and of course I want to welcome back Merlini, and also it is an absolute pleasure to have with us Tomato. Hey Tomato.
Oh, such a pleasure to be here.
Dude, Tomato, you won a lot of fans yesterday, and I gotta just come straight out the gate and ask you your thoughts about that last match.
I thought Secret had it. I think
yes.
They pushed it too hard, and they lost all their advantage. They lost Russian and GG.
Yeah, I mean, let's actually talk about the early game, about some of the things that just went wrong. Because if you'll recall, game 1, Team Secret took control immediately. I mean, the kill ratio was 20-2 at one point. I mean, talk to me about the early game. What went wrong for Team Liquid?
Well, I think I think Team Secret just played a pretty solid lane stage. There was nothing really spectacular. They kind of they got some good farm, they got some stacks, they had they got some few kills. They managed to kill the Coddle on the bottom lane with the Spirit Breaker. We saw Poppy take some nice angles with his charges and again on this mid lane and stuff, and they got off to this pretty decent start, and it looked really good for them. But then I think, like Tomato said, there was a Roche fight, and we also saw that Miracle was he kept farming. It was a couple of secret heroes up there in the top net worth, but Miracle was slightly on top, and he was also pretty high on the levels. And then this Roche fight where, they kind of get the Aegis in.
Even setting up for the Roche fight, he went for Phase Boost, Mask of Madness into BKB. Pretty uncommon build. Trolls criticizes the hero that has to build BKB, but you have to build it at the right time. If you went for Yasha, if you went for SNY, they probably would have lost that Roshan fight. Yeah, that would have changed the game.
Due to the stuns coming out from Puppey on Spirit Breaker, or is it just across the board?
He almost died. He was at like 400 HP. He got charged into a Scream of Pain. A Scream of Pain missed, and then he BKB'd and finished off Roche. He would have died right there. SNY, any other item aside from BKB wouldn't have saved him right there.
I mean, I want to go a little more in-depth with our good friend Purge. Purge, holy cow. What a match, man.
It was pretty intense, for sure.
Yeah.
I think one of the big advantages that Secret actually had in that game was in the mid lane. So I have a whole lot of footage of this matchup here between the Queen of Pain as well as the Necro. And I think the interesting thing is that Necrolite has been played in the mid lane by many teams recently and usually goes about even, but mid one had a dominating performance here. And I think surprisingly, the two heroes are about evenly matched animation-wise and attack-wise, but the difference is that Queen of Pain is a lot more mobile. He also has a Spirit Breaker friend that's going to very conveniently put Matoma Man at low HP at the start of the game, and you can also use his Dagger skill to harass, doing 200 damage at level 1 and 300 at level 2. So right off the bat, basically, Matoma's put on the back foot because of the Spirit Breaker charge that allows SB to leave for pretty much the rest of the laning stage, and from here, mid one is using superior last hitting ability over Matoma Man, maybe because Matoma Man's more commonly playing carry roles, could be one of the reasons, but consistently here, mid one has been doing a really good job. Crucial moment right here where Matoma Man ends up using his Death Pulse and ends up pushing the lane basically out of control for the rest of the laning stage, which allowed mid one to continue to be absolutely dominant in terms of last hits. And every time he wanted to come forward, it gives mid one another opportunity to jump forward and use his Shadow Strike on him offensively if needed. So it was just amazing how much of a last hit advantage that he had in the laning stage. If we actually jump forward a bit, we'll sit at, this is 2 minutes and 37 seconds here. He's at 20 last hits, 12 denies, and Necro's playing with 4. It's a really amazing performance from mid one, gave him a big advantage in the laning stage.
I mean, there was even that insane double kill where Witch Doctor teleported in and then immediately 2 characters died. I mean, it was just such a strong opening game. But of course, Team Liquid, as we know, managed to pull an incredible win. And to talk about it, we got with Casey, the team captain, Kuroki.
Congratulations, Kuro. Thank you. How does it feel right now?
Feels good.
Feels good?
Yeah.
You seem so calm when you walked in. I asked you, I'm like, oh, you've got to be so exhausted. And you just seem pretty calm about the whole thing.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know. It's not my first time.
Yes, I'm aware. You placed top 8 last year. You're guaranteed top 8 again this year. Obviously, you're hoping for more. What do you think, aside from the addition of Miracle and GH, makes you guys stronger this year and gives you a better shot at getting a little bit further in TI?
Well, last year was the first TI for Mind Control and Matu, and I think they've grown a lot. Like now it's the second year we play together, and it's like always valuable and an advantage that the same people stay together for a longer period of time. And yeah, that's really it. Experience and staying together for a longer time.
Mm-hmm. I have to ask the obvious question. This was a bit of a captain's rivalry between you and Puppey. How did that feel to you, or was that not even something you even thought about?
I didn't think about it. I don't care.
You don't care at all?
No.
Not even a little bit?
No.
How do you think they played?
They played very good.
Yeah.
I mean, the first game they threw us off completely. We didn't expect that kind of aggression, and I think they they just took advantage of us very well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when we picked the Keeper of the Light, the guy that like with the wave, like the wave, the favorite guy, and they just ran over us. And in the third game, we were like, should we do it again? And we wanted to, or at least I wanted to, like show some sort of confidence in our strategy. And we have GH, who was arguably the best player on that particular hero. So we went again for it. They didn't want to get fooled twice the same way, and it worked out.
You're going to be facing either EG or Empire next. How do you think your strengths as a team match up against each of those?
Well, usually I'd say we're very confident playing these teams, but when you get a TI, like pressure can get to you, and it just changes the dynamic of the team. It's what happened to us too, like the day before when we played IG, and it's like you can lose confidence very fast. So I don't know. I think we have a lot of work ahead of us. I think EG will win, probably, but I don't underestimate Empire, especially because of resolution. Either way, it's going to be like a very hard game.
So as captain, how are you keeping your team focused?
I mean, I held some speeches today because we were very down after the loss against IG. And I just tell them some stuff, which I'm not going to say here.
It's private.
Kind of.
I won't make you reveal your secrets here. Crow, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be talking again with you soon.
Okay.
Sean, back to you.
Thanks, Casey. Congratulations once again from everyone here at the panel, Karaoke. I mean, that is a challenge to try to be the captain who is trying to bring the spirits back from a team that just got knocked out of winners, from a team that's down 0-1 to coming back 1-1 and then being down and still managing to win. And one of the things I find really interesting about how the win happened, I think it was you, Cat, that described the exact thing that we were going to see.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the coddle and the kind of the push/heal strat that they have going for themselves. We've seen it before. I think there was, I can't remember who they were playing, but it was the other day, and they were down quite a lot. And then they kind of just, they do this one time, they go push during daytime, and all of a sudden they take a Rex just because you can't fight versus this continuous coddle heal unless you have this AA or something to negate it. It's just so hard. And we saw when they were sieging just how much this coddle with Axe does. This heal, he can give mana to both Necrophos and Witch Doctor and just continuously just heal.
And I mean, let's not forget Legion Commander with the continuous press the attacks. I don't think Rubik ever had a hero lifted for more than half a second before Troll Warlord was right back down on the ground again. I mean, that was some extraordinary focus from Legion Commander.
Yeah, Mind Control played very well that game.
Yes, enthusiasm from our live audience here. It's always great at the end of the matches when everyone comes out from the auditorium. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to our panel. The best panel ever. You know, I want to ask Tomato, after the big Roche fight that you mentioned where the tides turned and it really felt like there was big momentum in favor of Team Liquid, what do you think that it was Team Secret would have needed to do to pull out a win there?
I think it was pretty hard because like they had no answer to the main strat from Liquid. Like Pycat said, they had like 3 healers, and that's a pretty easy lineup to snowball with. They just like push every tower, and like Queen of Pain use ult, and they just like heal for 1 second, and then nothing happened. It's insane.
It was almost as though Queen of Pain wasn't even in the fight anymore.
Yeah.
It was just an absolutely insane amount of healing. Like there's been so much talk about GH's Coddle play. I mean, Merlin, is this the sort of game that you think is archetypical of why people always want to ban Coddle?
Exactly. And even IG, they played against Liquid. They were 10,000 gold behind. Liquid were 10,000 gold behind, and they still managed to break a T3 with
God, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the game I was talking about, right?
It was insane. We really haven't seen that. Usually, like, if it's close to net worth, you're, like, pretty risky. But if you're 10,000 gold behind, you usually don't even consider pushing high ground. But they know the strength of the hero, and everything is just amplified, too, when you have these things like Ghost Shroud, which amplify the healing, and there's just so much heal.
So marvelous to see how that entire team worked as a unit. It really was a complete package there, working together with no real specific standout to permit the push to happen.
Yeah, I think the level of execution, though, that the problem is for Secret is that they need a very high level of execution. Their heroes, they need to be played almost perfectly. They need to have this Prophet ult flying in at the same time as Quap ult comes in, with the Spirit Breaker charging in at the same time, and with the Rubik. And they only have one go at that because of their cooldowns. Whereas Liquid, they can just continuously keep going. And it's not that hard, you know, you use this blast. I mean, it is the micro.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard, I say, but don't get me wrong. The micro itself, it's not as difficult as what Secret has to pull off. But the macro that goes into it and kind of the understanding of the game and kind of how you have to play as a team, there's a lot that comes into that. And that's also why I think that Liquid are so successful with like this Coddle. And of course, GH knows how to play it very well.
Looking forward, we've seen Team Liquid have some drafts that felt, I don't know, questionable at best, low on stuns, mind control on Bristleback and not really getting the farm or the impact that we really want to see out of him. These last 2 games, Team Liquid really seemed to pull together and play as a unit. Do you think that's because of a shift in drafting strategies, or do you think that they're just executing the same type of strategies much better?
I think when they play around their 5-player GH, they win the game, basically. Like the Io and the Coddles, like too strong. I've played against them personally, and wow, it's just like another level. And when they leave Miracle alone, like I've seen it, he plays Puck and then he gets ganked like 5 times, and they don't help him. They don't have the resources to help him. And I think that's when Liquid struggles, when Miracle has a tough game.
Well, Team Liquid really impressed us all with that last match. And of course, Team Secret, unfortunately, going home, but of course, a big fan favorite as well. Let's head down to Casey to talk to Puppy and Keizu after that bitter loss.
Yes, thank you very much. I am joined by 2 faces of Team Secret. I can totally hear myself. Let's work with this. I have the beautiful Puppy. I have Keizu. It could be difficult for us to talk, but we'll speak nice and slowly. Puppy, I don't need to tell anyone, you know, that this doesn't feel good. I don't think I'm going to patronize you by asking how you're feeling. Instead, I'm just going to ask, you have a platform now, you have a voice to your fans, to those that watch, to, you know, everyone in the community. How would you like to use that time?
Well, thank you for supporting us, because we really tried hard. Like, we really tried. We've been on the road. Thank you. We've been on the road for a while, and you know, when being on the road for a month with everybody, there's going to be stressful moments, arguments or whatever, whatnot. We felt really good. We almost did it, I think, and we really needed a little bit to win this match, and we don't know what would have happened further, but thank you for supporting.
The key arena for Puppy. Hard work indeed. I'm joined by Keizu as well, hopefully getting a couple of words. Does hearing Puppy say those things, does that kind of resonate with you? There has been hard work, and I mean, there has been, to an extent, some reward.
Yeah, I think everything he said makes perfect sense. We were very close to doing it. We felt good ourselves in the game, before the game. I don't think we feel too bad now. We tried our best. We were so close to doing it, but sadly, it didn't work out.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Puppy and Keizu of Team Secret.
Team Secret has so much respect from the entire community. Thank you, Machine, AKA Casey sometimes. Now, one of the things that, you know, I just want to come back to is how impressed I am at these teams, these players who go through such difficult losses and are still able to remain so composed. Is this just the attitude of the competitors? Is this his experience coming into play?
I mean, talk to this guy. This guy, you have like the best attitude of anyone I've seen.
Yeah, hit me with it, Tomato.
Like, I think any player, like, their main objective, like, goal as a player is just, like, to perform. Like, if you're satisfied with what you played, even if you win or lose, you're happy about it. Like,
yeah.
They know they play a nice game. They almost won. Like, Team Liquid and Team Secret, they're, like, super even. Like, anyone could have won the game.
Yeah,
so, like, they're happy about it.
I mean, you make it sound so simple, but there's a lot of people that are older than you, and they still don't have the same mentality. When I was your age, I was just way more hot-headed, and you seem so level-headed and cool, and you're playing for much higher stakes than many people are.
Yeah, I practically felt more stressed out than anyone it seemed like playing in the match. That game was intense. And at this point, this is the current bracket standing at TI7. We see up in the top bracket, in the winner's bracket, IG, Newbie, LFY, and VP, currently guaranteed top 6. Team Liquid has advanced forward. They're in top 8 position. And our last upcoming match, the last match of the day, is going to be EG versus Empire. You guys excited?
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Well, I have to do an extra special interruption. In fact, I only just recently found out I was going to get the chance to do this. I have a special announcement to make. Now, it's not Half-Life 3, for what it's worth. It's not a new hero. But Valve has a new game coming soon. You're not giving me the appropriate reaction that deserves. Thank you. This is not an extra game mode. This is not even a game like CSGO that's based on Counter-Strike or Dota 2 that was based on Dota 1. This is a game that is an entirely new beast unto its own. Let's take a look at a teaser for Valve's upcoming new game, Artifact. Now, you might not have seen the game, but I've actually gotten the chance to play the game. And if you've played previous trading card games, it has a lot of similarities in terms of having creatures and spells that you cast onto the board. But in this game, anything you see in Dota, it's here. There's not just one board, but 3 boards. You control 5 heroes, deploy them among the different lanes, creep spawn every turn. The heroes that you play in Dota, they're in the game. You can play as Bounty Hunter and cast track on an enemy hero. Killing it gives you extra gold. Use the gold to buy item cards, equip them to your heroes. And I gotta say, it's a really cool experience because you really feel like the commander who's allocating all their various resources among this entire huge battlefield, moving from lane to lane. I don't know if you guys have any questions to ask. Valve basically told me, we're going to run the teaser. Sean, feel free to say whatever you want. So at this point, I'll say whatever I want. What do you guys want to know?
I mean, I think this sounds amazing as a whole, just because I think there's so many people that like Dota, but they don't have time to play Dota, or they get frustrated, or they don't have any friends that play Dota with them because everyone else is doing everything else, or they only watch tournaments. And I think this is a great outlet for them to enjoy Dota without dealing with the stress that comes with playing with Dota.
I will say it's a very different experience than playing Dota, of course. I mean, there's all the mechanics of like last hitting, timing, real time, all that sort of aspects. But I mean, in this game, there's a lot of really interesting cards and behaviors. Like there's these improvement cards where you can actually cast spells on the varying lanes and they continue to upkeep every single turn. So you can wind up, like I played a game where I was honestly getting my ass kicked in 2 of the lanes, but I just kept building more barracks in the 3rd, flooding my opponent with creeps. And it's really nice because often card games can be very complex, and if you've played any Dota, virtually any question you would have about how the game works, there's a very clean and clear reference to Dota 2. And with that, I'm literally not going to talk about the card game for the rest of the tournament. Oh, I'm such a tease. Because we got one more match coming up. It is going to be Evil Geniuses versus Empire. This is a match I know a lot of people were extremely hyped about. And we're going to go into Evil Geniuses introduction right now. Crowd favorite, a TI favorite to many. Although they had amazing performances in group stages, they could not translate their strategies to effectively execute in the winner's bracket, going 0-2 to newbie in games where a lot of times their strategies seem to fall apart. And against them, they will be going up against a team that has a stand-in that commands the respect of virtually all the players here, Resolution. Let's see how they will fare against EG. Please join me in welcoming Team Empire. Got to be a real treat for Resolution, who he was actually going to work here in production.
He was going to be, he was going to be a talent.
Yeah.
Now he's
still a talent.
Top 8, man.
Yeah.
He is a talent for sure.
He's a standout, not a stand-in.
Yeah.
That guy is ridiculously good.
And I mean, how many days have they even gotten the chance to play together at this point? Has it been?
Well, he used to be on Empire a really long time ago.
Completely different roster.
I think he
None
plays like in that scene a lot though. So I think he plays with those players. No, not at all.
No stretch.
I mean,
Come on, give us a little ground.
Last year he's been playing with like DC, whatever you want to call. So he's been away from there for quite a while. And even before, when he was playing there, he was playing with a little bit of like some different players, right? I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's actually played with these guys before. I mean, I know that they're friends and everything, and they talk probably at events, but I'm not so sure that they've had a lot of time. And we can see even Rezo was saying earlier in one of the interviews that they don't even have the time to kind of work on everything, to kind of play that much like a team. We saw when he played that Void yesterday. Was it when he said, you know, he's like, yeah, I want that one hero where I can just carry the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a big amount of pressure on Resolution. He has to be able to pull his weight, not just as a carry, but of course as a player stepping in very recently into Team Empire. On the flip side is Team EG. And before this event, we got the chance to catch up with one of the most infamous players on Evil Genius's universe.
The very first time I heard about this $1 million tournament, first we weren't sure whether it was a scam or like, I don't think anyone really thought that it would be like an actual job. I just took a backseat and was a coach for that first one. The only tournament I'd played in before that was DreamHack. So TI was a bit different. They put us in like a pretty nice hotel in Germany, and there were 15 other teams there, so it was a bit surreal at the time. I was the 6th man at TI1. We beat MUFC, and then when we played Moscow 5, at that point I think most of the players were pretty much burnt out, so it was a rough tournament. Even after the loss, we got about 25 grand. I felt like you could make a lot of money off this. My mindset was that I wanted to make it to TI2 as a player in any way possible. And then once I joined EG, I was just trying to learn how to work well with the team and do as well as I could. For TI2, we had the home crowd cheering for us. Teams got a lot more serious between TI1 and TI2. The stadium was bigger. There was more fans. We played at IG. We ended up losing a game 3. That was pretty heartbreaking. I don't think we dealt with the loss in a great way. Shortly after TI2, I left the team. I wanted to come back next year and do better. After TI2, I took a break from competitive for a while, and then eventually I got asked to join Dignitas. TI3 was probably the lowest point in my Dota career. I didn't feel like I gave it my best effort around TI3. My parents at the time were very upset with what I was doing, and during that time EG had bought a team house, so I was able to move out of my parents' house and live here, so that was a big motivator for me. At TI4, we got second in groups, so we were guaranteed $100,000 each. All of us were pretty excited because I don't think any of us had ever made that much money before in anything. The fans at TI4, it was a huge jump up from the first 3 TIs. DK versus EG, we were like 2 of the best teams at the time. In the second game, I had a good Faceless Void game. That was the first time that I really felt the high of being like on a huge stage. I hit some pretty cool chronos. I heard the crowd like roar. That was a pretty big defining moment. I feel like I've always been like chasing that moment ever since. It was a pretty close game, and then the third game we lost in like pretty spectacular fashion in like 15 minutes. It was a tough loss for us, but at the same time, third place, it's not too bad. TI5 was probably the TI that I worked the hardest at. I think it was part the prize pool and it was part what happened in the year before. TI5 was a lot more organized. There was individual practice rooms for everybody, and I felt like it was the perfect event. We ended up losing to CDEC. It was a pretty crushing loss, and we were very keen on just brushing that loss off. I think we played 4 games against them and played very, very well in the finals. I hit a couple blind hooks and that one moment on Earthshaker that people remember. When I made that play, like, the crowd was insane. I could feel the vibration of the crowd. It's a crazy rush. Ever since TI4, I felt like I'd been chasing that feeling, and then at TI5, I feel like I finally found it again. I felt like I finally achieved like exactly what I set out to do ever since I started playing. It was the first time my whole family went. They were just like blown away. After TI5, I think they just completely stopped worrying about what I'm going to do next. When I joined Team Secret, at the beginning it seemed like a good decision. But then after a couple tournaments, it was pretty clear that it just wasn't working out. EG asked me if I wanted to come back and play, so I decided I had a better shot of doing well at TI with EG than I did with Secret, so I went back to EG. We got the TI6, and since we were the returning champs, we got solo rooms this time around. We had a couple great matches. I played Void again, and we had some nice chronos. And then we ended up losing to DC in the lower bracket. We ended up getting 3rd place at the entire event. If 7 years ago someone told me that I would have been invited to all the TIs, I guess I probably wouldn't have believed it, you know. The biggest thing that's changed between TI1 and TI6 is the level of commitment from the players. The prize pool has gone up in a big way, and being a player is a definite career option. The thing that stayed the same for me is the passion of the fans. Has always been there. I would say right now the International is very important to DOTA. Basically the entire year is just revolving around TI. All the TI experiences I've had have made me a better person in some way or another. Constantly being around teammates in stressful environments and having to work through personal conflicts, I think it helps anybody grow as a person.
Universe, one of the most respected and consistent players in the history of DOTA. Always a pleasure to watch his incredible team fight focused heroes, of course, Enigma, but Faceless Void too. Will Evil Geniuses be able to make another run at top 3, or will Empire stop them in their tracks? It's time for game 1 of EG versus Empire.
Evil Geniuses versus Team Empire. Game 1.
Team Empire snatching Earthshaker right out the gate, and EG answering almost immediately with Sand King and Marana.
This is like DOTA from, I don't know, 8 years ago. Isn't That's what people were picking back then. I feel like this is
Yeah.
Dota. This is like Dota.
Hi,
Dota.
Cat. Tell me the stories of ancient Dota.
Dota 1. I mean, this is all people played. You know, it was like Sanking Pod, Shaker, and then probably some Lina or Lesh.
Lina, Lesh, Sven.
Yeah. I mean, at one point you could like Blink Dagger wouldn't get disabled, right? And so all the heroes that have Blink, you could just blink out of stuff. Shaker AA, that seems reminiscent of some TI5 days, but that's supposed to be EG though.
Tomato, can you give us a brief summary of EG's playstyle? You play with a lot of these guys in pubs and
yeah,
scrim
yeah,
against them?
I've streamed against them. They play some high-level Dota. I think like they're top 3 skill team in this tournament. They have the same issue as all the high-skill teams, where they try to do too much stuff, and they end up losing the games themselves. It happened in game 1 against who they play Newbie. They tried like some Naga combos, and that ended up losing the game. You guys could have played calm and win their game.
Oh, yeah, I remember the exact moment you were talking about, where they slept the entire newbie team in mid lane, and then engaged a little needlessly, got silenced in an enormous disruptor ultimate. Lost most of their roster.
So they're too next level for their own good.
Yeah.
It's almost kind of funny how, as you get good at a game, it's just as important to stop doing things as it is to learn to do things. Sometimes it's all about just getting small edges.
You see here, EG's opening is something that we talked about a little bit earlier, is that the EG like going for these heroes that can go to multiple lanes and have kind of multiple positions. So it becomes a little bit harder to read them. Right now they have both like their Potom and Sanking, and they can be played in different positions, both of them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard for Empire right now to predict what EG are going to do. And I think, to me, it looks like EG are kind of just fishing for information. They're taking 2 heroes that they really like playing.
Yeah.
And they're kind of just waiting for Empire to reveal what direction they're going to go.
Yeah, I mean, Mirana, Universe and Sumaya both have played Mirana in this tournament.
I think Artur has also played it at some point.
Oh, really?
And I'm not sure if they have, I don't know if they have played ever Safe Lane Potom, but that used to be
They
a
have.
thing. Yeah, they might have, so they can play it in almost all positions.
I mean, with this sort of unpredictability, do you just make an even more focused draft if you're Empire, or do you also equally try to carefully judge what they're doing and play against it?
You can't counter PKG. Like, it's too hard. I've screamed against them, and they just pick like random heroes, and they change the whole lanes all of a sudden with last pick. So, I don't think Empire does that. I think Empire plays around like Resolution. They get King Anti-Mage, Morphin Lich middle. They just play like solid standard Dota.
So if you were playing against EG, what would your plan be right now?
Wow, I think Empire doesn't care. They're just one of those teams that they just won a nice lane for Resolution, and he's gonna carry. That's how they've won every game so far. I won against them, and our plan was just make Resolution play Necro. And we won because of it. Like, he couldn't carry Necro.
So give Resolution, if you're EG, force Resolution into a hero which he can't carry the game with.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, what are the big, scary heroes that you never want
Empire, we put so much talking about this resolution show, but you have to think about, okay, if you're bringing in the stand-in and you had a carry player like Chappie who's very adept at a set of heroes, resolution maybe has other heroes he shines on, you bring in this stand-in, it's oftentimes a better strategy for a team that brings in a new player to build around him and utilize the core core that you already have in your team to give him a good game, rather than expect him to completely adapt to the team's playstyle. So I think it's very natural for Empire, when the stand-in is a carry player, that they try to set him up for success, especially when it's such a capable player as Resolution, who is mechanically regarded as one of the absolute best in his position. But that doesn't belittle any of his teammates. Like, Empire have held their own on all of their players, and we've seen standout performances from every player. Looking over to EG, they looked a bit, I guess they looked a bit shaky, I want to say, against Newbie. They had some moments of brilliance and just some moments of very unusual lack of coordination and bad play calls that we don't expect out of EG.
It's that moment when you wish that Universe video went just one extra TI further, so we could look back at, like they said, like, oh, we want to get that loss against CDEC out of our head and just move on. And the same kind of thing may have had to happen. They were really leading in game 1 against Newbie, and then caught on their own shoelaces in the mid lane fight. Sean was bringing up that 15-minute Disruptor ultimate. It did so much work. They have to reset, think about it again, and try and start in a good foot. And a good way to do that is having Zai coming to contest the rune. You're looking for the Fire Strike. It's going to go on to Resolution. Maposhka is here, can't do much though. When Universe connects with the arrow, Resolution needs a life touch for a Storm Bomb for the Storm! Sumail hits the money! Not only will he take room, but he'll take the first blood. And this is a dangerous thing. You do not feed a Sumail Invoker.
Invoker has had very varying results, I want to say, in this tournament. There's been some Invoker performances that really fell flat, and other games he looked good, but on average, this hasn't been a great Invoker tournament, I would say. So very important for this hero to get a head start. You see Empire immediately trying to counteract it. Roger on the Shaker is just going to run in and be annoying to Sumail. Actually, Sumail needs to take care of his career.
That he does.
All good.
Roger was just hovering around. It's the vision, Crit as well as Zai. You talk about like Invoker not having a great time in mid. They're waiting for Roger to initiate. All of Walk underneath the Observer and Sentry. Already the Stun Strike again on the money. Roger needs to be more damage. The Fissure connects on 2. He's into the trees. 3 HP he drops down to, but into the safety of the tier 1 tower. The Earthshaker will survive, revealing the gank on the mid lane.
And the thing is, when you're rotating 2 supports together like this for the first whole minute, they were waiting a long time in the tree line for Crit's Arctic Burn to be available again. This gave a lot of space in the lanes. If these kills fail, it gives a lot of space to Empire. You can already see that they're taking some advantage. Even with all this pressure they tried to put mid, the Ember Spirit is having a good time since he wasn't the one being gone on. Ghost Stick in the top lane. This is a good matchup for Phantom Lancer. You need to keep that in mind. This is a specific counter pick EG took because of that Bat Rider. Arteezy will be having a great time up here, and he needs to. It's not a good PL game apart from that, like the channel pointed out. So important for EG to get the right start in the right lane.
Needs the farm to offset the disadvantage in the abilities, but Ghost Stick's still going to get some good levels on top. So as long as Arteezy doesn't kill him off, then it's still going to be a win, but Arteezy is still going to be very willing to fight him underneath the tower. Only for this early point. You can watch for the rotations around the bottom rune, the 2-minute one. It's going to spawn top as a regeneration rune, so both Roger as well as Crit have to back off. And it'll be Sumail to grab a regeneration rune. In fact, he doesn't even want it, denies it, doesn't want to waste the time.
Tower is drowning.
Oh well, maybe it would have cost him a CS in mid. It's 100 mana. I guess
Creep Wave was under the tower, so yeah.
Gotta go for that. This new Alacrity, I actually haven't seen this animation yet. It's from the new Immortal that came out recently.
Bottom lane, Fissure just trying to create some space. Zai, even with the boots, can't get close enough, and he doesn't have that second level up just yet, just shy of it in fact. Same with Crit. So there's no bonus damage arriving from either Zai or Crit just yet. Now they do hit their level 2s, but Arctic Burn onto the cooldown.
Gonna need to wait a bit on that, Sumail. I don't think it's time just yet. He could try to straight run down mid and see if he could do it. I don't think so.
And Zai is just chasing after Maposhka. He doesn't have any real help, but that Sunstrike middle lane, it actually looks towards FN, Sumail. He was tossing up whether or not his bottom lane supports could set up for that Sunstrike or not, and couldn't. Tried to have a crack at the Ember Spirit instead.
I actually wonder when we... Okay, so this is a little bit of not very chronologically thinking right now, but if you look back on the draft, this Ember Spirit pick from Empire made EG really think before they picked this Invoker. I think this Ember pick might have even been what EG wanted for themselves for Sumail mid lane. Could have been a very interesting pick for them. It's a hero we've seen Sumail play in a lot of high-stakes matches, and I think it would have rounded up their lineup pretty nicely. Their bottom,
yeah,
does have really easy.
Universe doesn't care about the rock walls, and he still's got the extra
good arrow.
Nice hit into Maposka. Do they have the damage required? One more hit, and the hit from Universe. It will connect, and EG, they are patient on the off lane. The Team Empire in support so far, which have had a bit of a problem. Not really getting what they want, but at the same time, Crit as well as I committing a hell of a lot to achieve these just 2 kills so far for EG.
And it seems the game plan from EG as well is, let's try to contest Resolution a bit. They made that first rotation to mid that wasn't successful. Since then, they've kind of played this. It's almost been a hard trialing bottom. I want to say pseudo-trialing because they're still moving around, but they're definitely committing a lot of resources. We saw this being very successful in the game yesterday between DC and IG Vitality, the elimination game where Paparazzi Sven got countered super hard in the safe lane. So I was thinking about it.
He needs the illusion. He'll need the illusions to tank the tower if he wants to dive under that.
Destroy the barracks, then get back.
Yeah. Yeah. The other issue too is the fact that Sumail still needs a little bit more mana regeneration. He's not having that Sunstrike exactly ready. Still needs to invoke it up and they still have mana to cast it. But he's getting back up bit by bit.
Stun on bottom. They're going to connect the arrow. Roger's in trouble.
And nowhere to really escape from that one. Good setup stun into Universe's follow. And there's not much Resolution can do to save him, even if you want a Warcry. It's still got a good mix of magical damage and the physical. Zai now making his way down. He's got stick charges, but that won't be enough to get him the mana to get the Burrow Strike off, so they're just more posturing against Resolution, keeping him out of this game.
And now that EG has made it very clear what the game plan is for them contesting this bottom lane, the question is, what's the counterplay from Empire? We're going to see this replay right here of that kill stun into arrow. As Pycat said, 8-year-old play. And that's not in the age of the players. It's not, I guess technically 8-year-olds could also pull that off. It's not that hard playing this stun into arrow, but you know, it's an old thing from Dota history. This combination of heroes has been played for a very long time, and it still works.
And it does.
Old tricks. So the question is, what I was going to say is, what are Empire going to do? Are they going to sack Resolution a little bit and look to apply pressure elsewhere? Are they going to double down on this bottom lane and try to bring over maybe the Ember Spirit, who has hit the level 6, sorry. He's ready to make his first rotations now. A great amount of burst damage from him against the bottom lane. Being put on Resolution.
Warcry in the Splinter Blast. That is level 2 from Crit, so he's prioritizing the chip range damage. But it's a good question. Sacking Resolution. We've seen Svens have a real issue if they try and fight from behind. So Zai might have that haste, but FN in the neighborhood. The Dire Observe Ward hasn't seen him yet. He's been behind the trees, now reveals himself in the lane. And Defensive Spirit also available. Sumail stands his ground. Damn, he does a lot of damage. That's plus 113. Has to spirit away FN. Zai not able to get there at the right time to help out Sumail, but Sumail really showcasing that 200 damage physical.
And you need to keep in mind when you're playing against Invoker as Ember Spirit that he can always remove the Flame Guard with the Tornado. So Sumail will very easily be able to allow his team more than anything to kill off the Ember later on in the game. We'll already see him. I want to say this is fairly unusual that Invoker only gets 1 Inquisition and 2 X. Zai is coming dangerously close here.
He walked right over the top of the Radiant Observer while Burrow strikes down. The Spirit committal is there from FN. He really wanted that kill. He did something to make this mid lane better for him as he was falling behind the net worth of the Invoker.
That was very nice from FN. He dodged the Tornado as well with that. Activate Fire and he jumped across the NATO into the kill and gets out. You're right. This mid lane's going great for Sumail. I've seen this before. He's one of the absolutely best mechanical players in this lane. If the matchup is even or even favors him, then he will most of the time come out ahead, even with a bit of contesting from Empire. It didn't really do as much as they would have hoped.
Yeah, they needed to contest more. We've seen teams actually commit like tri-lanes to mid to try and stop Sumail from doing what he's doing.
It's 22 to 9, 23 to the 1 of FN. That's a 1.5 level difference in mid.
Spirit committal, Ghostix rotated off the top lane. Lasso is up. It's a level 2 Sand King. At the same time, it's a level 2 Sand King. You're not really getting much out of Zai. You're 8 minutes in, and he's getting no levels.
That is one of the weaknesses of running an aggressive tri-lane like this, is if you don't get successful pulls off, your support's going to level. Yeah, they're thinking about it. Arrow's ready now.
Resolution's going to let the Stormbolt go. What's really got left? Rod just moving his way up. Observer and Sentry's giving him the vision on the other side of the tree line, so they know at least that Crit's by himself.
And this really, right now, this really feels like a game for Empire where the lane, they must be feeling the pressure. They're actually losing their lanes really, really hard. The top 3 CS, by quite a margin, is on EG. They have a 3k gold lead, minute 8, without taking a tower and fight with a 1 kill. So this is raw lane farm that they're just winning on. And if they can just keep this pressure up, they're going to eventually scale into a very good position with their lineup later on in the game. Empire, on the other hand, it feels like they have to activate their Bat Rider to organize some good moves as we talk about. Ember still playing catch-up.
KOSU's going to take some time before you can say he's activated. Still trying to go for drums before he gets anything else.
Oh, Zai's going to get through
down bottom lane. So Zai, it just seems to be a bad day for an SK. All 3 kills of Team Empire have been on Zai, the Sand King of EG.
I mean, sometimes I just wonder when they're using these chat lines if there actually is any history behind. It's like the teams that use these frequently are just using things that make no sense in the context almost every time.
We can point out
there's got to be something that makes sense out of it.
EG in game 1, Sunstrike, but barely could have clipped the ice. Instead, now it's the Spirit of FN going forward. They need detection onto the Invoker sitting inside that Ghost Walk. They're just trying to burn him with AoE. They don't have mana on the Earthshaker for the moment. His totem just came back off cooldown. He's trying to look for him, but Sumail is invisible. They have no idea that he is already back to the Tier 1 tower. Even so confident, he held onto his 9-1 charges. Now he'll burn them as he goes back.
That's the classic first gank on Invoker where Invoker uses Ghost Walk. And you're like, why didn't we have detection? And then you have detection the rest of the apparently you don't. They're actually not even buying any. Maybe they can't really afford it. So the support duo of Empire is really poor. The Shaker is very far away from Blink Dagger. It's 10 minutes in, granted, but hasn't had too much success around the map, and AA is not doing very great.
Quick moment.
Mouse disconnected. So how does the mouse disconnect? You kind of pull it out.
Don't yank.
Yep. Just, you know, it's a high stakes game, but you don't need to like with your mouse.
And we're
I've seen people destroy
throw it off the table.
Games.
Fortify their structures.
Better to throw a mouse in the game. Bottom lane TP's coming in.
Oh, that's not a good lead, Universe.
Firefly, the lead didn't go where Veranda wanted to, and it's all our resolution to get a big kill. It's been Zai dying the rest of the time. They have Moonlight into a battle with the Cold Embrace. Makes it work a little bit harder for it, but with Mapochki here too. Crit, trying to make a break for the tree line. The 7-stick charges, don't know if that'll be enough to really get him out of this one. The Cold Feet will trigger, and they burn, as well as freeze, onto the Winter Wyvern. The Empire getting what they want. They do lose their bottom tower, however, but they get 2 kills in return.
That's a fairly even trade overall. It was a support and an offlaner that died for EG, and Empire rotated down 4 heroes to try to take that fight. If they would have held their tower as well, it would have been a very good move for Empire, but as it stands, they're still just getting out farmed a lot. And now EG are like, okay, we have a level 3 Sand King minute 11. He needs a lane, so Zai is going to be a bit quiet for the next couple minutes in that top area. Going to work toward his level 6 and 7.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Progress toward that Blink Dagger.
It's a good time to do it as well. You realize Team Empire, it's around the 11-minute mark when there should be at least some trip, if not quad stacks of Ancients for Resolution to go off and farm, and that's what he's farming up right now. So the rest of the EG supports actually have to help Resolution at this point. He hasn't had the greatest start. The fissure block off, maybe not exactly what they were looking for, and they've already burned the shrine. Now, EG have no idea what's going on because they've got no vision on the other side of the map, but they should have enough damage to get through it. And again, maybe they don't. Resolution was trying to save God's Strength, I believe, to go for the second camp, and that's actually where they're moving their attention now, leaving the Granite Golem behind as well as the Thunder Lizard, who seems to be not wanting to stay at base.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's
actually
top
sitting
tower.
outside of the area.
What else have we got coming out? So AA is almost level 6. It's a very integral part of the Empire lineup, being able to counter the Winter Wyvern. The panel pointed out very strange in a way that EG chose into the heroes that I was showing at the time.
Scanning for enemy.
With this Ice Blast, they can very easily set up kills that... Ember is one of those heroes where you're usually in a situation where you're just in a little bit of extra to get that core kill. Most of the time you can solo supports, but cores will get away with like 200-300 HP. You can combine those level 4 chains into an Ice Blast, and all of a sudden this Ember, it feels like he can kill almost any hero on the map.
Resolution's finally taking his stack at the moment, and well, if he ever wants to be involved in the kill, he'll be pretty quick and also find some regeneration. The 3-man smoke up from Empire. Their observer was watching Crit as well as Universe come up the hill, but instead they want the big one. They want to kill off Arteezy, and they're able to do so. He died. Ice Blast and Echo Slam, something EG was specialist at. And a previous TI.
Universe is going to get Mikoshka here. Double damage rune.
Nice for him to get. Keep that momentum going. That's now 3 kills for Universe for his 1 death. But it's coming at a cost. The fact that Sven is able to start playing catch-up, even with that, like his catch-up game has only brought him up to 4.4k in the net worth. It's nowhere near what you're looking at from EG. They're so far ahead on their cores of EG.
It's strange when you look at the CS numbers, and it feels like EG should be further ahead on net worth and experience than they are, but the game is still fairly even. It's a 1k experience lead. The 3,000 gold is definitely substantial, but this game is easily within reach for Team Empire if they set up any of their good team fights. Their lineup is incredible at fighting. One thing that neither lineup is particularly good at is pushing towers, and that could lead into this type of game where the important fights start happening minute 30. And if you have a farmed Sven, you know how that often goes.
Bottom tower is
Empire
under
definitely
attack.
have the tools later. Right now, EG are still in good control.
As both of those heroes, like the first phase Ancient Apparition pickup. No Alchemist shenanigans like we saw earlier. It's pretty much just straight 4-on fight. In the late game, getting hit by that Ice Blast is dead to evil users. And there's a great setup in the form of the Earthshaker. You still need to see items. That Ice Blast is now flying its way down to the south. Ghostic has blinked, no lasso. It's got 8 seconds on cooldown for the moment, so the Ice Blast will connect Arteezy. Just going to doppelganger away. The Ice Blast chill effect will still remain on him, and FN, here he comes, but just to defend the tower, which is very, very low. Ghostic, he needs the time, and now it's there. Blink Lasso, Crit is the primary choice. If they can see it, Arteezy's calling the fact the Batrider is missing. Right now, he's in land clearance business.
I'm not sure if EG had that lasso perfectly timed or not, but that 5 seconds made a very big difference. If Ghostic had the lasso, they would have definitely pounced on that PL, trying to get a kill. Now instead it's going to be EG making the smoke rotation here. They have a ward that sees the movement trajectory of 2 of Empire heroes connecting with that mid lane, and if they can get a good backstab here, set up for a very nice team fight for themselves.
Backstab not
Roger's going to break it though.
One's already broken. There goes your curse out. Ghostic, the arrow's going to connect. Sunstrike as well. Roger, no way to survive it when EG commits so many abilities. But now it's up to Team Empire. They want to try and turn this fight around. Flame Break pushing Crit away from the Ice Blast. He still wants to hold his ground. That'll mean he'll die to FN. So a 1-for-1 trade-off, support for support.
I think Empire's fine with that. It sucks losing your Shaker who's making progress with the Blink Dagger, but if that's what Smoke is going to bring with it, that's all right for them. At the same time, EG keeping the farm up. Sumail is getting really, really farmed this game. He has almost 10 CS per minute, 16 minutes in on Invoker. His Aghanim Scepter is only 400 gold away, and as much as I said that a hero like Sven can take over a game in the later portions of the mid game, Invoker is one of those really dangerous heroes when he starts getting this amount of farm. I think widely regarded as one of the absolute best late game heroes in Dota, and the only real way you deal with Invoker later on is either by having massive catch for him and maximize and burst, or
Blink Lasso, there's your catch. Being put to use.
He died again.
Will fall in Team Empire. Yeah, what are we gonna make that? That's now 4 deaths. He's got his fantasy team a little bit wrong. You don't get plus points.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Resolution's coming towards the mid, bringing the Master Madness and Gold Strength. They'll commit both to bringing down the Tier 1 town. There's no fortification for EG anymore. So Resolution happy to grab the town, back off. And all these kills, all these initiations that Team Empire have been looking for have been happening without Resolution. He's always been in the jungle farming and comes in at the last moment just to take a little bit of the glory and the money.
And he's building a very farm-intensive build here. He's going for both the Master Madness and the Echo Saber. This should make him the fastest farming hero on the map. It will have a higher pace than Invoker, even with his Aghanims, I believe, if they're just both farming.
He's definitely moving faster than Arteezy. Like Arteezy after that kill on bottom lane kind of slowed down a little bit with his progression.
It's just the nature of Phantom Lancer when you go for this build. If you want to really farm fast with Phantom Lancer, I think the first item you go for is Boots of Travel. I think overall it is faster than the Diffusal build-up. Either that or you get a Yasha. But Arteezy's going for the hybrid build that can also fight if it comes to that necessary. And I think this is a better approach when you're playing against a counter core. If this was a great Phantom Lancer game, you could go for the farm build and be like, okay, if I get farmed, I'm going to carry my team. But Arteezy is in this position where it's like, if I get farmed, that's great. But if they do as well, I'm kind of still going to struggle to play my hero against the Shaker, Sven, and Ember.
Gang's coming towards mid. FN is the man. target painted on his back. Sumail, Crit, and Universe will try and team up together.
They want to curse
and they're going to start with a curse. This will actually line up for the arrow, which is able to connect. Sunstrike coming into. SK can die in the meantime, but that's something we're all used to. FN dying, however. That is his first death of the game.
And that's going to be a tower as well. They get the tier 1 mid. Empire are trying to get as much trade up top as possible, but they're eventually going to have to back off here and don't have enough in the tank to really stay here. So that's a good move for EG. That's way better than the smoke they did beforehand, because this one brings an objective with it.
They get 2 of them. They move to bottom lane. The damage they did previously up the tier 2 tower when the Batrider was looking for a kill. They now finish the job. Easy, not even leaving in the real self behind lane. The illusions do the job. That's why they get the last hit in the tower.
I'm curious to see in this game is what route he then takes with his Ember Spirit. So he's gone for the travels first, and now it looks like he's going for a Lincoln. I guess he's tired of getting cursed after 1 curse. But is this a physical damage Ember game or magic damage Ember game is the question. If you get physical damage, you can cleave and kill off the PL illusions very easily, but you already have Sven for that, and then you're fighting with physical damage into the Wyvern Golden Race. If you go the magic build, well, maybe it's too late for them, and you already have that in space. There we see the kill on Zai that we didn't see earlier. Pretty straightforward. Lasso into Sandwich.
Yep, perfect combination. The Maelstrom does make enough sense though. Like we were debating this during another game previously. That Ice Blast Zai again, 0 for 6. At this rate, we're gonna have a contender for the Malk Award. He does have the Moonlight Shadow back out. He is affected by the dust.
He is alive.
He will survive.
Just close. 1 more tick from Flame Break. For just another second on top of him by Ghostic would have been the kill, but he didn't dare to pursue there with Zai stunning off to the side. Blink Dagger might not have been ready either. So they save him this time. Zai's like, finally, I get to walk out on the map for 2 consecutive minutes without getting killed.
We may have a Wyvern Sandwich at the moment, putting down the Vortex as well as the Cold Feet. Crit's got the movement speed, takes to the air with the Arctic Burn. Spirit Forge, you're going to get that Spider Fist Searing Chains into the Ice Blast, and Winter Wyvern. Well, he can't take the chill or the burn. That's the burn that kills him.
That's something you need to be very careful with against Empire's lineup. They are very mobile. Both Batrider and this Ember Spirit can punish out-of-position heroes very quickly, and it doesn't really matter who it is. Even this Phantom Lancer where you're like, oh, I'm against Batrider, you know, maybe I can doppelganger off. If you get lassoed and you get doppelganger off, the heroes will still run you down. Like, Ember doesn't care if you doppelganger away. He's just gonna run after you at twice your pace, so gotta be careful with how and where they show their heroes. At least it was only support that time, but find Arteezy now with this flaming lasso, 5-second cooldown.
It's the Blink Echo Slam. That could be your easiest start. Give the extra vision. Arteezy just walks into them. The Ice Blast committed. Nothing is left to chance here from Team Empire. And Ghostic, he even knew that was such a kill. He was looking for the second one. He was looking for any friends Arteezy had, but Arteezy had no friends on that bottom lane. And now it's EG looking for revenge instead for their fallen teammate.
Trying to make it down here in time to kill Rezo, but I think Rezo is going to get this in time and back off. If he's greedy here and goes for that last hit, he's dead. But probably thinks...
Here comes Zai, looking to initiate. He doesn't actually, he does have that Blink Dagger. The Sunstrike is coming in, but the control is just not enough. Resolution already starting his TP. Ghostic also needs to get out. TP is off cooldown, and it looks like everyone from Team Empire, as long as Ghostic can escape from Crit, he is under the vision of the Observer Ward. Where's that arrow from Universe? It'll come too late because it's on cooldown for the moment. So Ghostic, 4-star, 1 second. Here comes the arrow from Universe. It'll connect, and Ghostic will fall. Universe will be the man finding the kill with the Maelstrom proc.
Yeah, cooldown on 4-step there. He used it instantly to save the Sven earlier.
Oh, Mapochka. Arteezy looking for the solo kill. The Sunstrike from Sumail. Easy, easy setup. Made all possible by Arteezy.
Empire is still doing a good job of pushing these waves. Most of the heroes dying in this game are really supports. There's so many support deaths and so few core deaths so far. Arteezy, I think, has the most deaths out of any core with his 2, I believe.
Now the only one who hasn't died so far is Sumail, who's at 3-0-1. I think every single kill he's claimed is the one that's not in front of him. It's always been in the Sunstrike at range. Supports giving their life for their cause, but they're getting money back. The fact that Zai's managed to die 5 times and still picks up a Blink Dagger at a reasonable time.
It's all right.
It's great for him.
Given the circumstances, it's not too bad. I think he had it for a couple of minutes already, so he gets a sub 20 Blink on Sand King with 5 deaths. That's respectable.
Yep. Doing it hard. Looking for the next smoke. They've got Dust available, and it actually looks like Team Empire just have 3 players walking on top of that aggressive Observer Ward. Probably planted so they can track the farm rate of both Resolution as well as FM. They have to keep tabs on these 2 heroes. especially the Sven. You do not want him getting in front. At the moment, the 10k net worth is pretty damn good for a Sven. Yep. The only downside is he's wanting to be number one. You always want to have that number one net worth. Right now he's 2.6k behind the Invoker.
You reach this point now, though, when Invoker falls off a little bit in fights against the Sven in particular. The reason is there's a couple of key items being picked up. FN has got the Lincoln Sphere against a couple of things, including some... He can also counterplay, like the Cold Snap Invoker can be annoying. And the Sven now with the BKB. So you look at the graphs and you look at this net worth, and then you're like, when this BKB of Sven is popped, the only counterplay that EG really have is Winter's Curse. So if this Wyvern gets locked down, Empire can look really scary. On the contrary, you know, if EG find the right type of fight before Sven even gets the BKB off, they still have the burst to bring him down. There's no real save on Empire's lineup except that force down.
Very smart read here from Equal Geniuses. There was no one defending the mid. There was no one actually saving the tier 1 tower on the top lane from Team Empire. They knew they were on the hunt. Universe is scanning the tree line with the arrow. There was a 5-man maneuver from Empire on the southern lane. That's the one they wanted. They couldn't find the opening. Apochka and Ghostic even Firefly between the tier 2 and tier 3 tower, and they don't find their targets either. EG, successful dodge.
They got a good ward out, though. Question is if EG know where this ward is. This is the kind of ward that can be very valuable when you have Batrider. You get deep vision into the enemy jungle, so you get to see movement patterns. And Batrider can obviously punish when heroes start running down toward the ancient area or farming the big camps here, since he can fly over those cliffs.
Moonlight Shadow.
Overtake them.
Crit's going to get close enough to Resolution to get that curse off, especially as Resolution shows himself farming the wave. He has the BKB. The Great Wave's nearby. Zai moving in. Moonlight Shadow. They can just start with the basic stun from Zai. Burrow strike it up. Here comes your arrow, but the BKB from Resolution wants to stand and fight, or he triggered off that Mask of Madness. Needs to move his speed away, getting blocked up by Roger, who echoes lands only the fake PL. Still, Trick going down the sidelines. Epicenter from Zai. The damage can now be put into the Sven. Ice Blast on the way in. It's going to connect on RTZ on Will, and he doppelgangers away. Resolution sent up towards the air by Samel and blasted into deafness. They may not be done yet. Ghostic. They realize there's no sentry ward nearby, and actually no, EG will be retreating. There's no way this 3-man team can get a revenge kill onto EG quickly.
This is one of the things I love about Mirana as a pick. There's almost no teams playing this hero. I think only really EG seem to favor the hero this tournament. Moonlight Shadow is such a good spell. When you have these limited supplies of smoke, the game can reach stages when it's very difficult to find picks. But the Mirana there, the key part of that kill is the Moonlight Shadow. That's how they got the jump in the first place on Resolution. Felt pretty safe because of the warding that they had in the area after that Batrider and AA invaded, but sneak in there with the invisibility and find the biggest kill of the game.
And that is
every kill on Reso is huge.
Because this is separating it up, is allowing Invoker to be the stronger hero on the field. And you can see Samel making the space of it, like getting involved in the fight, BTing down to the bottom lane straight away, then letting the Forge Spirits kick in. And if no one comes to defend this, then again, more of Empire's maneuvers are going to be flagged.
The prize is mine!
And EG, very hard to catch them by surprise when all the lanes are so consistently being pressured.
Yep.
But they're going to try anyway. A 3-man smoke down mid.
This is a good smoke in my opinion.
It's got some very
it's hard to read.
It's a Lincoln Sphere though. They have to blink in, use the Force Staff to trigger off the Lincoln Sphere. Now they can keep the last soul off. Ice Blast will connect. They have to keep Samel there, and they're able to do so. Samel with 70 seconds on the sideline. Because he pulled up the full Lincoln Sphere. Even the fish are catching out Zai. A quick dusting. They don't want to hide anywhere. Burrow strikes available, but Zai, now he gets it. But FN waiting with open blades behind the tier 2 tower.
Under pressure.
Gives back-to-back kills for Team Empire.
Textbook smoke. They showed Resolution in the bottom lane. I think they showed a hero in the top lane as well, and the remaining 3 heroes look for Samel. It's a kind of risky play, because if EG read this movement and they're on backup behind Samel with defensive heroes, that could have turned into a great counterplay. But they make it hard for EG to at least read what's going on. EG have their vision in the top area of the map, and therefore have no idea what was coming their way. That's a big play from Empire. 2 kills, one of them on Samel's Invoker, his first death. They get a tier 2, and Rezo, he's not done yet.
Yeah, he's going to come up. He's still got a little bit more of that God Strike timing, but at least force a reaction out from Evil Geniuses.
Now he's done.
You got it from the Arctic Burn. The spirits are actually bringing Crit down to half of his life, but no one's TPing out to the shrine. They're all coming home.
200 damage on the tier 3. Actually, it's something I've noticed about Resolution in this tournament is that he seems to have a very, very good understanding of how far he can go. And that's why it's very interesting to me to see him dying to this Moonlight Shadow, because that might be the one time in this game where he didn't really have the correct read on what was happening, because you need to be a bit deceitful to trick Resolution to catch him off guard. And then he's been having exceptional reads. And his Faceless Void game that we saw yesterday also just reads off. He is
fast, and Roger Moposhka teaming up together beautifully. They played that very, very patiently. They're just letting the creep wave do its thing. And eventually, Crit just came out, feeling maybe he had the safety, but there's no vision for them on the bottom lane at all. In fact, both of the observer boards from EG, one of them's about the timeout on top of their jungle rune, and the other one sitting in front of where the T1 tower used to be of Empire. And they don't see enough from this to really let them know where Empire's moving. But maybe a new smoke ward vision coming up.
Could be. Or Moonlight Shadow. 45 seconds on that one. But look at the graphs, man. This is a change of pace. EG had these like good 5 minutes, and now they've had 5 bad minutes. Everything on that graph is green, and the experience is pulled in the advantage of Empire already, and it's only a 1K gold lead now for EG. So Empire with a couple of good moves to put themselves in a good position now. Question is, how do they transition? Looks like FN will be going for the magic build. He went for the Maelstrom first. I wonder if he wants to finish the Mjolnir after this Blink Dagger he has queued up, or has different plans later on. It's actually possible to do hybrid builds on Ember, where you have like this early magic damage and then you transition into more physical-oriented line or damage later. Very curious to see what his idea is in this particular game.
Empire's got the primary concept of let's go kill them all if possible. RTG's the man. Truku get caught out. The Echo Slam reveals the real one. They lasso the wrong one. The arrow flies forward. Resolution soaks up with his BKB. Already Zion Arteezy have fallen, so there's no fight here for EG.
Empire are feeling it, man. That's 7 kills in a row. And another tower. Roshan is available. 40 seconds on the EO and the Sanking on 30. They don't care. They're going to go high ground.
According to the game, that was a 5-man Echo Slam.
Yeah, that was Arteezy and a lot of Arteezys.
Yep, every other he gets out of range of the Ice Blast. The arrow will connect over on Roger. Meteorite still rolling towards him, so Roger starts to burn, getting hit by the tower. He won't be able to get out this one. Universe will kill him off. And Evil Genius is at least get the consolation prize as Empire do more chip damage to another tier 3.
Very nice Meteor from Sumail. He cast it far away from the Shaker, but anticipated that Shaker would be stuck long enough for the Meteor to actually reach. It took like a full 2 seconds before Roger started taking damage from it, but then Cold Snap plus Meteor combo under the tower will secure Sumail that kill. And Empire may be overextending a little bit there. They got another 300 damage in, but this time on a different tier 3 tower. With the death of the Shaker, it seems like EG are confident to go for their next move. 4-man smoke.
Yep.
Showing Arteezy top. And maybe this time they're hoping that Empire want to go for him again.
The line is drawn to move to the tier 2 tower. However, both of their observer wards they planted down are primarily looking at the front end of the Roshan pit. One of them probably won't survive as there's already a sentry ward there. But Team Empire, they read this. FN's got a lot of pressure on bottom. He's sending his illusions in with a catapult wave. This may force EG to come back as no one is here. So they leave it to Zai. It's a 0-7 to do the work. Blinks in for the Sandstorm at least. Forces FN to back out.
This is one of the benefits you have of having Ember Spirit in a game like this. There's not that great ways of EG for killing him. Especially, they always need at least 2 heroes to get the kill. Maybe even 3. So if he is pushing this wave bottom this far, it very quickly becomes obvious what kind of move he's going for. And Resolution was just hiding, waiting until EG started showing on the map again. Now he's back to farming this top area. Going for the Linkens, by the way, after Blink. You can't even curse him when he gets that. Sven is getting scary, Toby, and it's not only him. The Ember, as we talked about, has a good matchup. He's getting farmed too. EG kind of, they kind of dropped the ball in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Haven't really accomplished much.
They've been trying, they've been looking for the opening, but they haven't had the vision to really achieve it, and this is going to get harder. Ghosticker's got the Jammer True Sight on him, purchased up by Moposhka, and they're looking for the warding of
a BKB too.
Yeah, he Blink, BKB, and Force Star, so he can jump in, trigger the Linkens on the Invoker, and still get out, and if he is that first initiator, you've still got the Linken Sphere, which can be given by either the Ember or potentially the Sven. You can double stack this on your front runner for Team Empire.
This should be
wait, did he just... Okay, no, he walked over the top of an observer ward and didn't kill it.
Oh.
Goes back and then remembers himself.
EG need to keep an eye out for Roshan now. They need to have a feeling. This is the Radiant team that has good pushed out waves. They have God Strength. should be able to kill Roshan pretty easily. Sven can obviously solo it at this point.
I hate to tell you though, they can't keep an Observer Ward. When you've got a Batrider around there, they just lost their 2 new Observer Wards they planted, and Crit's only got 1 more left in his infantry at the moment. It's very difficult for EG to establish vision. And Sumail just walked underneath the Observer Ward. Ghostic may believe, he's not close enough for it. He's feeling it, but can't get it.
Sumail playing it safe here. He's gonna Alacrity his Forge Spirits, and Resolution is gonna munch them up very easily. Actually, he's gonna lose quite a bit of mana here.
Yeah, got to get rid of those PL illusions, making sure they don't just keep copying on him. So he has to turn and fight him.
They dealt a lot of damage because of that minus armor from Forges.
Look at these Observer Wards as well. So good from Team Empire. Even if EG feels like they've found one of them, they're not going to get both. It's too much of commitment for supports, and Resolution's going to start up with Roshan. Meanwhile, FN attacking into the bottom. Zion Arteezy can't get the initiation off, so FN quickly back out again. The Sunstrike scouts at the fact that Roshan is being done. Resolution and Watch are going to be joined by FN inside the pit. Can EG get there in time? The Moonlight Shadow then trying to run forward. In comes Zai, goes for the Burrow Strike, just near the target. Resolution killing off. Oh no, Angus the Immortal! Snatched out by Zai! Resolution killed him with a cleave. Now they want to get back out this one. Goes to with the BKB, isolated in the middle of 5 heroes. Space created by Roger. Blinks down the side, blinks up to try and find him. Then trying to disengage, but Poshka won't be so lucky. Arteezy is all over him like a hot rash, locks him in the corner with all the rest of the Arteezy 5-man team. And they may try now, EG, to gain something on the map for the first time in 20 minutes.
Split-second decision there from Zai, just going for it. He blinks in, gets the stun. Actually, he didn't even stun the Sven. The Sven got the BKB up very quickly, but
I thought he was
Resolution. So this is one of those moments where having 6 slots at this point in time, Rezo wants to have all his items on him, because if the fight breaks out a little bit earlier, he needs all of his items available. But when Roche is about to drop, you want to swap an item, and we're going to see it right now. So Zai goes in. Rezo currently has 6 items.
It too.
He currently has 6 items in his inventory, so he can't pick it up. Yes, the stun on Zai doesn't get the kill, and now Zai has already taken it. He swaps in the Mask of Madness to try and get it. Rezo's like, you know, yeah, it's one of those difficult moments because you need to move the mouse down there and move that item into your backpack, and it takes time, and Zai's just faster because he already prepared a slot.
The 0-7 SK that hits 0 stuns because the slot...
Oh, mid lane, we don't have time for that. Big kill!
Mid-focus gone, the Ice Blast is flying in!
Does have buyback, but this should be forced maybe by Empire here.
Yep, they're coming. FN's already arrived. Defensive Spirit, they can start chipping away at the building.
Defending is not easy right now for EG without that Invoker. He is their primary defense. Of course, there's other spells that are annoying to deal with, such as Splinter Blast, Starstorm, PL Swarm. But the thing is, if Empire don't want to push, this is at least a full minute of complete map control. They can push out all the waves, force EG to camp inside their base once again. These core picks are extremely important. Sumail has now died twice. It's been a long time since the last kill on him, but they're just as important every time.
Yeah, spacing it out. It's more and more money. Was Resolution who found it, so more cash coming the way of this Ven who's looking for a Bloodthorn. As the BKBs get lower, they'll become more and more effective. At the moment, Sumail still holding his 10-second BKB. And you got another one on the way from Universe, so this is going to make it 2 BKBs. Obviously, the Phantom Lancer does not want to build into this. He was actually looking at the Skadi originally, but now he switched his mind and is going for the Lincoln Sphere.
Honestly, I'm wondering if you want all
of it. Get out there. The cold beat, the Ice Blast, it is just too much. FN jumps right on top of him, and Arteezy, he actually big Roger! Hits the two-man! Perfect hit! FN will now get a double kill, and EG retreat, retreat, retreat!
Oh no, Arteezy actually completed that TP. I can't believe he went in for that. Crit was already completely dead. The Invoker was still dead. There's no way Evil Geniuses are able to retaliate in this fight. And just, this is a really greedy TP that gets immediately punished. Now Empire with 3 deaths. This time they're going to try to do some structural damage for sure.
They're coming for the bottom lane. The mid lane is going to push in. It may get close enough to turn off that backdoor regeneration, but now here comes Resolution. Beat the tower, arrow flies forward. He'll just walk to the side, already Lincoln Sphere being triggered on him. But they take the tier 3 tower, this will open up the shrines, and Empire are happy with that. They're not going to force the issue much further than FN chipping the mid tier 3 tower. But they're back, they got the objective, and they hold the lead. Now let's actually see it from Arteezy, from the perspective here in the mid.
So Crit is already dead, and now Arteezy completes this TP, has to try and disengage, immediately caught out, and this is 2 nice kills. He even stacks up with Zai. It's a bit reminiscent of EG's games against Newbie yesterday, where EG are off to a good start, their lanes are going well, and this later on in the mid game, it's just like things start falling apart. They're not finding the moves, they're making these key mistakes where they're out of position. And Empire are just pouncing on them with these very mobile and fast heroes that just kill them too quickly. And EG don't get a time to stabilize and establish themselves in the fight before it's over.
And this is more than crumbling. Like, they've swung this net worth in the last 20 minutes by, well,
15,000.
I was going to, yeah, 15 grand. It goes up in the experience by almost 20,000. It's not a minor swing.
Standing for enemy.
Definitely isn't. And it's at this point you start wondering for EG, okay, the BKB on the Mirana is very close, as you mentioned. The BKB on Sumail is completed. Do you actually need to get a BKB on PL? You don't want to, but honestly, how is Arteezy going to play these fights? If he goes in, there's so many things he needs to worry about. If he gets a BKB, he can at least limit the options that Empire have. Okay, then they can't really counter him with Shaker anymore. The AA is not so scary. He can't get Sven stunned. He can't get messed with by the Ember Spirit, who has a magic damage build. You know, it's like, it sucks. You can still get lassoed and you can still get killed by Sven, but is it better or worse than the alternative, which is building a lot of stats and then you're countered by everything? Now there's even a Bloodthorn on this Sven of Resolution, so even more value in the BKB. He does have the Manta, of course, but if that's already used, now Sven can single-handedly just slam him in one stun.
He's 39 minutes in and already very happy with all 6 out of his slots. Ghosting, very happy to find this pickup. It's Arteezy, the Ice Blast chilled in, FN. Even adding a Spirit for good measure, but Arteezy down for the 65 seconds. Buyback is available, but the bottom lane continues to remain under siege. And this is getting very, very difficult for EG.
This is the game you want to step up, you know, this is the game on the big stage, and Ghostic is maybe playing his best game of the tournament. His Bat Rider in this game has been outstanding. 5-1-11 has found so many openings, has been able to not only find the openings, but also assist Miposhka in the warding missions where they've gotten the intel that they needed to make the kills successful later on. And EG just seems like a completely choked out team with no control of the map.
Here comes Resolution. That's actually God Strength being committed to kill off 2 Forge Spirits, but I think he realized he doesn't have a creep wave. So the God Strength still wearing off. Ghostic's looking for his opportunity. They put the Lincoln Sphere protection onto him as now the run forward. Arrow almost caught by 3 players, but, well, they're matrixing healing that. Leading into the melee rack. Where's this defense from Evil Genius? Samal burns his BKB nice and early. Looking for the kill onto Roger with a force-up. Gets him out of range of the Sunstrike. And Evil Geniuses, for now, Empire will back out.
Great hold. They didn't expend Arteezy's buyback. They took a little bit of damage on the melee barracks, which are going to heal themselves up. The BKB was even expended by Sven there, so a little bit of a commitment from him to no avail. Oh, all right, Sumail also used his BKB, so you could call that a draw perhaps, but under the circumstances of being 5-on-4 in their own base, EG are probably happy that they didn't end up having to lose either a buyback or a barracks.
It's the fact that Sumail takes his BKB to a 9-second while Resolution's burning his so much, he's already down to 5. Yeah. So there's not a lot of immunity time for Sven just to stand his ground and hit, and that's what he wants to have happen. And looking at his next item build, I'm assuming this is going to be the Resolution special, where he's like, you know what, I've got 6 items, about to have 7, just put boots in the backpack and pick up a full butterfly.
Yeah, get the Flutter in the fight instead. It is just a vastly superior item to the Treads later on in these fights. Also should be, since it costs like 4 times as much.
Sumail's TPing in. It's like they want to have this fight. Universe will have to hit the arrow. They got the stun. The arrow will connect for Resolution. The BKB comes off. Ice Blast is coming over the top of him. Crit! That damage is huge. Resolution, however, is now going to hit the ground. No protection from BKB. Sven is going to go down. Roger can only clean up the creep wave with his Echo Slam. Minimal effective damage onto EG, and they keep the momentum going. Hitting into Roger. Universe becomes unstoppable. But big things. No Echo Slam, no ES. He's got no buyback for a full minute. And EG might be able to force the buyback out on Sven. It's a long way to go, however, and they're turning their attention towards Roshan. He's not back yet. There's 2 seconds till he could possibly spawn. Do they get lucky? Do they get lucky? And they don't. It's a minute and 10.
10 seconds after the Sven. So I want to say this respawn timer maybe favors Empire, as we're going to see the fight here again. So Rezo not getting the BKB off on the initial Sand King stun could have been a disaster. He still got it off just in time, but a little bit of miscoordination there. The lasso on the Wyvern and Sven at the same time going on the Sand King. They had 2 different targets. Crit is 100% dead there if they just combine, but you know, high-pressure environment, high-pressure moments, sometimes you make the wrong decision, and EG capitalized in a big way with those 2 kills, and they desperately needed that. They were starting to fall so far behind. This is a little bit of a dip back the other way, but no objectives for EG. No tower, no Roche, just additional farm and push on the waves.
It's getting a hold back on this game. It's stopping the grass from going out of control. They have started to dip back the way of the Dire side, not by much. That's what momentum is all about. And at the moment, they're looking to gain more. Put Sumail on the front lines. Let him be the initiator. Catch out these cores. That's what they're looking for. Sumail is now only a quarter of a level away from having level 25.
Guess who already has it?
It's gonna be,
it's the Ember Spirit. Actually.
Of all of the heroes, I was waiting for you to say,
25.
are you ready for the plus 65 damage talent tree?
I think he's going to take the Stormhammer talent. I feel like that talent is almost always better. It's a 5-second cooldown on a 2-second stun. It's crazy good in these late game situations.
They're waiting out the Sunstrike. There's a PL illusion. Empire want to kill off Roshan, but EG is watching like hawks. Except Beastmaster is inviolable, so they're watching like Arteezy's PL illusions.
Careful here though. Sumail is in good position. Roger actually going to Shadow Amulet here.
Well, at least he can set up. He's had a hard time getting into the fights.
He's under attack.
He would really love to finish up the Shadow Blade. Having that Echo Slam fall short in the last mid-fight.
Learn from his teammate who isn't here. Just go down mid and just hide right in the middle of the lane.
That's right, it's the emails they get late at night. I wish you were here, but by the way, you should do this in the game. EG is just waiting so long in the Team Empire jungle. They're waiting for them to come down, but Empire is also waiting for Roshan. The Forest Spirit's going to scan up a posture as well as Resolution at the pit. But of course, the PL Illusions are pushing into bottom lane. Team Empire are faced with a difficult choice. Do they try and defend? The Ice Blast will do a decent part to defend that, and they do send FN down. The easiest man to get back, thanks to the Ember Spirit with the Remnants.
This is a very, very tense moment. This fight is going to determine a lot. There's no buyback on the Phantom Lancer. Invoker, I believe, does have it just barely.
Splinter Blast reveals the position. Crits on the front line. Sumail, they're using him as bait. The Forcer gets crit away. Burrow Strike and the Echo Slam. Is there enough space? Goes to get the BKB up. The Fidge is done. It locks up EG. They're trying to retreat, get away from the damage of Resolution. He's already cleared 2 entwined, but they want more. The Lance on the PL. Doppelganger is there. You can make a couple more Arteezy. Trying to run west. They don't know where the real one is. FN's going after him. They need to kill off PL. 2 seconds. He's got Menace available. More Arteezy down the hill. Which one's the real one? FN make a choice. Side of fifth. Arteezy. TP. But he can't make it in time. Ice Blast was coming, but FN got there first, and no buyback for the PL. Will allow now Empire to go into Roshan if they want it, if not more.
Crit really needs to watch his positioning. I don't think he can be the one getting jumped on. This Wyvern is way too important for their counter engages. It feels like forever since we've seen a Cold Embrace and a Winter's Curse. He's always getting killed so early. And the moment this Wyvern is jumped on, it's like, it's just a paradise for Sven. During this BKB, nobody's going to touch him. His 5 seconds of complete domination. Just runs from one hero to the next, gets a couple cleaves off, and when they finally get him under control, they've already lost 2 heroes and a half, and the fight's over. It can't, if they want to bait someone, it can't be that Wyvern. It has to be someone else, but who do you throw on the front lines? Do you want to throw the PL in there? He could just get blown up as well.
But you could always just throw the bigger one that always got killed before. Why don't you throw Sai? He's had enough.
Throw him to the wolves, I guess. I mean,
it seems to be the most expendable one out of EG, because you can't have PL, you can't have Invoker there, you can't have Mirana there, and you need the Curse control.
And the really big issue is that EG just don't have information. They can't. We're talking about who to throw to the wolves because it seems almost impossible for EG to get the jump. It's very hard for them. To me, when this Wyvern dies, this fight is almost unplayable. Like, instantly dead. We see the Shaker with a quick reaction, great play from Roger, just sniping down that Sand King immediately. And at this point, what do you do 3 on 5? You've expended your BKBs, FN's on fire.
Time to come back to the fight. You've got one quick stun. Moonlight Shadow gives them protection. Crit looking to the bottom lane is FN with that Sleight of Fist. Chris just trying to make it to the tree lines and away to safety.
He should be okay.
And he will be able to do that, and so will Sumail. They want to fight from inside their base, not outside. Fight from the position of power, from the position of height.
Wait, where did Cheese go? Oh, Shaker has Shaker has in his backpack, and the Aegis is on FN. So big advantages going the way of Empire. 10k lead, Aegis and Cheese in their inventories. And EG are back to the comfort of their home, which is not really the comfort they would like to have right now. They would like to have the comfort of the opposing team's home, and they haven't really been able to kind of almost cross the river for 20 minutes now, 25. It is a really difficult game. This is Batrider paradise. He's actually, in my opinion, uncountered in this game. We've seen so many Batrider games where if you don't have that Batrider counter, he seems to take over games. You say, in a way, Cold Embrace is a counter, but just not against this lineup, man. If you Cold Embrace someone, there's still a lot of trouble. So much magic damage from Empire. It's a great lineup with mixed damage types.
The only counter is Zion jumping in to get the Bar Strike, but with the BKB up, that doesn't even work.
And he kills himself to do it.
Yep.
It's very unrealistic that you're going to get a blink stun, unless you can get like a very quick blink into stun backwards and then force staff. Could maybe get out.
Ghostic, trying to take to the hills at the moment. The Forest Grid's getting rid of the Observer Ward. EG are definitely on the defense. Protect everything. Batrider's Firefly doesn't have a lot of time left, and thanks to the very low cooldown the Tornado for Sumail, they can chip away at these towers quite nicely.
Arrow connected.
5 seconds, but it's way too far to venture out. In fact, at this point, even if Empire catch an arrow, it may be the bait that EG does not want to fight.
It's good if it's on FN. I think then Empire will win the fight if EG hard commit on this Temper. They probably have to wait until this Aegis expires. And that means even more gold gain for Empire. This is the classic late game situation where you have Aegis and Cheese and you have the map control hero. EG just are going to get massively outfarmed. Look at FN's confidence just going into the enemy base, clearing up the creep wave, jumping out, just keeping EG completely at bay. And the way I see it, the best play EG can possibly pull off is trying to bait Batrider to lasso a fake PL. That would be the start of a good fight for them, but Ghostic just isn't taking it.
Sumail, maybe they find a moment. Arteezy's up here, Ghostic blinks away. Diffuser Blade already slowed him down, but Sumail, they're actually backing off. You talk about fear. Like, you've got confidence from FN, and you've got this living fear from EG. Anywhere outside the base is not safe.
That's just not the way to start that kill either. You can't start it with a Diffuser Blade heal. It has to be the Invoker with an instant damage to it.
Oh, Resolution, he's inside the base looking for that opening. Sumail, as well as Rez, do burn both their BKBs. Blink Fire Strike, they do find Ghostic. This is a nice target, but Searing Chain, Sai may not have the life for it. Sunstrike coming down. The damage is negligible, and Roger, he controls Sumail on the back lines. Now the curse is out. It holds the Earthshaker Deafening Blast, means no real damage is being done to him. This fight is broken in multiple parts. Universe is actually doing the damage with the Maelstrom, but Searing chained up. He will fall down as well. There's more RTs to continue the fight, but they do not see Roger. He sees everybody else. A 2-for-2 trade-off. But the initiation is gone. The BKBs are burnt. Roger able to grab that Empire gem and then get back out.
That would have been a big win for EG if they recovered the Gem of Empire. Even trading 2-for-2 like that would have been very nice, but yeah, they bring it back, and will probably, as a result, keep controlling the map as they have. Very important to note, though, this Sven is starting to struggle a little bit. I'm wondering if Resolution is thinking about going for a Refresh Rob instead. Oh, he's just thinking about killing Crit, but he doesn't have vision.
Whoops.
Oh, if there was a... Oh, actually, there's no counterplay there. So, yeah, that Linken's has been really nice to see. He would definitely get cursed here if he didn't have the Linken, but can't go for it. Zai, like you said, he kind of has to go in. Good Cold Embrace, just not enough Empire. FN has the damage.
It was enough.
That curse was important.
Yeah, Sumail needed to be freed for that fight. It's from both sides this time around. Like, EG got what we were talking about. They had Zai being able to get that initiation stun that EG can then move around. And the problem was then created by Roger onto Sumail, but Winter Wyvern did his job. The Cold Embrace, he didn't make it easy for Team Empire to grab one kill and move on to the next. That's what happened in the mid-fight, where you had Resolution just swing down onto Crit, move on to another target that's already half low, and then just push everybody else of EG back again.
Yeah. It's crucial that this BKB usage from Sven doesn't net kills. If they can avoid that, then they're kind of playing 5-on-4.5, I would say, after. Like, it's not like Sven can't do anything, but he's getting very controlled by all of this lockdown, especially from Sumail. So, the scary part for EG is, what if Empire get the jump? If they get the jump, Sven comes in with a BKB and has a target, it gets dangerous very fast. Again, Wyvern's positioning is crucial, and the big difference this time is he's able to cast spells.
Resolution now has the butterfly on him, and he's going Refresher Orb as the next item.
Yeah, there we go.
Double the BKB.
That's what they needed.
Double the silence.
As I was saying, maybe getting it over Butterfly would have been a good choice as well, but he wants both. Yep, and he doesn't really have much reason to worry that he won't be able to farm them both. If Empire want, they have like this iron grip on the map for quite a while, kind of keeping EG in the stranglehold inside of their base for, it seems like, an eternity now. And this is when you start wondering, to think back on the group stage, how many games have Empire had like this? Yesterday they had the game against Cloud9 for over an hour. They were way further ahead in that one. It felt like almost impossible for Cloud9 to win that game. This game is winnable for EG. It definitely feels winnable, but it's hard. Will Empire be able to control the map, get the Aegis advantage once again? And more importantly, will they run their heads against the wall, or will they actually start getting some important objectives? 52 minutes, no barracks. The first lane is kind of insignificant at this point. It doesn't matter that much any longer.
There's enough defense power from EG to defend one lane of racks. 2 would be difficult, 3 would be almost impossible for them, just because of the pressure that Empire will apply. But you do actually have one thing in this fight, which is unfamiliar territory just at the moment because the item is kind of ass. The side device is over on the Invoker. There is nothing like the Legion Commander. There's no press the attack. There's nothing to break them free.
No Lotus.
They're looking for the Lotus Orb on the Earthshaker, but it's still going to take time for Roger to get there.
Yep. It's a big item for a while.
Yeah.
He still needs to play around the Lincolns, though. The 2 Lincolns on both Emperor and Sven.
Stick. He's going to find a target. Zai into the Sandstorm. Quick 4-star away. They have the Observer and Sentry watching Ghostic, and he knows it. Thanks to the Gem of True Sight, they'll get rid of the Observer Ward, making Samael blind on the map. Crit's also a long way out. With Zai, they are in almost no man's land inside their jungle. Both have TP scrolls available, but they're like trying to make a break for the tree line. Crit jumps inside the Invis. Another Sandstorm from Zai, and every player from EG who was up on the northern side have now returned home.
And FN takes care of that top wave. He doesn't kill it off entirely, but he gets most of the creeps down to half, so this momentum in the top lane should shift, and in addition to that, Rezo, it's going to cut this creep wave top. So once again, EG playing one lane.
Or Roger, really? He's found a target. The Shadow Blade, he's right on top of him. Arteezy, you got multiple to choose from. They're going for the individual one. Instance up from the Echo Slam. They have to control him. Here comes your Ice Blast, and the lasso will hold in there. Arteezy will fall, and Empire get the pick off they've been waiting for. And they may get more resolutions ready for the mid lane. Universe has BKB resolution, can go for the short range hit, and exactly what he does. Not only does he get the orb up against the Storm Bolt, before there's a BKB counter. And Universe is gone. Both have buybacks.
I like watching big crits. That's also why I like watching PA games. It's a very rewarding thing to see. Boom.
Resolution brings the big one, plus 549 damage when God Strength is turned on. And that's on top of his basic 222.
2 dead cores. This is buyback forcing territory. I will be very impressed if EG don't have to buy back here. They've had some great defensive play so far in their base, but this might just be the limit of what their lineup can actually perform.
Well, Samel's at least trying to get rid of the mid lane, but Resolution's coming in through the bottom. Ghostic already with Firefly up, looking for that target to move forward onto. Crit. As the Splinter Blast forces Resolution to blink himself further away. The melee ranks under siege, fortifications available. But you got 37 seconds until they're back up, and FN is taking the tier 3 tower up on top. They baited Samel up. Where is that control? Empire, they are leaving. You got to buy back out from Arteezy. And do they regroup and go back in again for the Murano one? It doesn't look like it. 20 seconds is too long, is too short a time.
Oh, you get Roche. I think this was everything they came for. They were hoping to force a buyback or get a barracks. They get the best buyback they could get. I think the Murano would have been less valuable. And now they're straight over to the pit.
They see it
knowing
now.
that this is respawn. And you feel like EG should come out and contest this. I just don't know if they can get there fast enough. They don't have their Shrine to connect with. They're going to try, it looks like. Smoke is ready on Crit.
The Sunstrike scattered out. Both the fact that Roshan is alive, as well as the fact that they started it, but the Echo Slam, it catches Invoker! The Fissure as well! Shanky can't help out. The BKB lasso onto Crit, using out the Winter Wyvern. There's no codes available now. He's still silenced up, rooted to the ground. FN's going to double kill with the Stormbolt. Resolution finishes off the Wyvern. Buybacks are coming left, right into here for Evil Geniuses, while Arteezy still wants to fight. He has Samael here. They have to make these buybacks worth it. The 3 cores are here ready to fight. FN's BKB triggered for the moment. Spirits himself away. That BKB got another 3 seconds left on it. They'll stick with him. The Tornado a little bit too early. Roger still waiting for his control. Arteezy looking at Maposhka. At least he would love to, but he can't see him. An Invis rune spawn, and Maposhka can walk away from him.
Empire are playing really, really well in these fights and in this game. They're taking so much advantage of the vision that they have, and they're playing without fear for the most part. You know, when they're playing with fear, I feel like they have good reason to.
No.
EG wishes they were playing with fear right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's their coach. Arrow flies forward. Roger not going to walk into it, but everybody just chipping and saying hi. Roger, no Echo Slam, but the Fissure catching 2. Here comes your Ice Blast. Double stun with the lasso. This is huge. This is massive. Universe is gone. Wyvern as well in the grave with no second life. Zai can help out. Ghostic doesn't have his BKB. The arrow flies forward. The creep's going to actually tank that one up. as Empire, again they move backwards. Arteezy again moves forward, looking for the fight, looking for an opening, but Empire have no holes in their defense. Zai wants resolution, but his blink's too good as well. Straight back towards the shrine.
You are a true friend.
Look at this gold graph and look at the last 30 minutes of gameplay. This is 3 red dots at the bottom. EG have found 3 kills in half an hour. And that's a kill on a Shaker, a kill on the Sven, or actually maybe they got 4 kills, I think, and a kill on the AA. That's it. It's just been this complete domination from Empire across the map. They've kind of had 10 times as many successful moves, and it's just showing. That fight was so huge again. They don't get objectives, but they kind of, was that 3 buybacks that were expended from EG? I think the Phantom Lancer expended his on the defense, the Mirana used her buyback, Sumail used his buyback to try to take that fight. Did Zai also buyback? No, he didn't.
No, he's the only
don't
one.
have that luxury.
Everyone else has a buyback going 5 minutes or more.
So Crit did as well. So that's 4 buybacks on cooldown for EG. If Empire get any half-decent fight here, the game is over.
Yep. And this is where EG, like, again, we're talking about the miracle play from them. They still do hold their racks. They do still hold their base intact. So at least not dealing with the split push, like, real problem that Empire can give if they have momentum in a wave. Instead, they just send FN into the other lane when they were attacking the top tier 3 town. That's why it's only got 184 HP. The bottom lane is exposed. So Team Empire will crack a racks with this push. The question is, how much does it cost them to do it, if anything? And they're going to smoke. They're moving closer. 5 heroes all grouped up. They want an opening. They have no vision inside the EG base at the moment.
No God Strength for 20, so this is a little bit of a weaker resolution right now.
Zai's on the retreat. Firefly, it doesn't see in deep enough. They put down the Observe Ward. Now they do see the SK. And while Blink Lasso, they got Crit. He doesn't have buyback. He needs to get this curse off. The Glimmer Cape hiding Invis, but where's your curse? The silence lasts too long. It was the Bloodborne of Resolution doing the work. Blink Fire Strike trying to catch out the ES. Remember, that Echo Slam is a problem, but not if he doesn't have the mana for it. Roger going to be brought down by Arteezy. Mid lane still being attacked. The Hex over an FN, as well as the EMP burn if they can get rid of his mana. Not enough of it. He still has a 2k mana pull, but the Fire Strike catching Ghost and EG. They're chipping and they're getting ton of opportunities, but no big kills just yet. Resolution! Oh my God! Outside! Mercy, mercy, please! FN wants more as well, but he's got no mana. Arteezy, well, freeze yourself in time and space. The Cold Feet will latch. Resolution's back. So is the Bat Rider with the BKB. Resolution wants the kill on Universe. He's trying to close the distance. Universe, no lead. Silence up. That may be enough. The Shrine can't do the work. FN up to cover the BKB. Right on top of Sumail. You'll send him up towards the BKB from Sumail. But the physical damage is penetrating the immunity while he's been lassoed up. This is a slaughter fest. It's a worthwhile killing spree at the moment. Empire will take the mid lane out. FN wants more. Arteezy trying to defend it. The curse is out. Resolution, he's your friend. Oh, nice force there. He pushes him away. Another cleave goes to work. It's good game. It's done. Resolution, Empire. They take game 1 against Evil Geniuses in the lower bracket of TI.
They look really good that game. That's scary, man. That's a team that has grown a lot since the early group stage. Very, very
in this game, I think we saw they did pick that peel into the Shaker and then followed up with the Sven and the Ember. And
yeah,
it kind of looked like EG's two cores that were in the game were sort of Invoker and Bottom, because peel was just too countered to kind of be a factor in this game. RTC didn't have that good of a game, but you know, it is really difficult to play that peel up against those heroes. So I think that this last pick, like waiting with your picks, the important cores, it's something that we see time and time again. When you pick those cores too early, you can get countered, and it's very hard to play from that point.
And I want to ask a little bit about EG consistently has had good starts in their games. Rarely do we ever see them in a poor position after 15 minutes or so. But at this point, they've lost 3 games in a row on the main stage. One more, and they're out. In fact, one more loss, and they will exit TI without a single win, which is a real shock given that they were top 3 in the last 3 TIs.
Tomato was talking about how they drafted for the lanes. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think EG focused too much on lanes. I don't know what was EG winning condition, because like they're winning the lanes, they make these cute plays like the Wyvern ult to Arrow, which like, yeah, they look cool, but how did they win the game? Like, they didn't stop Sven's farming stacks. They didn't slow the Bad Riders' blink daggers. Like, they're making Ascent operation pickups the whole game, and they have like no counterplay to that.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult for them. Also, with this game, we talk a lot about resolution. I think this game was actually the least resolution-focused Empire that we've actually seen. Ghostic played extremely well on the Batrider, and yeah, Sven, they made it seem easy for him, and they just played extremely well, way better than I saw them in the group stage.
The one thing that is cool about Team Empire is that it kind of feels like now they're kind of just rallying around Rezo, you know? It's like sometimes when you find something to play around or someone, it just makes you play better. And to me, yeah, like you said, it just feels like Empire are playing better than they did in the group stage. And maybe it is because they kind of just found that, you know, they found this win, and now they're sort of, you know, they trust in Rezo, and they kind of found their stride a little bit, and they're looking good.
I mean, you brought up Ghostic earlier. There was the amazing blink dive with BKB on for Ghostic on Batrider to save Sven from the arrow. Just incredible coordination and allowing resolution to shine. Purge, talk to us a little bit about your thoughts on the match.
Well, I agreed with a lot of what Tomato said about how EG's combos were really effective, but they didn't ultimately pull through in the end. I have a clip of that here. They used Winter Wyvern's Winter's Curse to set up a very long duration stun. They bring in the Great Arrow for another 5-second stun, which guarantees a lot of damage output on heroes that are difficult to kill, like Ember Spirit. But when you get to the point of the game where your cores have Black King bars or even Force Staffs, it becomes a lot harder to kill them. They didn't quite have the setup time here with their Potom ultimate, and unfortunately, before the arrow was able to strike its target, Resolution was able to use his Black King bar, and then the whole rest of the fight got so difficult. And there was a lot of other times where there was team fights like that, because all they really had was Burrow Strike, Winter's Curse, they needed Arrow, and they needed those abilities to combo together. It wasn't simple. Even something as simple as a Force Staff really interrupted that a lot of times. The guy that gets first stunned gets Force Staffed, which means he's out of the direction that the arrow is coming. So it just made things really tough for them. And throughout the entire game, it just really felt like Empire were the ones that could make the grabs, make the picks, and very often what they would do is push forward very aggressively to place Observer Wards in really good spots. They placed a couple here. They ended up sneaking all the way into the enemy jungle in a later moment to do that as well. And then it just gave them this commanding vision where EG, who didn't want to push, who didn't want to gank, were constantly within Wardian vision, and it gave Empire a lot more chances to actually get pickoffs. So straightforward win for Empire, and they played very well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see the ways in which EG would adjust their lineup, because I mean, we have been pretty consistent seeing resolution on the Sven, on other hard carries throughout. EG really seems like the ones who need to, well, they obviously have the very clear game plan with 2 flexible picks early, but I mean, how do you adjust your picking in this spot?
I think that they should go for something that they kind of know well. If I were in EG's shoes now, I would want them to go back for something along the lines of Venomance or Drow Ranger, kind of like get RTZ on some comfort hero, maybe Lycan, just get him on something that he likes playing, and kind of just find those comfort heroes for every player, so everyone knows what to do, and then just go with that. Don't overthink things. You know, they should know that they're a good team. They're all good players. They can definitely do this. I'm sure they have, you know, the crowd. I'm pretty sure they kind of like EG, and they have a lot going for them. So I think just go with the comfort zone and do their thing.
You know, Tomato, what if you can speak a little bit to the fact that sometimes you've seen EG try to do too many things? Did you feel like that happened in the recent game or the recent draft?
Yeah, I think they're trying to be too cute with their combos and stuff. Like, I've seen EG like do some dark tier combos. I'm pretty sure like their team fight's much better than Empires, and they're just playing around like winning lanes. And I don't know. I don't see like an overall better strategy from EG. Meanwhile, in Empire, like they're trusting Resolution and they're playing around him like 4 staffs, protecting him, giving him stacks and stuff, and it's pretty nice.
The very clear game plan of Empire is paying huge dividends. As these players are stepping into what could be the last match of the day, we're going to briefly step away for something a little more lighthearted as Shiver and Slacks tick themselves a nice little trip to the zoo.
Welcome to the Woodland Park Zoo.
This is not a zoo, Shiver. This is a museum for everything that we know in Dota 2. Let's get in there and see some heroes.
All right.
Right here, we're in the Night Silver Woods, and there is Nova. Salamane Nova! It's not nighttime, or else that would have worked for sure.
I mean, yeah. Zonky the donkey?
That is Zonky the donkey. I can't believe I got to see a celebrity today. So look at that, Shiver. A phoenix egg and a phoenix feather.
Those are very rare, you know.
Now, how much damage can these guys, like, survive? Do you know any phoenix voice line, Chiefs? That thing doesn't speak phoenix.
Nope.
Oh, somebody just called him over from the mid lane.
Yeah.
Go get him, Zonky. Go get him. Oh, no, he's not moving very fast. No upgrade.
Someone upgrade him fast.
He's gonna die.
Meet the original Bristleback.
Yeah, you don't like it when I mention Tusk, do you, Bristleback?
Yeah.
You'll get him, Bristle.
Next.
Okay.
Why is Lycan not eating Enchantress?
It's daytime.
Ow!
The ganks are coming.
The pack is active.
Oh my God, Shiva, look at it. It's Dota's best casters, Toby, Juan, and Gods, right here.
Right.
It's a disaster.
They're all dead.
They're all dead. A minion of the Monkey King.
Ow! 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 Thank you for not howling at the wolves. Okay, we missed that one.
Sorry about that one. Look, Shiver, these are people that ask for 2 tangos when the game starts, before they go mid.
I don't know what to say. I always give 2 tangos. What does that make me? What does that make
you
me?
the supplier of the blood-sucking leeches, Shiver.
I'm the blood donor.
I'm ready to leave. Can we go? Is it over yet?
Well, hopefully it is foreshadowing that we'll get to see Artesian Lycan, a big comfort pick for him. Of course, one of the most successful heroes in this tournament. Curious to see how they'll adjust their plan.
Also, the Enigma that we talked about that was banned in the last phase. That's a good win condition. Like you
Final ban, yeah.
Kill cores and then push high ground when they're dead, and then you can just sit back if they try and fight you. It's pretty simple, right? Theoretically.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like some of the most successful drafts that we've seen have very clear synergies. They're just straightforward and clear to play. There's a lot of obvious combos, there's a lot of obvious setups, and I mean, perhaps I was a little too overexcited by the kookiness of some of the early EG combos with Earthshaker mid and the great Zai on Naga Siren setting up the nets for Mirana. On the main stage, it has not performed well.
Mm-hmm. They definitely have to have more synergy in their drafts. We saw the best synergy they had was Winter's Curse into Arrow, which might kill one hero. Maybe.
I feel like you don't really want to give Universe a hero like Potom. Like, when you have a player like that who's been around for so long and is considered by many people, you know, one of the best players and one of the best, absolutely best offlaners, and he has a lot of heroes that he's very good at. He's Batrider, Enigma, you know, Void, to name a few. You just put him on one of those heroes, you know, give him some, if they get the Shaker or whatever, you know, give him one of these kind of standard offlane heroes and then play off of that. I think that's a good way for EG to kind of get the ball rolling.
You know, I'm curious about the graphic that we just saw that talked about the most successful heroes at TI in terms of percentages, and Nature's Prophet was sitting there at 60% win rate, and this is a pick we've seen be very successful for EG, but seems to be consistently banned against them as well. The whole split pushing focused lineups, going for early pressure. I mean, what are your thoughts on the big picks that EG's undervaluing?
I think Nature's Prophet's insane. I think that hero's too good. Like, yeah, like, even if you lose the lane, you can just like rotate. And if you win your lane, you rotate and win other lanes. And then you're just fine because the stats from Nature's too good. And then EG plays it pretty well with Lycan and stuff. I've screamed against that. And they like Shadow Shaman, Nature's Prophet. And they get minions with Visage too. and they just do like so much damage. But I think Empire knows about it, so I don't think we're gonna see Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, Empire's been pretty on point, just shutting out some of the regular strategies. And, you know, we've talked a little bit about about Evil Geniuses and some of the adjustments they'll have to make. But at this point in time, do you think that Empire is really in their groove? They've found their zone. I mean, what are you expecting for them going into Game 2?
Well, they are the underdog, and they are already up one game. I forgot who was it up here that was talking about the underdog mentality, where you just have nothing to lose and you play a lot better. And was it you, Pika?
Yeah, I mean, and Rezo's been through that too. I think, like, for him, it should be a similar feeling, you know? It's like, you get that one game. I'm sure he has, you can feel it. Like when I was coaching DC last year and we started doing well, I think it was once we got past top 8, everyone just got into this groove where it was like, you know, we wanted to get to top 8. And then we got to top 8 and, you know, after that, everything else is just a bonus. And you just feel, you're just happy to play, you know? It's not like, you're not playing anymore to like, oh shit, we're gonna lose, you know? It's just, you're just going for it. And I think that Empire might be onto that.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Resolution with a big grin on his face in the booths, and now we've gotten word that the players are ready to start game number 2. Will Evil Geniuses go out without a single main stage win, or will Empire be faced with game 3? We'll find out right now.
Evil Geniuses versus Team Empire. Game 2.
Empire on fire right now. And interesting, EG just straight up picks Puck first.
Oh, Nyx, oh my god. The hero's so annoying to play against.
What about him?
He counters like half the hero pool, like all the intelligent heroes.
Oh yes, mana burn that burns mana proportional to the intelligence of the hero getting targeted.
And then Carapace, like you just like Puck presses Q and you press Carapace and Puck's dead. That's it. All night.
Well, I'm curious about this Puck first pick. I mean, let's assume he's mid for a moment. Would not be surprising to see him go elsewhere. This is
I think that's a poor assumption though, because that's why EG picks him first a lot. It's one of their, it was their common opener, and then it was straight banned every single time first phase against them for like a month, because they would run an off lane and then push with Drow when you thought you had a mid Puck countered. So
actually, didn't they?
Yeah, that's the draw ban. Yeah.
Have Puck in position 4 or 5?
Yes, they had a position 5 Puck as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Disregard that line of thought then.
So you see Drow and Lycan being removed both here. Drow being removed by Empire and Lycan by EG.
Interesting.
Well, when anyone has Night Stalker, Lycan becomes a very viable hero. As you get more nighttime, Lycan becomes stronger.
Does it surprise you that EG were the ones to ban out Lycan? I mean,
no, because it's fine for Empire, I think, to pick it as well. I mean, it doesn't matter who has the Night Stalker.
Yeah, and Empire has the first pick after the 4 bans, so they can actually steal Lycan from EG, so they just ban it. Oh, that's Enigma again. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Puck offlane. They're already banning like 2 of Universe heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the Enigma, such a strong hero for Universe. Always has. Oh, Faceless Void ban as well for EG.
Yeah, combos with it, I'm pretty sure.
He's also one of those heroes. We did see Rezo play, was it yesterday, and where he did very well on that Faceless Void, and you know, he carried that game pretty hard, and they're probably scared of that, especially in combination with the AA, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and that game was so impressive to see. I mean, Resolution kept #1 net worth the entire game. I don't even think he died, or if he did, it was only once.
He didn't, I think. Yeah.
Just
he rushed Linken's. It's one of those heroes that has like nice impact the whole game, and then he carries later on.
I think there's an increasing likelihood that we'll see TA. TA hasn't seen much play, but that's because Nyx has been first banned every single time, and now that Nyx is in the game, like Invoker, Quap, Puck, like a lot of these mid heroes just you can't pick, or you can't pick and expect to do very, very well in the game. Ember also, like just most of the mid heroes. I think TA actually matches pretty well versus both of these heroes on Empire too.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation you bring up, that Nyx Assassin has been one of the most influential heroes on the mid lane, just honestly kind of chilling nearby. We've seen Nyx Assassins getting mana burn at level 1 in a lot of those matchups.
Yeah, you played against that yourself, didn't you? Against was it Secret?
I've been a big team of the Nyx Assassins W.
Yeah. It doesn't feel so good.
Oh, it took the beat.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah.
This is kind of to counteract the Night Stalker Vision game from Empire here. It's a good hero. It also allows you usually to kind of push, kind of go 5-man sort of early on, and then rendering Night Stalker kind of useless. On top of that,
Prophet. I may go for it.
And Veno AA is a great combo.
Exactly.
That is terrifying as a core.
Just the absolutely massive damage from Venomancer's poison abilities, particularly ultimate plus AA's ultimate.
And they have the Icy Vortex, and then Veno usually builds Veil too. It just compounds.
Yeah, once your BKBs are 5 seconds, and unless you have some sort of summons and stuff to push base, it's really difficult to push base against that.
Nice call to Motto on the Nature's Prophet.
I don't know which team did earlier. It was Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet. Oh, I think it was LFY, and they just homed.
EG also has run this before with great success in group stages.
They might go for like Clockwork Sanking.
10 seconds remaining.
So you think Nyx is going to be offlane?
5 seconds.
No, I think Sanking off. I think like they don't have enough setup for like anti-liberation. Or they could just like pick Ember now.
What position do you think Venomancer will be run in Team Empire?
Definitely Kyrie. Oh, Sven again.
Hello, Resolution. Welcome back.
Could be a mid Veno, maybe?
Yeah.
Likely.
It's pretty strong. Pretty stable.
Yeah, because I don't think that you don't really want to give that Venomancer to Resolution. It doesn't. It's not like it's not really that type of hero that carries the game, so to speak.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, was it Team Secret that ran? No, excuse me, that was Team Liquid that ran Venomancer in mid against Team Secret, opting to avoid getting the wards early. Just make sure that the Gale was maxed out first.
Shadow Shot.
This also kind of makes sure that EG don't really want to go for that TA anymore. It's kind of unlikely at least that you go for that TA into Sven and Veno, Sven with the Warcry, and then also all the AoE like damage over time from Veno.
He's a pretty strong laner. He's like a mini Viper. We saw like no one do that stuff. He max Gale, and then he has like push out the enemy. He press Gale, and the enemy has to run.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, if you have Gale with Night Stalker, oh gosh, is that such a vicious combination.
We've seen Razor a few times to counter Sven. Trying to think about RTZ's hero here.
Yeah.
There's not too many others. Hopefully not PL again.
Yeah, and Empire actually do have last pick.
Yeah, who are the carries still available that Arteezy might run in this position?
I think it's the Razor. I don't see any other option. There's no Void. There's no Lycan.
I think it's really hard to play Razor against AA.
Yeah, it's not a nice game. But they could just like last pick a nice strong laner and then go aggro.
They could pick AM too. They do AM versus Veno.
AM against Sven though?
It's playable.
Yeah, it's nice.
There's not that many options, right? Not many things left.
Wyvern again.
This pick it like it counters the Sven directly.
So at this point, it looks like Evil Geniuses is waiting for pick 5 for Arteezy.
Yeah, I mean, I could see they could go kind of all in and do some sort of like bone, like some Clinks or something. That's not Arteezy hero. We haven't seen it in a while though.
Ooh, that would be fun. I would love to see Clinks. He creates a lot of action in the mid game, running around invisible.
These heroes like this AA and some of those like Venomancer potentially can die very easily to that hero.
Yeah, they definitely don't have good mobility at all and are extremely squishy.
They also need a pipe though on EG.
They're gonna Bat Rider. They don't Bat Rider, could be bad.
Yeah, Bat Rider's lasso obviously great at snatching Nature's Prophet, who tends to have weak mobility.
A little tough to play versus NS though.
Yeah.
Hey, Bat Rider, nice call, and
oh,
terrible.
That was an insta pick. They're confident.
All right, when in doubt, go to the Terrorblade.
What about Terrorblade fits in here? I mean, obviously there's Sven, who's great against illusions in general, his cleave attack. Why Terrorblade here for EG? Does it fit into the fact that they want to do a push-heavy lineup?
Fits multiple reasons. Yeah, I think he pushes very well. He's one of the few heroes that can also heal up from AA and Veno.
Yeah.
I think Weaver and Terrorblade are the only they're like the two main cores that can still get their HP back. But mostly, I think, because it fits into their push quite well.
Team Empire's turn to pick.
There's still LC Empire picks a lot, especially now that the Terrorblade might be okay.
Yeah, I think LC is pretty nice.
But not good for smoke.
Yeah, LC.
But it's good for the summons. I don't know. It's kind of a tough call here.
10 seconds.
Seconds left for Team Empire with their final pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Already they have a pretty nice setup to just make sure that resolution can be comfortable.
Are they gonna random like new?
Mirana.
Choose your hero.
Mirana.
Okay, that's a mid Mirana.
Wow. FN
So is this the off lane? Is it Venom as off lane or the Nyx? Yeah, it's Venom off lane. So they're taking kind of a page out of. Was it Liquid?
Could they aggro?
Around that? They could potentially try that.
Yeah. Is jungling viable still? I haven't seen any. Yeah, I haven't seen in a while. Jungling's pretty bad now.
Have been locked in. EG 1 game away from elimination. Empire 1 game away from top 8. Let's head into game number 2 of EG versus Empire.
Who thought we could potentially be in this position, Cinder? And Evil Geniuses 1 game away from being eliminated from TI7. You know, the crowd here will have something to say about that, but so will Team Empire, being 1 game up so far. Not going to say a convincing performance, a long performance, so a typical Empire performance.
You don't think they were convincing in the last game?
I don't think it was one-sided. Compared to the games we were looking at, today, like this was a little bit more where potentially EG had a chance to come back.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a complete shutout, but I definitely say Empire had control.
I think they dominated for minute 25. But you're right, for the first part of the game, it looked like a pretty close game. Now we'll see in this game if Evil Geniuses can come together better, play their advantage. Time around, at least they won't have the vision problem. This time they have the Night Stalker. Yeah. There's no Bad Rider in the game. There is a Nyx, which is like a wild card thing. Because Nyx support, I would say in general, has had huge success this tournament, and it's good against specific heroes in this. Overall, the silence is very annoying. If he sees you on top of the center board at any point, he actually just almost solo kill you, but at least set you up for a very easy kill for your team. Once again, though, I have to question a little bit. I'm not sure about this Winter Wyvern picking, and it seems a little bit out of place. It's being picked into 3 or 4 magic damage heroes from Empire. It's good against the Sven, sure, but does that really does that give the hero turn the hero into a good pick? I'm personally not the biggest fan of this choice. I think the rest of the picks for EG are good and make a lot of sense for what they want to do.
I'm interested to see if it's also a pick-up to try and counter against some other potential options. But again, like the Ancient Apparition from Empire kind of counters almost everything EG was potentially also thinking about jumping into. I'm thinking about what's happening with the Alchemist pickup. If it was going to come in straight up Deep Warden, so EG will at least have a safe flame vision advantage. And Crit could be the first one to spill blood, even though it's a poor, innocent ward.
30 seconds to battle.
It's been a long time since I've seen this. Night Stalker without wings. That's...
I don't know if we actually have that with the Observer. We're
pretty sure they do. I think I saw it on their monitors.
He's been clipped. He's a house bird now, this Night Stalker.
An old bug.
Yeah, he's currently missing his wing. So I'm sorry, you've been clipped. Resolution. Actually, Universe had a really wonderful play. He just locked him into the edge of a tree and did a good 200 damage and forced Resolution already burned 1 tango. And it wasn't even the hero, it was just the trees doing the work.
Nice going to try to come in and contest the rune, but Ghost Digger's there will actually skill Gale. They do have Arrow on FN as a possibility as well. And Roger's connecting.
He doesn't have Cold Embrace here for Crit, so instead it's just the Arrow Zai. Real issues for him, and FN will take the first kill, bringing down Night Stalker. That was an interesting mission. He didn't have an Observer ward. It was just Boot Smoke running across the river, maybe Courier Snipe.
It's very unusual for a support to be killed. At least it has been in this tournament. The Venom's positioning was excellent there from Ghost Stick, and they had the right heroes at the right time to make that kill happen. Now, he did have to skill Gale. This will make him a bit weaker in this lane, arguably. He would like to have Poison Sting going up against the Terrorblade. This good sustained magic damage harassment can give him an advantage, but at the same time, it's also 1-on-2. I'm wondering what Ghostic's going to do here, if he's going to be able to get some good experience or just get shut out.
He's going to get body blocked up by Crit. You can taunt all you want with bananas, but you've just slipped on the peel, trying to run away from that Metamorphosis. Arteezy has to go down the river, but Arctic Burn just came back off cooldown for Crit. There goes your Gale, but Zai, remember where this guy was, body blocks him up and allows Crit, in fact, to get the last hit. EG will get something for their safe lane, but Sumail, real issues in the mid, back under the tier 1 tower. They don't have mana burn, it's the Impale. They trigger off the south, the damage from FN is enough. One last arrow from the Mounted Ranger, able to reach behind the tier 1 tower.
Really nice plays from both teams. That body block from Crit was beautiful. That was a 3 or 4 second full body block that he managed to pull off, and it was necessary for Zai to connect. At the same time, they get this connection in mid, and for once, Nyx skilled stun level 1 and not mana burn, and that's because they went for that first blood. Did probably, I didn't see the play itself, but it's probably a connection with the Impale into the arrow of FN to set that kill up. So,
and he still gets level 2 now, so the hard life for the Intel heroes in the mid begins again for Sumail. Needs to have his multiples for the moment. He's only bringing out the healing salve as well as a circle. But Universe, Resolution. Oh, there's not much more they can do to him apart from remove his life, but that's a big thing when he's only got 3 tangos left. And Crit, okay. Tries to juke it in the trees, boosts back up again, has to take flight, does not have a TP scroll, so Ghostic and Roger will be hunting this support. He buys boots, Crit, and he can afford a TP scroll as well now, but that means at least doesn't lose any gold, but he'll lose his life under the tier 2 tower to Ghostic. Nice level 3 up for this Venomancer now.
I think Crit was hoping to snipe the courier, but it's not in use, else his positioning there makes absolutely no sense. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but no courier to be found. Empire get themselves a freebie. Fortunately for Crit, like you said, almost no gold lost. He managed to buy up his items at the very least. Did he get the bounty rune? He didn't get the bounty rune there either, right? No. Or maybe? No, actually, I'm not sure. Maybe
he was passing through the neighborhood.
He may have.
Universe got bounty rune, Poshka, Zai, and Crit all got the recent bounty runes.
So I guess Crit did get that.
Yep. Okay. Ghostic, Zai, and Arteezy. Well, trying to get rid of the Plague Wards. They're only level 1, so they're actually quite easy to deal with, so easy CS on the top lane. This Invis rune of Mamoshka with a lava combination, and the bottom is one way to do it. The Resolution doesn't have the war cry to allow him just to dive underneath the tower. He still has the Storm Bolt, which synergizes nicely with the cold feet. And they can get that bonus damage from the Chilling Touch, which was early leveled up by AA.
It's one of the strongest dual lanes in Dota. I think Sven AA is really powerful, maybe only really surpassed in terms of kill potential by something like Wraith King AA, which is arguably
coming.
even better.
Crit and Zai making their way towards the mid lane. FN's the one who's a very long way up underneath the tower. He wants to come up because it's a double creep wave there. Sumail can turn to try and fight. Universe will join in, and now you're seeing the power that can come with Nature's Prophet on your side. 4 heroes being brought, but that power still needs to result in the kill. The bottle charges from Mirana will not be enough for FN to survive, and Sumail will be the one to claim the scalp.
That was close. Hard for EG to get that kill. I think that was a 5 damage kill or something like that. 5 damage overkill. Else FN would have been able to bomb again and actually survive that. So EG, by the skin of their teeth, they get that kill, and now they're going to look to be more kill hungry. This is a level 3 Night Stalker with a haste rune. Still without wings though, so it's kind of looking very funny here at nighttime.
They're coming in towards mid. He has the silence, he's got a 1-1-1 build, so they can get the silence in FN, but already the leap.
Very
but to get him away, saw that Splinter Blast flying through the trees at him and just leaps away quickly.
Ghostic's level 4, by the way. This is the lane I want to have a little bit of a look at because offlane Venomancer is pretty unusual. It has been played a couple of times, but to me this...
Might look at a little bit later. Bottom lane, Mapochka and Resolution, they're surrounding around. Go for the easier kill, that will be Mapochka. The stun being thrown onto the melee creeps. It actually hits the eye, but it's still going to be the death of Mapochka. Actually at the hands of Zai as well. So, Venomancer.
Another good start for EG, similar to the last game. Guess his mouse disconnected again. Mouse, yep, okay.
Stop throwing him.
So, okay, this gives us a little bit of time to talk about the Venomancer. When you're playing core Veno, I think some of the big levels to keep an eye out for is level 3, when you get the 2 in Plague Wards, if that's the build you go for. It's generally every point in Plague Ward, apart from level 1, changes the hero a lot. Ghostic, if he feels like he has a hard time top, he can just go jungle. Jungle all of his camps, even including the Ancients when he hits level 5. You can farm in those Ancient camps. Probably want to leave them to Sven though. And in addition to that, the sustained harass that he has against this Terrorblade, if they bring up some additional help, Arteezy can be threatened a lot. Speaking of threatening, bottom lane, once again, Zai is in a very good position.
He's trying to wrap around the back, but as Nature's Prophet just found out, you want to sprout Resolution, he's still got the Quelling Blade. He can still cut creep. And with Nyx Assassin with a 1-1-1 build, sitting behind Resolution plus Maposhka, it doesn't really look like they're looking for any kind of engagement.
They're going to try for mid again, it looks like.
Yep.
Oh. FN's
yeah,
he has to try. He has to try. Should be okay here. TP it.
Regeneration's good. There goes your TP, and there's no other stun. The void was already used from Zai. Meanwhile, Universe dies on the bottom lane. That rotation to mid forced EG to take their reinforcements off that lane. Roger, they're at the right time with Maposhka to get the kill.
Resolution doing a good job to not die. This lane, in my opinion, is very difficult. Nature's Prophet to deal with. Just a sheer kill potential.
Going mid now. So, okay.
Get some push going.
You die, hit into the tier 1 tower in mid. FN has been having a harder time. And Sumail's Dream Coil and double damager. He would love it if Empire engaged into him.
Won't last long.
He's ready to fight. Night Stalker is a little bit far away though. He's looking for an opportunity to top Zai. Does have stick charges. He's going to get spotted by Plague Ward. Very nicely placed here from Ghost Stick. He will close in on his level 6. This offlane Venom is getting a lot of space.
It's a dangerous thing to do. An off-lane, like a safe lane ban was normally trouble enough. It's that very quick levels. We even saw the hand of Midas Venomancer earlier today. But with Venomancer, once you hit level 10, your experience just comes so quickly with that plus 30% gain.
That looks like he's planning to go treads into Force Staff. Force Staff is a very, very good item against both the Puck and the Terror Blade. You simply need to create distance between yourself and these targets.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle
bottom lane crit. Could get scary here. Now back behind his tower, but Roger will save them.
And there's no Arctic going for us. They're way too deep for this. EG not going to force a rotation. Right now, they're still using that double damage rune of Sumail to bring down the tier 1 towers. They're looking for a trade-off. RTZ triggered Metamorphosis once more, so he's beating the tier 1 tower on the top lane. So a lot of tier 1 tower trade-offs as Empire try and take the bottom. RTZ forced to fight Ghost Stick. I say forced. He's actually quite willing to do so. Dropping the Venomancer down, but he has a shrine he can utilize. Oh, Maposhka can't get out in time. Sumail wanted to go and join that fight, but he got hit by an arrow from FN in the mid lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be the phase boots completed for Zai. Unfortunately for him, it's at the end of the night time. This is the #1 prioritized item that we see Night Stalkers get in this patch. More or less just rushing it, maybe a magic stick or a range off in between, but that is the go-to. Just helps a lot with being able to cover distance with Hunter in the night. It makes you a bit more useful at daytime. You don't feel completely useless. But getting that extra damage in is very nice with the attack speed you get from Hunter in the night. At nighttime is such an extreme value point. 45 attack speed from that makes the phase boost hit really hard. But now it's day, so Night Stalker has to chill for a bit. Might see Zai take a lane, get some levels, or go pull. While the pressure keeps being put on from both sides. So RTZ's having a great start this game on the Terror Blade. That's worth mentioning. He will be getting very farmed, but was forced back to base here by Ghost Stick. So that consistent harassment is starting to play a role in limiting RTZ's farm.
Well, he's had to burn so much mana to stay up on that top lane.
Yeah.
It's the harassment is pushing him towards the tower, so there was a time he just had to retreat. But we'll regen up, TP back up to the top lane, and then it's a rinse and repeat. In 35 seconds, he'll assault the tier 1 tower, and more than likely this time he'll kill it if Empire can't stop him.
I don't think they're going to let him, though. I think they want to fight for that tower and maybe sacrifice their bottom one. This bottom tower will be hard for them to defend against these Treant scouting. The potential rotation of the Puck is excellent for fights in that area of the map. We'll see. For now, it's just Universe starting to push down this bottom lane, and there's no real contesting from Empire. It doesn't even look like
faces a stiff win.
Completely. All of them are moving away. EG with a good ward at the shrine. We'll see the AA conceding this area, and should mean Empire are going to cross the map and try to do the same thing on the top.
Everyone's seeing everything. Everyone can make really good choices. Even the Observer Ward watching RTZ farm. Allow the next assassin to understand exactly what he can get away with, and allow Ghost to start pressuring into that tier 1 tower. Send an illusion in, distract the creep wave off. RTZ is not giving the opportunity for Empire to really attack in. Instead, they're trying to force rotations, having Universe beat the tier 1 tower on bottom. FN's Invis room might help them turn this fight around. But then again, there's only one of them here. There's no other help. Resolution's farming up in the small triangle typical jungle of Empire.
Top tower is under attack.
Has fallen.
Bullseye. There's your Void. He hasn't finished the job. FN had to leap himself away. Universe going to stay on the run. Crit trying to get in front of him as well. He's going to blast off cooldown right now. Doesn't have anything to really bounce it off. And FN with 8-1 charges decides it's not worth it. Zai, get the hell out of there. Base boots and around the trees. Under sub 100 HP. Night Stalker retreating from the fight.
There we go with the tower trade. So top tower goes to Ghost Stick. Still working on that Force Staff. He's halfway. Sumail will pick up the Veil here. So a lot of damage is now available for EG. Might want to look for a fight, but as was pointed out by Tomato, this Nyx Assassin is a dangerous matchup when now that Roger gets his level 6, he's actually immediately going to TP bottom and uses Vendetta. He's going to look for a kill straight away on this Nature's Prophet, who, by the way, also has a bad matchup against Nyx.
But a perfect time to TP out. So
great read.
Bad matchup, easy if you have that mobility that comes from the TPs, be it from his scroll or his natural ability. And he's going for Orchid first after the drums phase boots. So looking for a straight up silence. Who do you think is actually meant to focus on? Is it the Venoman to control?
It's good against multiple heroes in this game. I think targeted silences are very difficult to deal with for Nyx. They have Night Stalker and Orchid then, and even the Puck silence to work with. Orchid against Mirana is outstanding. And like you said, Venomancer, if they can prevent Veno from getting spells off in the fight, they've already come a long way in terms of having the advantage. So.
EG.
Next smoke movement. Still no.
They're looking for resolution. They really want to kill on resolution. That Dire Observable has already revealed the fact that he's farming up the Ancients. So Puck will come in first. They need a quick silence on him. And not actually hamming. He'll get the Stormbolt onto the crit. And it may be enough damage. The Dreamcoil actually grabbing Ghost Stick, Wrath of Nature, bouncing through from Nature's Prophet, gave them that little bit extra damage, and Universe the kill. But EG are happy with what they got. They're getting the hell out of there. Keep resolution down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Key kill.
Roger. If he can get this done, he can synergize with that. Actually, FN doesn't have arrow. Just 3 seconds before it comes back off cooldown. But he's watching Zai very closely. Through the trees, the stun will connect. Here comes your arrow. It'll only be a 2-second stun. But 2 seconds may be enough. Big charge is powerful. Night Stalker cannot get up into the air and away.
Pretty unconventional build from Roger here, by the way. Well, maybe not so much, actually, but it looks like he went 2-1-2. I like this build a lot over the 3-1-1 just because of the Spike Carapace ability to set up your Impale. Maybe this is becoming more standard, but at least looking back over the last couple of weeks, we've been seeing a lot more focus on the Impale. But the second point Carapace makes that stun 1.2, and that is enough to get off the Impale. Against heroes like Puck, that's really important, because then you can coil, or you can Carapace the orb and then get your stun off guaranteed. It's also great against other heroes in this game, such as the Wyvern. The Splinter Blast can target you, and then you can counterplay that way. There's many ways of using Carapace. It's actually going to max it out. It's going 2-1-3. This is when it's winning. Now it's really winning.
Plus 0.6 seconds, what he's looking for.
Yeah, lower cooldown as well. It's
5 seconds lower.
This spell scales incredibly well. But so does Impale. And you know, a lot of the time you want to have that damage. So this control of Carapace can definitely be very powerful.
Well, right now, again, he's looking for a target under the cover of Vendetta. Nothing really offering itself. This resolution farming still underneath that Dire Observable. They didn't realize that gank was because EG had vision. Until now, Sentry Ward gets planted down. Baposhka, even just putting it a little bit further north so he's able to check out the Ancient camp. The rest of Empire putting their attention towards mid-tier 1. And support's coming in. Wyvern will arrive. Splinter Blast is a great D-pusher. And FN doesn't want to stick around for that. So is the Orb. Very difficult to push into the EG towers when EG are prepared.
This terribly is getting really fun. Arteezy's having a great start so far. Pretty much a contested farm. 156 CS minute 14. So currently at about 11 CS a minute. We'll get a 15-minute Manta style for his efforts. And I think in this game he also has a better core matchup. It's not perfect. I think there are problems. Again, Farm Sven can mess with Terrorblade quite well, and there's some decent AoE damage, but it doesn't feel like that last PL game seems like semi-hopeless at times. Arteezy can definitely play a big game here. It's interesting to see that this is in some ways similar to what Liquid ended up doing on when they were against the wall, where they had Miracle farm a troll for what seemed like an eternity, and then he really started carrying in that game. Maybe he decided to just adopt that style here.
It's going to be difficult for him. Like, farm him up, but Resolution's also taking that very greedy farm build again. Oh, it's like very greedy, like just more oriented towards an Echo Saver plus Master Madness. He's rinsing and repeating from game 1. It worked. But Arteezy definitely has a better start than game one. And with the Observer Warden Sentry down, they're trying to contest as much of the Ancients as possible.
Dire's middle tower
Came in a little
is
bit late, and
drowning.
Roger was also in a good position. You saw him use the Spike Carapace there in anticipation of the orb from Sumail. Didn't come out, however.
Sumail's now going to have to commit his orb to the mid lane to hold it off.
Dire's
Arteezy
top tower
creates
is
a couple of
about to
illusions, and
take
then we'll look
the
towards the bottom lane with Metamorphosis available. There should be a tier 2 tower to be taken. The trade-off is FN doing damage to the top tier 2 getting space as well.
Is under attack.
Radiant structures
Dire
are
quickly
fortified.
scanning, wondering if anybody is coming in behind the mid lane. Not happening. The fortification is burnt, and this tier 2 tower is lost. And so is a lot of the access to Team Empire's jungle, losing both the towers on the bottom as well as the one in the mid.
Has rung its last bell.
Terrorblade looks so terrifying sometimes.
Roger, he just wanted to interfere with Arteezy's movement universe. Maybe they'll be getting control. Zayas moving forward. There goes the first controller. He doesn't have Invis, but the Spike Carapace can't complete the TP. However, 4 heroes from EG come in, and maybe now Arteezy, he's got a little bit longer with that Metamorphosis, and the army of Treants, they can push in heavier. He's right there. The Ice Blast is a big radius, connects on 2 of the heroes. In fact, 3 with the chill on Arteezy. They're backing up. Spence coming in. Resolution. Universe going to try and block him out with the trees. Resolution will have to run around. Arteezy needs some distance. He's still got that Sunder. Level up and available. Looks to use it. Dropping Ghosting down low. Crit, he's got the curse up as well. So they have counter team fight. And they're curtain. Venomancer. Real issues. The Splinter Blast bounces through the arrow and hits on the crit. He's dying to the poison sting in the trees. But Sumail jumped into the fight as well. Let the Dream Call go. Resolution FN locked in with the Ice Blast back up again. Sumail has to evade the damage as long as he possibly can, but he can't evade it for that long. FN already on top of him. So EG, some chip damage to the tier 3 tower, losing a couple of heroes. Is it worth it?
I don't think so. That looked like a good jump from Sumail, but nobody was there to take advantage of the coil. Arteezy was already way out of there. The Wyvern had used his spells, got arrowed. And then you're looking at Night Stalker, doesn't really want a team fight. You know, as we've talked about multiple times, not really a team fight hero. And Nature's Prophet had already used his ulti, so it's cool and all that you go in with the puck like this, but where's the follow-up damage? It's just not there. And then Nyx Assassin Carapace. You know what? It sucks playing puck against this hero. It really sucks. But they chose it willingly. They knew that Nyx Assassin was in the pool when they grabbed it, and Empire were pretty quick to respond with this mix of Roger. They're having a good game so far. Even though that didn't go too well for EG on the base siege, they still got the 2-2. Arteezy survived again. He's getting very farmed, but Rezo is once again, as you said, catching up. Sven is actually only 400 net worth behind this Terrorblade now.
Yep. But the Terrorblade finally increases his attack range, finishing up the Dragonlance, and that is going to be the big thing. We understand Skadi comes in later for the Terrorblade, and you can start to kite this Ven. Now probably be the next thing we can look towards. How does Team Empire, with all of this net worth, actually turn that net worth into damage which is inflicted into EG? What are the problems they're going to have in the team fights?
Yeah, there's a lot of things to keep in mind for both teams going to these fights.
Resolution, blink, stun, Ice Blast. Okay, that Ice Blast doesn't even arrive. Resolution a bit of God strength. With Mask of Madness and Echo Saber, not a chance to survive for Crit.
This is one of those relatively unimportant kills. Crit gets killed, he tried to push out the wave, he gets jumped by 2 heroes, one of them uses, or they both use their ultimates, but there's no building damage.
They run towards
okay,
mid.
maybe if it transitions into...
You still got the Ghost rank, he phase shifts, the arrow won't connect, the dust is over on the next assassin, so they have the vision. Silence also returned. Run to the Spike Carapace makes it impossible for Sumail to get back down the hill as he hit him with that illusionary orb. But Arteezy's coming in, sending illusions to scatter around the northern side.
And they're going to hold it.
Tower is drowning.
All right here for EG. Now the question is this going to be a repeat of game number 1? EG have a good early game, their lanes are going pretty well, they have the farm on a couple heroes. This is when they need to come up big compared to the first game. But you look at the team fight of Empire, and it just looks like taking fights for EG is going to be really difficult. They don't have the same kind of team fight prowess, so maybe what you're looking towards is combining your Night Stalker and Nature's Prophet to find kills, but it just seems like they've fallen off a little bit. Their peak is early on into the game, and those moves just didn't really exist for them.
You're still waiting for that big item to arrive for Nature's Prophet. Like he has the face boots and drums, but there was no increase of damage that comes from something like a Maelstrom. He's still trying to complete up that Orc of Malevolence. Now this is an easier thing to find. The Venomancer actually being pushed forward. Dreamcore cancelling his TP. And completely surrounded on the north side. That was his own Force Staff, trying to get further away from the Night Stalker to do his TP, but into the arms of the rest of EG.
kill going to Arteezy, so he takes first place on network again. What else have we got coming up? So Mansa just got completed by the Mirana just a minute ago. The Terrorblade is building toward Pike. Yep. Soon we have both teams trying to build Solar Crest. Venomancer has the Medallion. Zai is close to his Medallion.
They found Mapochka. Ancient Apparition on the run away from Zai. Extra support comes in. The Ice Blast is nice. Zai going to get cold feeded, but they have enough life to survive. It is only a level 1 Ice Blast on the Ancient Apparition.
EG look like they're having a better time making moves. This Night Stalker is contributing a lot. Zai has set up 8 out of 9 kills for his team, constantly roaming around, gathering information, still without wings. What does it look like when he flies? Has he flown yet this game?
It looks...
It's like just flailing in the air, like flapping?
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice.
It's when he realizes he didn't skip arm day, his arms just let him beat the wind in submission.
I feel like the hero should just look like this.
Just clipped. I feel he'll be very less impressive with his Immortal. Spike Carapace stung Crystal with the Winter Wyvern. Getting hit up by that Spike Carapace once more. Every time he lets that shard down, it's just too much of a chance that's going to be reflected.
EG have done a very good job at not losing this mid tower. It's 21 minutes in. The top tower fell relatively early, but Empire haven't managed to take another structure just yet. Both towers for EG are low, so they will eventually be falling, but just delaying it this much has allowed Arteezy to get a lot of additional harm because they've kept the map control in their favor.
The same for Universe.
They're looking for something bottom here. Rezo would be a really big kill. He's hiding off to the sides, but Night Stalker will get eyes on him now.
Yep.
Could try to surround him from both sides.
He doesn't have his BKB yet, putting the urn on him, going to make it difficult to get away. Here comes Universe, gives the extra vision, plus the Orchid Silence onto Sven. The damage will be more than enough. Resolution will fall, 50 seconds on the sideline. Image was chasing Nyx Assassin, turns on the Spike Carapace. Zai, fancy footwork, and now dusting up. Nyx Assassin TPing out. Is there enough damage? There is when Samela arrives with the Rift. And that is a big opening. You've actually got the push. Metamorphosis up for a fair amount of time. The only thing which isn't working here for EG is the fact that Arteezy doesn't have a creep wave to push into the tier 3 tower to force a reaction from Empire.
He doesn't have any mana either, so he can't make any illusions anymore, and he's just gonna, you know, be happy with what he got. I believe he did get the kill